No.
You're gonna have to ask the judge to.
There's no
excuse
judge
your
involved
minor
in this.
Violation.
No,
and give you
there's
one
no
more
judge.
extension.
You don't
Yeah,
even know what I'm
allowed. You're allowed
no.
more extensions.
We're
it's-
not talking about a
it's
judge here. We're talking about the certification of the electoral vote. He's saying that Mike Pence should adjourn the session to count the electoral vote on January 6th for 10 days to allow state legislators to look into false claims of election fraud and then certify.
You're allowed, if you make up a good enough excuse, you're allowed to come up with certain ways to get extensions
the
all
law?
the time. This is seen all over.
We're not talking about
legal
getting
system
extensions.
even.
We're talking about breaking the Electoral Count Act. You don't need you can't come up with a good enough excuse to break
not
the
what he said.
election.
He didn't say do it so we can break the electoral count out. He
That
said
is-
it so
that
we
is
can
what he
get a
said.
little bit more time so we can we have a small.
Which he said would be a
little,
violation of what, Minar? Which he said would be a violation of what, Minar?
Let me read it. USC
I linked it in the side chat. Do you want to go over the exact parts of the law that the plan would break? Do we really need to dive that deep, or can we just take Eastman's word at it? I can tell you the exact parts of the law that it would break, but you're just going to pivot again once I tell you that.
Wait a minute. Let me read into it because this is a long set of emails that apparently are one after the other.
This is from Greg Jacobs' deposition for the January 6th Select Committee, by the way. Question: did John Eastman ever admit, as far as you know, in front of the president that his proposal would violate the Electoral Count Act? Answer: I believe he did so on the 4th, as in January 4th, 2021. And then Greg Jacobs' deposition on page 96. Eastman acknowledged that the legal basis for his proposed paths was the same. And as recounted by Greg Jacobs, you couldn't get there unless you set aside a number of provisions of the Electoral Count Act. And there's an email here too. Yeah, this email I brought up.
What are you even after? All of this, all of this led to criminal charges.
It did lead to criminal charges
so
against
this is
Trump.
all
What do you
right
mean?
now is a conspiracy theory right now is what you're
No,
bringing
it's
up.
not. No. It all led to
100%.
criminal. Nope. It all led to criminal charges against Trump. Trump was indicted on this. The thing I'm trying to get.
Trump was indicted on the impeachment? BS.
Not on the impeachment. He was indicted on
He
attempts
was
to overturn.
never criminally indicted on that.
He was criminally indicted on attempts to overturn the 2020 election. All these things are mentioned in the indictment.
My understanding was all the cases, every single one of them fell apart. The Fannie Willis, the
that doesn't. What I'm trying to the dialogue path I'm going down with you. You said these were all hoax charges. What I'm trying to get you to realize right now, these people admitted in writing that they were planning to break the law.
Bro, he said that give me an extension. I have a small extension. There's no writing of I'm gonna take over
Which he said was going to violate the law.
Where
Which he said was going to violate the law. Which he said was going to violate the law. Him himself, he conceded that.
I acknowledge in the final proposal as to actual actions as taken by the vice president in violation of the ECA that was reiterated to last night was more
I don't
modest.
know what you're.
The legal thing
What are
is
you
not
even reading
it
right
doesn't
now?
appear.
Are you reading Greg Jacobs' reply?
Yeah, because the reply
Greg Jacobs is on my
429.
side about this, by the way, but
does not have the power to do things unilaterally because that was pushed publicly repeatedly by the president.
yeah, that's.
What do you mean
that's,
pushed publicly repeatedly? Like, where's the policy? This is the idea that
the idea was that Mike Pence would not certify the electoral vote.
And taking over the electoral college publicly, and he never talked to anybody within the electoral college or the state.
He did.
Or the federal government. Sorry.
Wait. You're just wrong on that. He did. I understand that you have never looked into this at all, so you have no fucking understanding what happened. But he did. He tried multiple times. Giuliani called the Speaker of the House in Arizona and tried to get the Speaker of the House in Arizona not to certify their electoral votes there. Trump called the Secretary of State in Georgia, Trump himself and Giuliani, called the Secretary of State in Georgia asking them to find election fraud so that they would not certify the vote.
Relax, not fun. You're making it sound Like he's
Wait.
doing this.
Do you concede that Trump did call people
okay,
in the Electoral College to try to get them to not
listen.
certify? Wait, no, Manar, I need you to concede on this.
Let
Do
me
you
finish with
agree or
you.
disagree that Trump and his team called people to try to get states to not certify their electoral
Because
vote?
they had an investigation going and they wanted to make sure where these votes
So
come
wait,
from.
no,
There's
we can talk
war
about that in a
powers,
second. Do you
allegations
agree?
of-
So that's you conceding,
can I
right,
speak?
that they
Can I
did call
speak?
people.
Can I speak?
No, because you're rambling about election fraud
You need
claims.
to let me speak.
We will
and
get there.
You need to let me give you a counterpoint.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, here's the counterpoint. You're alleging that Trump is doing
No.
this because he wants to take over America, and he doesn't, and he's so greedy, and he wants to be president, stay president. What if I allege that every single time we see a reference of make this violation for us is for because there's an investigation or because there might be some scandal or there's a little bit of looks like there's some kind of legal work happening here, so we need an extension. That's all I can see all the time that you're
We're not.
linking me to.
No.
Right now,
you
here,
don't,
he's
you don't
not
understand
saying
what
this-
I'm talking about because you
Listen,
don't. You
let me
think we're
finish
talking
to
about
you,
a
let me
court
finish to you.
session.
So-
We're not
so
talking about a
you're
court session. We're
speculating-
talking about the official proceeding on January 6th, the certification of the electoral vote, the thing that was delayed by
I know,
the
so you're
riots on January 6th.
speculating that he did it. He's doing this because he wants to take over the government. I'm saying he literally just needed a 10-day extension just to see where these votes coming from. And honestly, we should have taken that 10-day extension because look, now we found out that there's 10 new million votes or that disappeared
Yeah,
altogether.
uh-huh.
Nobody knows where they are. There's some legal cases that are being winning in their by the RNC and by the Republican Party. They've been winning against some I forget where it was those counties, but Pennsylvania, I believe. They just won a case there of like new 20,000 mail-in votes or something that appeared from the same signature. Anyways, so
Right.
that's all. I'm bringing you a theory that hey, yeah, they were asking to break the law and create some minor infractions, but this is because it's a good there's a legal investigation happening. So we're gonna have it's like basically telling the principal
there were no
sending a letter saying, hey, we're gonna have to postpone the field trip because there's might be a storm coming up. You're allowed to create an adjudication, stuff that's
There's
shut
no
down. and
you don't understand what the
extend
fuck we're talking about. There's
processes.
no adjudication here because we're not talking about a court proceeding. The thing that we're
But-
talking
but
about
there
is the certification of the vote on January 6th, and I don't know why you can't get that
My understanding is they were
around your
bringing
head.
up court proceedings and there was
No,
investigations
nope,
happening.
nope.
They needed extensions. That's why he was requesting.
I understand that's your understanding because you're unbelievably fucking retarded and I've never looked into this issue at all. No, what I'm saying is
No.
is,
You believe he did that because he wants to take over the government, right?
I believe that Donald Trump wanted Mike Pence not to certify the
He do
vote on
that.
January 6th
Why?
because he wanted to overturn the election.
So what?
wanted to stay
For
president.
What to happen? Then what happens after that? So he can stay president forever?
He wanted, well, not stay president. He wanted to stay president. He wanted to.
Well, how about I tell you that's the dumbest theory I've ever heard in my life.
Do you
Show
agree?
me proof they had any kind of system set up so he can take over governance without the need for an electoral college, without the need for a Congress.
The plan
that he can,
relied on the
this has been
electoral.
created. This is the only email you're going to show me that he created a system so he can take over the government using this email. Are you
My
fucking kidding me?
claim, my
You're a
claim doesn't.
conspiracy theorist.
Manar, my claim does not rely
You're
on
a
any of this.
conspiracy
In fact,
theorist.
that's not true. My claim doesn't rely on any of this. All of my claim relies. My only claim is that Donald Trump wanted Mike Pence not to certify the electoral count on January 6th because he wanted to stay president forever.
What happens after? Why would he do that? Why would he do that? Why would he do that? I'm claiming that there's an investigation. There's some extra votes. They wanted to. There was some law procedures happening. They would need an extension, and they asked for an extension, even though it might break some minor violations. And he made sure to understand they were minor. And if they weren't minor, then they backed off immediately. And Mike Pence passed out. He's like, I don't have the unilateral power over this. And then,
Well, Mike, you
so
understand
that's
Mike Pence disagreed with Trump on
coming
that,
up with
right?
this theory that they were doing this because they want to take over the government, and then they were gonna certify the vote forcefully to make Trump. And even if the Congress doesn't allow this to happen, then he was just gonna take over the Congress, and then he was just where is this?
My claim
coming
doesn't
from?
rely
Where
on
are you
that at all.
getting all this?
Do we want to read the Eastman memo? Like we can
Why
read the
would he
Eastman
then-
memo, which is
why
one of the
would he
plans. Or
then-
like,
My theory is better. He actually there was possibility for some kind of shady business. There were evidence of criminal
Wait, let's say there was
activity when
election
it came
fraud.
to the
Minar, let's say
electoral voting scheme.
Minar, shut up. Let's say I agree with you. There was election fraud. Do you still concede that this would violate the Electoral Count Act?
Sure, and you can do stuff like
Okay,
that.
okay, great.
That's why
Okay,
you
great.
ask for a formal extension. That's why you ask for a formal
Nope,
extension.
it was
in
not
email,
a formal. It
in
was not a
writing.
formal extent. No, it's not a formal extension in writing. This was
Then
John
why are you
Eastman.
asking for formal? When do you ask for? How do you ask for a formal extension? Go ahead.
There's no way to ask for a formal extension here
Possible
because
that you can
it's
ask
against the
your
law.
your professor, hey professor, I know this is after
Professor.
the deadline, but I need. That's what I'm giving you. Like, why are you acting like this? That happens all the time in court of law.
Nope, no, there's no court here, Minar. Minar, we're not talking about court. There's no court. There's
When
no
there's
court
new evidence
proceeding right
coming up,
now.
you get extensions all the time. 10
Minar,
days is
Minar,
minor.
we're not talking about court. Minar, we're not talking about court. What we're talking about is the certification on the vote on January 6th. The rules for the certification of the vote on January 6th are set out in the Electoral Count Act. John Eastman wanted Mike Pence to break the Electoral Count Act. Do you agree or disagree with what I just said?
What do you mean? What does it mean by so sacrosanct? What does that mean?
John Eastman told Trump that he thought the Electoral Count Act was unconstitutional. Now, John Eastman previously admitted that he doesn't actually think the Electoral Count Act is unconstitutional.
Yeah, but the legislatures had an investigation going on, man. So
Not,
what are we
no,
supposed
no,
to do?
no. By January 6th, all the investigations were closed. They'd all already certified their vote. That's not true. What he wanted to do, because Trump did file a ton of lawsuits about his false election fraud claims, he wanted to he wanted to adjourn the vote so it could be sent back to the states and they could redo their investigations and hopefully somehow find election fraud and then certify Trump's fake slate of electors, or set a deadline of January 15th. And if the states hadn't certified a slate of electoral votes by then, it would just be thrown to the House delegation, and the House delegation would elect Trump.
Okay, where? So this is the idea that this is why Trump wanted to shut down just the electoral college for just 10 extra days, because he wanted to take over the government, make over the ECA Act, and then use some kind of Congress power to announce him as president. A load of BS. A complete
It's not a load. It's written down here. Here we go. Okay, here's a memo from Jenna Ellis. In its formal request, the vice president should require a response from each state legislator no later than 7 p.m. EST on January 15, 2021. If any state legislator fails to provide a timely response, no electoral votes can be opened or counted from that state. The Constitution provides that if no candidate for candidate for president receives a majority of electoral votes, the Congress shall vote by state delegation. And the state delegation presumably would vote for Trump because it was majority Republican.
So when you break the ECA Act, what happens?
It's against the law, and it should be charged. You should be charged and go to jail.
What's the minimum charge?
I don't know what the minimum charge is. I don't know.
I want to know how severe this act is.
I don't see why it's particularly relevant. But the consequence of breaking it would be overturning the election, so it seems pretty severe.
So you think you can't adjourn the session because the ECA says no adjournment, while the compelling evidence that the election was stolen continues to build and is already overwhelming the siege because you and your boss did not.
What are you even reading right now?
It was necessary to allow this to be aired in a public way so the American people can see for themselves.
I have no clue what you're quoting. Right? What are you quoting?
So this is all from the evidence that you shared. I'm reading.
I don't know what specific thing you're quoting. That's what I'm asking. I don't know what.
I believe that's Eastman.
What? I don't even know what you're quoting. What are you quoting?
Relax, bro. I'm just reading from the thing. Is it unconstitutional for the ECA to direct the members should be objections, at least in the first instance?
No. Members can object. Members of Congress can object to the certification of the vote. It's not constitutional it's a violation of the ECA for the vice president to unilaterally not certify the vote or unilaterally not count slates of electors.
Is this true that if the Vice President Pence implemented the plan, the PA legislature voted to rectify its electors?
It wouldn't surprise me if John Eastman is lying there, but it could be true. But it's not particularly relevant.
Why?
Because it's still a violation of the ECA, and that would just mean they got
But
closer in their attempts to
why
overturn
so
the
attached to
election.
The ECA? Who cares about the ECA if you're actually
Manar, the line of dialogue I'm going down with you is that these people literally wrote down that they're going to break the law.
Listen, you're allowed to get an extension on something on constitution. If something unconstitutional is happening, you need to investigate. You're not going to be just forcefully shoving somebody. This is not breaking the law. You're not breaking the ECA. I'm sure in the ECA, I'm going to find you now, and I'm going to go into and read the ECA, and I'm sure I'm going to find a way that you can actually ask for adjournment or some kind of extension.
Well, you can. To be clear, you can. There are
minor details for investigative, for actual legislative issues when it's an official.
Manar. There are procedures in the ECA to object to the certification of the vote. There are no procedures in the ECA that allow the vice president to unilaterally not certify the vote or unilaterally adjourn for 10 days and call a recess.
Okay, that was what Trump.
That is what Trump and Eastman wanted Pence to do.
Which email here shows it? I know that this is a response.
The email that I just sent where Eastman said that he wants them to adjourn for 10.
But it's not the actual request.
Request for what? There's no formal request here because it's illegal to do so. Who are you like? What do you mean?
Yeah, but all it is a response saying no, I can't do a unilateral vote as a vice president. That's all it is. This is all you're showing. You're not showing the request. Hey, you as a vice president, can you make sure you take over the government unilateral vote?
That's all I need to show here, Manar. The only thing I want to show you here is that these people literally wrote down that they want to break the law, and it's insane to call these fake charges when they literally wrote down they want to break the law. That's my point here.
Bro, listen to me. This has nothing. You're implicating the president into something that has none of his business, man. What are you talking about? This has. They're talking within each other's vicinity about some kind of question about some kind of legal matter when it comes to a just legislative issue about the electorals.
Again, I quoted you from Greg Jacobs' deposition.
And he's trying to understand in a legal manner if this is going to be something that works. That's all there is. Yeah, they're going to communicate. This is two lawyers talking to each other.
Again, I already quoted to you Greg Jacobs' deposition.
All the time are talking about the threshold of breaking the law. Yeah.
What?
All the time, lawyers talk about the threshold. They're always on that line, the threaded line of breaking the law. They're always getting.
Lawyers are not always. All they do is lawyers are not always on the line of breaking the law. That's not true. But these are people. This is John Eastman literally saying.
That theory.
John Eastman is literally.
With the law theory.
John Eastman is literally saying he wants to break the law. And Pence, Trump.
No. He said there's a minor violation, and I'm sure it's not going to be anything more than 10 days. But if we start getting some actual electoral, like it seems like there's, I mean, they're probably going to ask for another extension after the 10 days if Pennsylvania actually, you know what I mean, switched up the voting.
Yeah, then they could have overturned the election. That just makes it worse for you. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what the relevant point is there.
Holy shit, legally? Overturned legally because they found evidence of corruption?
It would not be legal. It would not be legal.
We broke the ECA Act, but we did find some evidence of production, and legally the legislature
would not be legal. I don't know how you keep arguing it's legal when they literally said it was illegal. They literally said it was going to violate the law.
The ECA Act.
The electoral this is federal law. Do you dispute that's federal law, or like do you?
But
this is a really good memo from Greg Jacobs explaining exactly how it breaks the law. What'd you say?
It's not taking over the government.
I don't care if it's taking over the government right now. What I care is whether or not it breaks the law.
Okay, they asked to break the law because there's evidence of the necessary need for an investigation. Yeah, they're allowed that.
Okay, great.
It's not their business that their investigation comes up with an actual true evidence, and it turns out that they have to actually overturn the Pennsylvania election electoral vote, and then possibly overturn the whole election since Pennsylvania is a fucking swing state. It's not their fault. But I'll tell you what, they are forced to investigate. They have to.
Okay, great. So, if they literally wrote down that they want to violate the law, do you think it's fair to call these fake charges?
Okay, listen. So, if you're gonna sit here and sue them for trying to break the ECA Act, I'm okay with that. Go ahead, sue them.
Okay,
But they're
great.
gonna
That's
allege that we
what they're
didn't
charged
break
for.
the ECA Act. We just asked for an extension. That's all they're gonna allege. You're not
Which
gonna be
was
able to
breaking the
actually prove that they
ECA.
did anything. All you're proving is they talked about maybe we let's see if there's any legal theory around this. But you're
asked
not
Mike-
proving that they did any kind of breaking of the law anywhere. And then at the end, when you look
It's
at the
conspiracy.
precedent, when you look at the actual history, turns out nothing happened.
What do you mean when you look at the actual history? Turns out
All
nothing happened.
it is just some bullshit. They were talking to each other. They didn't actually commit any actions. They couldn't actually.
Well, I agree that Mike Pence didn't go through with the plan, but this is still criminal conspiracy, right?
What a load of bullshit. What a load. You're a conspiracy theorist yourself.
Uh-huh. I mean, this is like
Oh,
writing down
this is not
writing down your
conspiracy
plan to
theory?
break the
Oh, this
law
is not
is criminal
conspiracy theory?
conspiracy. It's
Oh,
criminal
this is not conspiracy theory that you believe that Trump was going to overturn the government, use the legislature to take over, all because
Manar, we're
what-
talking about
evidence of corruption. That's what. That's your whole alleging here is that
Manar,
you're so.
all I'm
butthurt.
alleging here, Manar, we're talking about Hunter Biden right now. Remember on that. The thing I'm alleging here is that since Trump and his allies literally wrote down, we're gonna break the law, and now Jack Spence can't prosecute Donald Trump for it. I don't give a fuck that Hunter Biden can't be prosecuted for any potential crimes that he committed as well. That's what I'm saying here.
All right, I'm glad that you explained it because I don't believe that those are the same level at all. The idea that they were conspiring with each other to get a small extension
To break
in
the
violation
ECA,
of some,
which is
some
breaks the-
sort of specific act, ECA Act, one specific law that they're breaking. Yeah, that potentially could have had serious consequences, but it's because they were actually smart and good at their job and they were able to witness the alleged,
So just to be
law-breaking
clear, you
actions.
let Trump off the hook for that.
Let
Do
me
you also
finish,
let
let me
Trump off the
finish.
hook for all the
Those are
people that
not
he pardoned for
equivalent
the
with one
Mueller
another.
report?
These situations are not equivalent with one another, non-fawn.
Yeah, because you just let Trump off the
This
hook
is
and you
not
don't
a
actually.
general. If he pardoned, let's say I let him. Let's say he pardons John Eastman. Okay, I'm actually okay with him pardoning John Eastman completely.
Mm-hmm.
And only on the, but it would be only on this ECA violation that he
Okay,
requested this 10-day violation. It wouldn't be a general pardon for 10 years from 2016 all the way to 2026 and call it a day and walk out and say, hey, I know this is corruption, but fuck it. I mean, everybody does
Again,
it.
we ran through this.
Is not similar.
This is
They're not
a
equivalent to one another.
this is an insane standard that you
Absolutely
concocted
not.
because this is the only way that you can defend it. Whether or
No,
not a
because
pardon,
you're only
yeah,
pardoning him
absolutely.
from one
Whether or not a
act-
pardon, we ran through this earlier. Whether or not a pardon is general or specific doesn't make the pardon morally just. Doesn't make the pardon not an act of corruption. It's obviously worse to pardon someone for the specific crime of killing 500 people in an anthrax attack than it is to pardon someone generally because he's alleged of committing shoplifting. Obviously,
Well,
the specific pardon is worse there.
Generally, I would accept this until you understand that general pardons are should be unconstitutional. Holy shit, this is crazy.
I mean,
General pardons should be unconstitutional.
I don't know. I don't really have an opinion on that, nor do I think I have to.
I mean, no. I
but-
mean, I would agree with you on any other.
you know what I think
usually
should be
pardons-
unconstitutional,
Usually pardons
Bernard?
are specific. The guy's already in jail and he's just pardoned, or he's on house arrest and they pardon the rest of his procedures. You know what I mean? He's already been found criminal and they're just gonna get rid of his time sentencing. That's all a pardon usually is. It's not a get out of jail
Trump-
free
you
card
realize
from any
Trump
criminal
pardoned-
charges forever for the rest of your history. What the fuck?
Trump also pardoned one of the people he pardoned wasn't even convicted yet when he pardoned them for the obstruction of justice into the Mueller report. I forget which one it was exactly. It might have been. I think Paul Manafort was convicted, and I think I think there were like a few other people. I think maybe it might have been Roger Stone that wasn't actually convicted yet, but was just charged. Or maybe it was Michael Flynn, who was one of these fuckers.
Jaywalking is breaking the law. You're just gonna put everybody in jail over that shit? Like, what the fuck, man? Like, you gotta put some.
Well,
some sense of
if
nuance
someone
to things.
no, if someone was charged with jaywalking and we had video of them jaywalking, I might disagree in principle that they should be charged for that. But I wouldn't say they're fake charges. I would say, yeah, they committed jaywalking.
Okay, that's what I told you. Okay, they broke the law, but it's not actually breaking the law. They're actually asking for an extension, and they know that it might actually go overboard of the ECA deadlines, and that's why they're requesting for a formal extension, asking for, hey, can we get that done? And then they
Right,
got the
right.
theory, no, you can't get it done. And then they were like, okay, they didn't actually. You would actually prove that there was a criminality, and this is why the whole Smith special counsel is such a load of bullshit. This is why I'm saying it's a load of bullshit. Because you could have asked for example, an extension on, hey, is this a criminality judgment? You know what I mean? Like, hey, is what he actually did in the ECA? No. Like, this is what I'm trying to say, Nanfan, is the whole Smith investigation was like this. Basically conspiracy theories based on, hey, these guys are communicating with each other, talking about law theory, and based on it, even though they didn't act, like, I would agree with the John Smith investigation if they actually acted upon this. They were like, hey, look, 10-year is actually a break of law. Still, let's fuck it. Let's go ahead and adjourn this for 10 years. Let's go ahead and allow the Pennsylvania electoral votes to switch up. Let's go ahead and take over the government. That would be the Smith special counsel coming into work and actually activating and doing great work. But the idea that the special counsel, there was nothing to like that. The moment they understood that this legal theory is actually illegal and it's not gonna that they can't even ask for an extension on this, is gonna break the law, and this minor violation is not gonna be something that get kind of ask for a pardon away from. And there might be some kind of criminality charges coming from it. Then they just let it go. That's the actual proof of what happened. But you're coming up with this conspiracy theory, acting like, oh no, it's Smith. The Smith special counsel is coming up with this fucking conspiracy theory, and you're following along with them, saying that all of this was basically them trying to come up with a conspiracy to break in the law. Everybody writes up about law theory all the time. They're communicating with each other. It's a bunch of lawyers communicating with each other. They're always talking about the threshold of when the law is going to be broken. Should I be doing this? If I do this, is that going to be hurt? Is it possible I can ask for an extension there? I know I've broken the deadline here, but I need a little bit more time. Is this possible? This is normal talk all the time. The idea that this is legal term now, you know what I mean, legal definition of conspiracy, conspiring together, even though there was no crime. They didn't actually shut down the ECA. They didn't actually break the ECA. Nobody actually forced Mike Pence to create this unilateral vote. They didn't go from another avenue, which they could have, from the legislative avenue. Instead, no actual criminality happened, and still the Smith investigation is going on. What is this bullshit? This is why it's a bullshit case.
Right. So it seems like you just disagree with the notion of criminal conspiracy. I don't understand.
My brother, there was no actual they didn't actually break the law in the end. So why is there
I understand because
Pence
because it's criminal conspiracy. I understand they didn't break the law because Pence wouldn't.
It's just conspiracy. Yeah, you're forcing upon. I'm telling you, you're a conspiracy theorist. That's what I've been telling you. You're coming up with this theory that there might be a conspiracy. That's what I'm calling.
No, it's not. It's not a theory. They wrote it down. It's criminal conspiracy.
It's legal. It's legal.
Criminal
theory.
conspiracy.
Criminal
conspiracy is not legal.
Legal theory. It's legal. It's legal talk. Legal theory. It's
criminal conspiracy is not
lawyers
legal.
Speaking with one another. Legal
criminal
theory.
conspiracy
Yes.
is not legal. And also, at bare minimum, some of them were.
Lawyer talk is legal theory. It's not conspiracy. It's not criminal theory. It's not.
It's criminal conspiracy. And also, at bare minimum, some of them were involved in the fake electors thing, and it's illegal to send fake elector slates to NARA, which they tried to do.
If the crime happened, you would.
People already. Right. I mean, like, we can pull up the certificates of the fake electors. Do you want to see that? Do you want to see the video of the Wisconsin?
The only proof you have is that they understood that it was illegal and they couldn't do it, and then they backed off immediately. That's all proof you have. We have the documents themselves. We have the envelopes they were mailed in. We have the video. We have the videos of them signing them. We have the. Like, this is lawyer talking to one another.
This isn't right now I'm talking about an action that they actually did, which was sign and transmit fake electoral votes.
Who?
The fake electors. Sidney Powell and a bunch of other people in Georgia, and Kenneth Chesebro in Wisconsin, and a bunch of other people in Wisconsin. We can pull up some of their names, like.
And those electoral votes came up as what? Later after this is basically what they were relying on.
Well, initially they wanted to get a state to certify their fake electors. That never ended up happening. So next, they basically said, well, this is basically a quote from John Eastman. I can pull up the exact quote, but John Eastman said, well, despite the fact that they aren't certified, we can still use them to create enough confusion to not certify the election. So Kenneth Chesebro said, what we could have Pence do is say Pence has 2 slates of electoral votes from the 7 swing states, and therefore he shouldn't count any of them. He should just send it back to the states to determine which ones to certify. And then John Eastman said, actually, that wouldn't work either. We should just have Pence not certify the vote at all.
Who's John Eastman, by the way?
He's a lawyer for Trump.
Okay. And every time I read John Eastman, he's actually rectifying and fixing Jacob's legal theory. So it seems like Jacob is the one kind of enticing all these conspiracy, and then John is actually...
Greg Jacobs is Pence's legal counsel who explained to Mike Pence why Pence couldn't follow through with the plan.
The opposite. It seems like John is actually coming up with all this legal theory.
Yes,
and then Jacob
exactly.
is helping him.
Explaining why it's wrong.
So who's Jacob? Another lawyer?
Greg Jacobs is Mike Pence's legal counsel.
Perfect. Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. This is all my claim. This is 2 lawyers speaking with one another, trying to understand if they can actually come up with some kind of way to prove...
This is John Eastman arguing that Mike Pence should break the law so they can overturn the election. That is what this is. You would never hold this standard to Kamala Harris, by the way, if it came out like Kamala Harris had lawyers saying that she could overturn the election. You would never, ever hold that standard to a Democrat.
If you tell me there was a Democrat trying to say right now that they had extra votes that they found and extra electorals that are going to come out and actually confess that they found extra votes, and those votes are enough to overthrow that state or that certain election, and you're going to tell me that can lead to the overthrow of the whole voting matter, honestly, I would accept it.
Okay, that's insane. I wouldn't accept it either, but okay.
Well,
I don't believe you either. I don't believe you either, considering, again, you, in this very conversation, you're holding Biden and Trump to very different standards.
Look at this.
Wait, can you just answer? Do you think it's worse that Trump pardoned 5 different people for obstructing justice on his behalf versus Biden pardoned his own son?
No, because I'm okay with those specific pardons. I'm okay with looking at a certain crime, understanding and
why are you okay with them just because they're a specific pardon?
Fine. Looking at a certain crime or allowing a certain, for example, litmus test saying, oh look, this guy served a little bit of time. Oh, this guy is already hurt by his reputation. Oh, something happened to this guy here. Or maybe there's a possibility that this investigation is not true, and this is I'm gonna go ahead and give him a pardoning. So usually, there's a specific manner and a specific matter why the president actually pardons a human being. But the idea that you're giving a complete void, a complete veil, where you're not allowed to touch the son of the president of the United States of America for the past 10 years, even knowing that there's some kind of shady dealings, not only is the gun charges, let alone those are the smallest pieces of evidence that we have. We have so much more coming from Burisma, the entanglement he has with his cocaine friends, possibly drug trafficking.
You're rambling. This is relevant. We already ran through this.
Nobody can bring up any charges, even though evidence could be found in the future, is insane.
We already ran through this.
I've never seen anyone be held on that standard. Usually, you're being pardoned on something that you've already seen the evidence for.
I gave you an example. I get Nixon's pardon. Nixon's pardon was also general in the same way Biden's pardon was. But we already ran through that just because a pardon is general versus specific doesn't make one pardon better or one pardon worse. I think it's worse because it's more corrupt of Trump to pardon 5 different people accused of obstructing justice on his behalf than it is for Biden to pardon his own son after Republicans investigated him for years and charged him with lying on a fucking gun form. Like, really, dude?
Why are you mad that he pardoned those are those the guys that came in the Capitol? Is that who you're talking about?
No.
Or like Michael,
Trump,
or like
Trump
Michael
can't
Flynn.
pardon them. Can't pardon the J6ers until he actually gets in office. I'm upset that he pardoned people like Paul Manafort and Roger Stone, who were accused of lying to Robert Mueller and witness tampering and lying to Congress on Trump's behalf.
Okay, I get it. Yeah, but that's like a 2-year crime. Okay, it's
That's
not
a 2-year
like breaking.
crime.
Okay, it's not like money laundering on a white scheme. It's not interfering with other governmental orders.
But Biden was not.
Other
Hunter Biden was
government.
not charged with any of that.
Yeah,
but
the
okay.
Biden's interfering with the Ukrainian government orders.
They were not
It's
charged
not,
with that.
and
the
choosing
Republicans
who's-
found nothing.
Also, firing the Poroshenko, the Attorney General of the whole Ukrainian state.
Hunter Biden and Joe Biden weren't charged with that because the Republicans investigated it and the Republicans found nothing. Or I was going to say found nothing. They found nothing implicating Joe
It
Biden.
doesn't
I should
matter what
say,
you
but-
tell me. The fact check you showed me was BS. There were no sources. And we have it from Biden's
What
own
no
mouth. He said he
sources?
gave a call, and for the second day, the $1 billion
doesn't constitute
was
a
never going to
crime.
show up. Anyways, man, I don't know, Nanfan. I don't know why you need to take a chill pill. What's happening to you is
I need to
you
take a
got
chill
so
pill. Okay.
mad. You got so mad you lost
Uh-huh.
to Trump.
Mm-hmm.
And now you're just like going like full psycho addicto, like
Am I?
crazy. Yeah, like I wouldn't be surprised if you're drinking lean right now.
I drink caffeine. I don't drink lean, but I don't like what do you mean I'm going full psycho? All I'm saying is I don't really care that much about Biden pardoning Hunter Biden because Trump abuses pardon power way worse. That's why I'm not losing sleep over it, even though I do think it's probably bad. But
Brother, you have to agree with me. This is an insane pardon. Like usually people are pardoned for something they've already committed crimes for. You're not pardoned for
I don't think it's that.
everything
No,
you could have
President
committed
pardoning
crime
his
on.
son after he's been investigated by Republicans nonstop for years and accused of
Brother,
two relatively minor crimes. That's not
Brother,
an insane pardon. No.
if you told me, listen, this is why I told you free Biden, because I thought the pardon was over the gun charges. I thought the pardon was over like some kind of the cocaine charges. I thought he was gonna write pardon for this specific. I literally thought and when I heard of that Joe Biden was pardoning Hunter, I thought it was gonna say Joe Biden pardoned Hunter for his as an addict, and I knew he was going to mention something about his addiction in the pardoning, but I thought it was going to be for his gun violence or gun possession case or some kind of felony charges or something of some sort that I haven't heard about. The idea that he gave him a complete general pardon is insane to me. I couldn't even expect it. I never even thought about it for 10 years, and all the 10 years that we actually
That's
suspected
not like
there was some kind of corruption.
how many years have Republicans investigated Hunter Biden and found nothing? I don't think it's that insane to give him a general pardon when Republicans
when
will
we asked
never
for
stop
evidence,
investigating him.
We weren't allowed to be asked for evidence from the Ukrainian government.
You weren't allowed to withhold aid to try to interfere in the 2020 election. Tough break, dude.
So Trump, when he comes and he was going to get some evidence, now Joe Biden completely pardoned Hunter Biden, and now no charges could ever be brought forward. Do you not see how crazy this is?
I mean, again, I don't think the pardon is necessarily good. I just don't think it's that crazy that a president would pardon his own son after Republicans investigated him for years and years and years and years and years and years and
Already,
years.
I told you, I wouldn't have even thought about it as corruption. You called it corruption and scummy. I wouldn't have even thought about it like that. I would have been like, hey, this is Big Daddy. He's helping me. Big Daddy saving my day. I would have been like, hell yeah, no
You don't think
problem.
that's corrupt? You don't think a president pardoning their son is corrupt?
Yeah, I'm like, Big Daddy, you're supposed to take care of me, baby. What the hell? Of course, you're the big president. You're gonna at least give me cake. Bring me some cake home. Bring me some tutti fruttis. What the hell? You got all that money, Daddy. You're working all day. Bring me some tutti fruttis with you. But the idea that he's completely, I couldn't believe it. Non-fun. You have to agree with me. This is unprecedented.
Nope, I already gave you an example. Nixon's pardon. Nope, Nixon's pardon was also general.
Who pardoned Nixon generally?
Gerald Ford. Do you know who Gerald Ford is? Do you know what Nixon did?
10-year clemency? 10-year clemency?
5 years.
Okay, so this is even worse than fucking Nixon. Holy shit! By the way, Nixon.
You said it was you said it was unprecedented, and I gave you another example of a general pardon.
The only one you gave us is a 5-year.
Does it need to be exactly 10 years? This is insane. This is it again. It's an insane standard that you would never hold if this happened on your side.
It's never happened before. Never happened before.
I gave you an example. It did happen before. Someone gave Nixon a general pardon for 5 years. Gerald Ford did.
Exactly. It's never happened before. I knew you were never going to be able to get 10 years. This is crazy.
I mean, I agree. Like, no, like, how specific does it need to be? No one named Hunter Biden has been pardoned before for 10 years. You would just move the. I am a serious person, but you're just gonna move the goalpost wherever. Generally,
let's get some likes on the non-fun page. Come on, boys. We got a lot of people watching on YouTube. Let's get some likes for non-fun, because I'm about to clap them cheeks. Listen here, non-fun.
Mm-hmm.
So you're gonna act like you're a Democrat and you care about America and you care about the prosperity of America.
Yep.
And then you're gonna see Joe Biden, the disgusting, slimy president.
My president.
Lost
president.
your election. He lost your election. He lost you your party's power. You're not mad at him?
For that, I kind of am mad at him. Yeah, I would say.
Yeah, right. We're mad, right? We're fucking as liberals. We're mad at Joe. Fuck you, Joe. Anyways. So, Joe ruined it for us, right? He ruined the stability of our nation's ability to smoke weed every day. But non-fun, how can you call yourself a liberal that cares about democracy and allow Joe Biden to pardon his son, who potentially...
how many times have I said again, I think it's an act of corruption, and I think it's not a good pardon. It's very divisive for no reason.
Like I am crazy. For mentioning,
you are crazy because you hold insane double standards that you would never hold if this was on the other side. Like, and not only do you have these double standards, you have these double standards despite not knowing the facts of the case. You don't know any of the facts of what happened on January 6th. You don't even know who John Eastman is.
You're right. I don't know every single fact, but
you don't know. Stop. No. No. You don't not know every single fact. You don't know who literally the main contributor to the January 6th plot was John Eastman. You don't know anything. You don't know anything.
Well, honestly, I wasn't looking at the January 6th Pennsylvania electoral. I was looking at the Georgia mostly. Those cases over there the most, and those all faltered.
John Eastman is probably indicted in Arizona too, in Georgia too. Yeah, John Eastman is indicted in Georgia too. So if you know a lot about the Georgia case, you should know about John Eastman. But you don't actually haven't read. The only thing you've read about the Georgia Ritual case is that the prosecutors slept with each other, and therefore it's all corrupt and everything's all fake. But
I mean, why would she fuck the dude if she was fucking she ruined the whole fucking taxpayer investigation. She's so stupid.
Yeah, I agree. Yep,
she knew she was gonna fucking do that if she fucked him.
Yep, I agree.
She's so retarded. Like the idea that these fuckers are like, I don't even understand this. Like she might have had a case and then she ruined it. It's crazy. I don't know what to tell you. But to be honest, that's why I keep telling me every time I look at any of these cases, looks like fraud. Looks like there's honestly that was fraud. That Georgia Fannie Willis bullshit is fraud. The other one is lack of evidence. The other one is conspiracy to enact a crime that never was enacted. What a load of fucking bullshit, man.
Do you agree that it is illegal to plan a crime?
Fuck that Smith investigation. You need to be mad about the Smith investigation. It took all our taxpayers' dollars and fucking presented you with nothing. Are you not mad about this?
It didn't present us with nothing.
I'm gonna bring up how much.
Wait, it didn't present us with nothing. It presented us with a lot of evidence. We're gonna get when Jack Smith is gonna release a 800-page report on the January 6th stuff, and I'm gonna read all of it. Like it doesn't present us with nothing at all. I understand that you haven't actually read any indictments and you don't know anything about it at all, but it does present us with a lot of evidence if you actually pay attention to it.
Because my understanding, Smith was basically the head of every single one of these indictments, all of them together.
No.
I was reading a lot of this.
He was the special prosecutor for the federal election interference case and the Mar-a-Lago federal documents case. I don't know if he might have funded some.
He's the one that
it wouldn't surprise me. What?
Is he not the one that hired?
Hired who? Your microphone is like a bad microphone. I don't think he
Hello?
hired any of the other prosecutors, but
Hello?
it wouldn't surprise me if they did give money to the states to do it or whatever. Hello? Hey, your microphone sounded better when he said it. When he said hello. But
Yeah. So I want to know who hired Fannie Willis.
I don't know. How do you spell her name?
Fannie Willis. FANNIWILLIS. My understanding was him. It was the special counsel that hired her. So he's the one. The special counsel is the one that hired all the criminal investigators for all the different states, right?
I don't think so. No.
That's why all of them were dropped all at the same time.
No. Yeah, I don't think that's correct. No, I don't think so. No, because these are. It's a state. Like in the U.S., like the state government and federal government are different. They can cooperate sometimes, but she's not like appointed by the state. District attorneys are not like appointed by the federal government. They're elected in the state.
Okay, so Jack Smith only had 2 criminal cases
Yeah.
against Trump.
Yeah.
So okay. Then the Fulton County case is something else by itself. Okay, my bad.
Yeah. It's by the state government, not the federal government.
Okay, yeah, you're right. Okay. So the Smith investigation here is brought up. What was the final take of this? You said that he's gonna write up a book.
He can't prosecute Trump anymore because Trump is president-elect. So yeah, he's gonna write he's required by law actually to write a special counsel report. It's probably gonna be like 400 pages per case at least, and he's gonna give that report to the Attorney General, Merrick Garland, and Merrick Garland would choose whether or not to release that report. Merrick Garland said he was going to choose to release it. I imagine he probably will, although there's some doubt there. But yeah, that's the.
Wow, Smith went for without prejudice, so he can maybe bring it back up after Trump leaves office.
Yeah, it's unlikely, but yeah.
I mean, that's crazy. The indictment included dozens of felony counts, accusing him of illegally hoarding classified records from his presidency at his Mar-a-Lago estate and obstructing federal efforts to get them back.
Yep.
That was the second case.
Yeah, the documents case and the
it was
election
two cases,
interference.
The FBI case and then the FBI Mar-a-Lago case, and then which I proved to you was a complete hoax. That
It's not a complete hoax.
The whole picture was a hoax. The whole picture was a hoax.
No, just because they have the classified document marking things that they put over the documents doesn't make it a complete hoax. But okay.
The whole thing was a complete hoax. The idea that these are classified documents, those were implanted there by the FBI afterwards, then took picture of it. That's not how they actually recovered the files. Sure. That's literally proven 100%. Anyways, so that case is already a failure because the president can actually declassify whatever he wants. And then this
wait, Minar, just real quick. Minar, real quick. Why did Donald Trump say? Wait, Minar. Why did Donald Trump say I could?
How are you not mad at Smith? Why didn't he bring up a better case?
But I think Jack Smith did a really, really good job. I think Jack Smith brought a good case. I think Merrick Garland was a little bit slow in appointing Jack Smith, which is a failure on his part. But also, Minar, why did Donald Trump say I could have declassified these, but I didn't, if he had already declassified them?
Because I bet you he was talking about something else. I bet you.
Yeah, okay.
And you're reading way too much into it. You only watch one interview out of 100 million interviews.
It wasn't an interview. It was a wire. They recorded it.
Yeah, exactly. Like I remember the case, and nobody knew what the hell he was talking about. It could have been.
That's not true at all. But okay.
He said.
Why did
He said in ambiguous terms.
Not ambiguous.
If I remember correctly, he said I could have. I had a lot of files, and I could have.
This is insane. Minar. This is why I don't care, Minar.
Nobody knows if he was
This is why.
Any one of them.
This is why I don't give a fuck.
This
At
is
all.
hearsay.
Zero
you know that
fucks,
hearsay,
okay?
You fucking retard. You're literally basing your whole.
This is why.
No, shut up,
No.
man. Not fun. You're literally basing your whole like judgment on somebody over hearsay. You're dumb. You're like dumb.
Not
You're
hearsay.
Like,
he said it
brain.
himself. This is
This
why
is-
this is why I give
yeah,
zero
but it's
fucks
hearsay
that Hunter
because you don't know
Biden
what
was
he
pardoned.
looking at. You
Okay.
don't know if he's talking about a single file. You don't know if he's talking about what file. He didn't say it was the Mar-a-Lago files. He didn't say anything. You don't know anything. He literally was talking to a random girl, and he didn't know he was being recorded. But because he's in Florida, he can be recorded. It's not illegal, and therefore he said something about some kind of file. And you're literally using hearsay to come up with a fucking judgment. You're such a fucking shitter.
Okay.
This is crazy, man.
This is why I
How
don't
can
give
you
a
come up with
single
logic
fuck
like
at
this?
all about for why Hunter Biden was pardoned. Because despite all of the evidence we have of Donald Trump doing crime, these people don't care at all that Jack Smith can't prosecute him anymore. Because literally all he does is say, actually, maybe Donald Trump was just lying and didn't actually steal documents, and Donald Trump, blah, 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 blah. Donald Trump is actually perfectly justified to pardon all these people lying to Robert Mueller. You're totally unprincipled, and you're totally unprincipled despite not even having knowledge. You didn't even know who John Eastman was. Okay, I'm gonna turn him down for a second. He didn't even know who John Eastman was, yet he somehow has a super strong opinion on the January 6th case, which doesn't make sense at all. Totally unprincipled, doesn't know anything. Then why I don't care that Hunter Biden was pardoned? Like, is it an act of corruption? Sure, but these people don't care about acts of corruption. Why the fuck would I ever apologize for Hunter Biden being pardoned when you won't apologize for January 6th, when you won't apologize for the documents case? You think both of those things were completely made up. You won't apologize for any of Trump's rhetoric about the 2020 election, all of the lies about that. You won't apologize or take accountability for anything. So why the fuck would I care if Biden pardons his son? Really, dude? Really, dude? Pardoning his son after Republicans investigated him for years? I don't give a fuck at all. Okay.
No, I'm unprincipled, but you're so worried about this criminal theory that's fucking a lot of bullshit. But you literally have no problem that Hunter Biden could be the biggest criminal on earth and Joe Biden just fucking pardoned him over everything. Every other
Given the fact that Republicans have been investigating Hunter Biden for like 4 years straight, and they haven't found very much. They can only get him on a gun charge. I'm not very concerned that he's the biggest criminal ever. I'm way more concerned that the person who we elected president did actually commit crimes. But okay.
Take you seriously, man. Who can take you seriously? You're supposed to be the serious guy, and you won't even care if the most broad.
Not in front of you. Not in front of you. Nope. Not in front of you when you take no accountability for anything. Not in front of you. No, I don't give a fuck at all.
You don't give a fuck about anything legal or anything unconstitutional or anything that could be criminal. You don't care about that. You already proved it. You
Right.
already proved about the Hunter case. You don't have an actual bad opinion about this. You keep saying it's corrupt, but I'm gonna keep supporting the Democratic Party, and I support Joe Biden everything he said. No,
I support everything Joe Biden says.
I'm
Yes,
good
that's
in
my
here.
position.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm supposed to be the unprincipled one when you literally have no care about any kind of criminal charges that could be brought up, that could be actual, effective of a foreign government, some kind of foreign diplomacy. This is insane, man. This is absolutely insane. Maybe he murdered somebody. Now federally we can't even sue him. And you're not worried about that. I'm supposed to worry about Jack Smith, though? Fuck that. Fuck you.
Yeah, in front of you, I don't care at all because you refuse to take any accountability for anything Trump has ever done. So I'm not going to sit here and apologize for Biden doing 1/100th of what Trump has done when you won't even admit that Trump did anything wrong.
You cannot be serious, bro. You cannot be a serious person.
I'm 100% serious.
Anyways, you already claimed that you don't care about criminal law. Anyways, you don't care about anything.
Did I say
You
that? I
care
don't
if
think
Joe
I
Biden
claimed that
committed a
ever.
Murder and he was pardoned. You don't care about nobody. You're gonna come here and tell me Jared Kushner's dad hired a prostitute.
I mean, I don't know the specifics of that case, but your the reason I brought that up is you said, don't you think it's weird? Don't you think it's bad that Hunter Biden or that Biden pardoned his son or his family? And I was like, well, Trump did the same thing. He pardoned his son-in-law's father. So like, clearly in principle, you don't care about that.
I want to know, where do you get your moral compass from?
This is totally tangential, but like.
Yeah, because honestly, why are we even talking about? Now I remember, man. You don't even care about criminal law. Like, you don't care about criminal theory.
I don't care about criminal law when it comes to morality, but I care about criminal law when it comes to some other things.
Your president has a son that broke the law and he got pardoned. You don't give a fuck.
Not in front of you. Again, if Biden does 1/100th of what Trump did, and you won't take accountability for anything Trump did, then no, I'm not going to sit here and apologize for that in front of you when you don't take accountability for anything.
I told you the Paul Manafort thing. It could be, at least that's something that I could at least come up with a theory that, hey, maybe Trump saw that Paul Manafort spent enough time
Right.
actually Trump in this specific case saw that this legal theory had holes, and he wanted to kind of pardon him and open up the maybe the charges for something else to come forward that's better. But the idea that Trump is gonna walk in, give a complete pardon on Ivanka Trump or Barron Trump, and Barron Trump is a fucking known cockhead that's been selling drugs and buying prostitutes for the past 10 years, and potentially has been in dealings with energy companies, and potentially has been affecting foreign affairs of other nations. You're gonna tell me I'm gonna be acting like I'm not understanding you. You're strawmanning me so fucking hard. It's crazy. You're insane. You're insane. Nobody can deal with you seriously, bro. The idea that I'm gonna allow Trump to do that is insane. I'm not gonna be like you. Oh, I love
You
this
do allow
Trump.
Trump to do it. You don't care. You don't take accountability for anything.
No, no, no. If Trump did that, I would be like, holy shit, Trump is the most corrupt human being in the world. We should never support Trump. I'm not like you. I don't have allegiance to the Democratic Party or the Republican Party. If you remember,
Right.
I would have voted Democrat last year when Bernie was there. Now I'm gonna vote Republican because MAGA's there because it's fucking populist. But the idea, I'm like you, I have allegiance to a party, and no matter what the president does of that party, I'm gonna follow orders. It's crazy. The Jack Smith, if you prove that they actually broke the law and broke those minor violations,
They wrote it down. They said
They wrote
one
down
more
that they were
relatively
thinking
minor
about-
violation, Minar.
because there was actual evidence of an investigation
It
going on. so
doesn't
they were
matter.
asking
Even if there
questions.
was election fraud, it would still be
But
breaking
they
the
didn't
Electoral
commit
Count
it.
Act.
They're not like your brother.
That's why it's
They're not like
conspiracy.
your
That's why they're
Biden,
charged
where
with
he actually put
conspiracy to
people-
obstruct an official proceeding,
he
not
actually
actually
fucked
obstructing an official
whores.
proceeding.
They're not like Biden, where he actually fucked whores and sniffed cocaine out of their ass cracks.
But I never voted for Hunter Biden. That'd be relevant if I was voting for Hunter Biden, but
But you're acting like I'm supposed to be okay with this fucking pardon. I'm not gonna be okay with this. This is insane.
I'm not acting like I know you're not okay with it. What I'm saying is I'm not going to sit here and apologize for Biden doing 1/100th of what Trump did when he won't take accountability for anything Trump does.
Bro, I hate Trump's stances on Israel. I'll give you that. but
Oh,
it's
there's
not
that.
in
Yeah,
any
okay, don't worry, we got
economic
that. Right.
Trump does. I hated when Trump. For
I
example,
meant more like the accountability for the crimes Trump
removed
committed, but
itemized deductions out of the W-2s. I hated that, but like that's so minor compared to fucking Biden starting World War III and funding Ukraine to bomb into Russia, and now
Based,
100,000 Ukrainians
based.
died, and then sending money and weapons to Israel.
base,
And now,
even more based.
ending
Hell
up
yeah.
With 1.9 million displaced humans.
Wait, Minar, Minar,
compared to
what
Biden is doing, Trump was doing.
Minar, what is UN General Assembly? What is UN General Assembly Resolution 181?
181 was the 1947 borders.
Okay, there we go. Thank you. You got it right. You got it right this time. I'm proud of you, Minar. I'm proud of you,
1947
Minar.
lines, at least.
Yeah, the 47 partition plan. Yes, thanks.
Bro, I'm a gangster at the Israeli debate now.
All right.
You wanna
Well,
go to that one
last time we asked you that, you didn't remember.
You want to
but-
go to that one and that one? But anyways, man, hey,
I
I learned
know.
a lot about this Jack Smith investigation, but honestly, I just feel like you're reading a little bit way too into it. I feel like the idea that
that they
there
committed
was some
criminal
kind of,
conspiracy.
criminal conspiracy, you could argue if there was
Oh, you
anything
took
bad that
like,
came out of
it
it.
took like what, a year for you to get it right? Yeah, that's right.
Who?
That was simple. He said it just took you a year to get the UN General Assembly Resolution 181 thing right.
Bro, no, Sample actually is going to argue that the Resolution 181 is not a real resolution and is not binding.
Well, it's not legally binding because UN General Assembly resolutions aren't legally binding. Do you still hold
well,
a position
how
that
the
it's legally
hell-
binding?
Well, but that was the resolution that was quoted in the Independence.
Just because Israel quotes it in
How
its
is it not
Declaration of
legal?
Independence does not make it legally binding.
Well, why would the independence of a country in their independence statement write up and quote Resolution 181 twice?
Because that was them showing that they accepted it and that they wanted to declare independence on these borders. But then
Because
the
that was the
Palestinians didn't
only
accept
reference
it.
they had to prove that they had those borders. There's no other legal reference they had. Besides, like some U.S. arms ties agreements, which is bullshit. Like Besides that, there was literally nothing else. Show me. Is there anything else
You
between?
don't need. You realize like the U.S. declared independence and the UN didn't even exist yet. Like they didn't have to cite exactly what their borders were. This isn't the standard
but the
that we
UN
hold other
already-
countries to. I don't think a lot of countries cited exactly what their borders were when they declared independence, or even when the UN accepted
Why
them.
did Israel cite you in 1947 if they didn't care about those borderlines?
Because they cared about the borderlines. Those are the borders that they wanted. Or I shouldn't say that. Those were the borders they were willing to grit their teeth and accept, I should say. But
Okay. Yeah. And so they believed it to be the legal binding document to create those
that
borders.
doesn't require it being legally binding. That just requires it
Okay, but
existing and being a
that's what
general.
they used. I know it doesn't require it, but that's what they used. I know U.S. general agreements don't have to be legally binding, but they could be.
I think in principle they can be, but just because they're
For
quoted,
example, I'll give you
just
an
because
example. The special resolution quoted UN Resolution 181 multiple times. So the idea that special council resolution,
what quoted it? What quoted it?
special council resolutions used to quote the UN.
A special
resolution.
you mean a security? Just because the Security Council quotes it doesn't make it legally binding either.
Yeah, but the Security Council agreements are legally binding.
Not all of them are, but I also don't. You'd have to specify which one, but that doesn't make UN Resolution 181 itself legally binding.
Security Council agreements that
doesn't surprise me. I know a lot of them quote each other, but it doesn't actually make them legally binding. Like I can quote whatever I want, doesn't make it legally.
General Committee agreements are quoted by the Special Committee, and those are legally binding. So,
not all of them are, but that doesn't make them legally binding.
That those use each other.
Well, just because they use each other doesn't make it legally binding.
What the argument here is that UN Resolution 181 is not a legal document?
Legal document doesn't mean legally binding.
Then why is it quoted in the U.S. And the Israeli independence?
Because they wanted to accept those borders. Like what? I don't know what you mean.
I don't even understand that. So why would they accept the borders of Resolution 181 if they don't believe this is the legally binding order? Like this is crazy.
Because there was a UN General Assembly resolution, and it felt like it gave them legitimacy, and they wanted to accept those borders. That was them committing to the peace plan.
And B is not C. Like I'm talking to a toddler.
Right.
Like okay, so he doesn't accept the. So UN Resolution 181 is not legally binding resolution, or even though it's quoted in multiple Security Committee agreements.
So it doesn't. That doesn't follow that it makes it legally binding.
It's quoted in the independence of Israel's statement, and it's still
Right,
now.
that does not follow. It's a non sequitur. That doesn't make it legally binding.
But guys, UN resolution has no legal power and is not actually the legal reference that Israel used to create the borders of 1947. What the fuck am I talking? Who am I talking? I'm talking to the wall. I'd rather talk to the wall. Let me talk to the wall. What up, wall?
Right.
This blue doesn't fit you.
So I don't see if we we have premise 1, UN General Assembly Resolution 181 is cited in Israel's Declaration of Independence. Therefore, UN Resolution 181 is legally binding. That does not logically follow. The conclusion does not follow from the premise there. Like,
why if I turn on my camera, they can't see me? Damn. Oh, look, Hunter Biden and Joe. Big Daddy.
I mean, I have to do this, but it's not really. I don't know. It's not.
Oh, okay. Anyways, man, you're not a serious person, man. You don't care about criminality. Joe Biden could be the Hunter and the Biden family could be the most biggest criminals in the world. You're totally cool with them being part of it. The Jack Smith investigation is a hoax, and you're cool with that, actually.
Yep. I hope all my taxpayer money goes to Jack Smith just so you can burn it. Just so you can burn it.
Yeah, just burn the taxpayer money over a hoax and literally put the Trump in jail over some kind of conspiracy theory that doesn't
criminal conspiracy
line up. Yeah, criminal conspiracy that didn't even happen. Okay, whatever. It's like saying, hey, can you say that? Can you say they conspired to murder somebody, but they never murdered?
Yes. Criminal conspiracy to murder them. Yeah. There was.
But that's not what happened. The guy said no. What happened was two lawyers were talking. Hey, Is this something you could do? No, you cannot do this. Okay, well, what about this? Can I do this? No, you cannot do that. Well, what about here? Let's try that here.
This isn't true.
No.
This isn't true
Well,
at all.
no,
Despite Greg Jacobs,
It wasn't-
kept telling Eastman this was illegal, but Eastman wanted to do it anyways. Eastman kept telling Pence to do it. It doesn't. Yeah,
Yeah, but every single time he was bringing new theory forward, new law.
that's not true. He cited the same theory like 4 times. Like, you just like read the January 6th report and like learn all this stuff. Like, I haven't even read most of it yet, but like you can just like read the J6 report and like they go over this. They like quote the deposition of all the people they interviewed. They quote the emails that we all have. They quote the memos we all have.
But
you don't actually care about any of that.
I can't wait for you to cry about every single little small thing that Trump does. But you're so fucking cool with the biggest fucking calamities that Joe Biden commit. Joe Biden starts World War III by sending weapons so Ukraine can...
Has World War III started? Like,
based.
It is
Joe
based.
Biden,
It is
Joe
based.
Biden pardons Hunter Biden over criminality, over fucking potentially starting the biggest calamity in the universe, a World War III, starting Ukraine from Ukraine.
Based.
And we have evidence that Hunter Biden is linked to Ukraine for many years. And
I
then
hope Hunter Biden
goes ahead
causes
and
World War
pardons
III
them
in
for
Ukraine.
those years, so we can't actually even investigate Hunter anymore. You're totally cool with that. But somehow I'm supposed to get mad and really pissed off over fucking Trump and Jack Smith. Go fuck yourself! What a fucking unserious person you are! You're so unserious. Such a
I do think Biden letting Ukraine strike into Russia is base, because I think Ukraine should actually be allowed to win the fucking war that Russia started. But I mean, again, on the Hunter Biden thing, I'm not here to defend the Hunter Biden pardon necessarily. What I'm here to say is that I'm not going to sit here and apologize for Biden doing 1/100th of what Trump did.
Well, is it based that Russia retaliated with the intercontinental missile?
Nope, that's not based. That's cringe. I hate Russia. Boo, Russia.
So that's not based, huh? That Russia can actually nuke the shit out of us and nuke all of our allies. That's not
No,
based.
Russia. Thank you, Alex, for the sub. By the way, Russia attacking Ukraine is not based. Ukraine defending itself against Russia is based. Very easy calculus there.
Ukraine bombing into Russia, that's based, but God forbid the Russia puts a preliminary border and doesn't allow
preliminary border. Yes, God forbid Russia invade a sovereign democratic nation.
I can't even imagine Mexico getting that close with their fucking intercontinental missile. That's crazy.
Right.
You're unserious, because I'm supposed to be mad about everything Trump did, but you have nothing to ever say about Biden ever, and the least thing
I do. I have criticisms of Biden. We're talking about Ukraine right now. I don't think Biden did enough to help Ukraine. I think Biden waited way too long to let Ukraine strike into Russia. Biden has been like slow walking to Ukraine the entire time. It's fucking insane.
You're literally insane. Would you go fight in Ukraine right now if Biden drafts people?
I mean, he's not going to do that. But if I was drafted to fight in Ukraine, I probably would.
Well, if Russia starts fucking throwing intercontinental missiles at us,
we're not going to have boots on the ground. I shouldn't say we're not going to have boots on the ground. We're not going to have any major U.S. military involvement in Ukraine the same way we did like Afghanistan. But
we already have boots on the ground. You agree?
We might have like some special forces like covertly there, but we're not in the same way in Afghanistan and Iraq and these other.
At least know that the would-be assassin of Trump was on the ground there, at least, and that's an American citizen.
That's an American citizen just going to Ukraine. Is not the same thing as the U.S. actually having boots on the ground there, but okay. And again, boots on the ground is like a spectrum. Like we kind of have boots on the ground in Israel because we have like U.S. servicemen operating a missile defense thing there. I wouldn't say like the U.S. operating a missile defense system in Ukraine is like necessarily is strictly, or I would say it's boots on the ground, but it's boots on the ground is a spectrum from that to like literal full involvement. Yeah. Like we are shipping all our military to over there to fight for Ukraine.
Totally normal, Will. If that's totally normal, why would he wait till the last 3 months of his presidency? It's so shady, such shady business. And non-fine is totally cool for him.
I'm not cool with that. I think he should have done it earlier.
He wants to distract you with the Jack Smith investigation and this kind of conspiracy theory of, oh my God,
right.
like the Trump lawyers talk to each other about, oh my God, can we actually Is this breaking the law? Oh my god. No fun. You're such a conspiracy theorist, man. This is crazy.
The point of bringing up
Like,
the Jack
you're so
Smith thing was to
smart
show
and
that
you're
you
wasting
never
all
hold Trump accountable for anything he does. So I'm not going to sit here and apologize for every little thing that Biden does.
Bro, if Trump sits here and pardons Jared Kushner, who turns out to be a murdering coke
You don't care
fiend,
though, because
who sniffs
he pardoned
crack out of
he pardoned.
prostitutes ass crack, I would not be fucking cool with Trump pardoning him. No.
Trump pardoned Jared Kushner's father. You don't care. Trump pardoned 5 different people who obstructed justice for the Mueller investigation and lied to Congress about the Russian interference stuff. You don't care about that. You don't care about the fact that he went on like Fox and Friends and asked his DOJ to investigate Hillary Clinton. You don't care about that. Like, you don't care about any. I believe he also, there were other people he wanted the DOJ to go after too. What did you say, sir?
Your own chat is roasting you, bro.
Yeah, Malibu's an insane like leftist person. You would hate
Bro, your
Malibu,
whole
but
chat is roasting you. Normal Will is talking about you coming back to normality. Adventure thinks you look like Steve Perry, which is funny.
I have no clue who Steve Perry is.
Probably some nerd though. Anyways, man, like, be honest, man. You don't care. I can't care about Jack Smith when you can't care about Joe Biden. I really can't. You have to tell me this is the biggest calamity I've ever seen in my life. Hunter Biden was actually gonna go to jail. We were gonna get so much.
Donald Trump is probably going to go to jail.
Now we can't even sue him. Now we
This
can't
is
even sue him to
insane.
get any evidence.
I mean, you can civilly sue him probably, but like it's this is insane. The things Trump is accused of trying to overturn a fucking election, and Hunter Biden is just like he did crack and had prostitutes and like got money out of Burisma from Ukraine because his dad was vice president. Like, are you kidding me?
Oh man, this is insane. Can we get some non-fun likes? Like, come on, I see 15 people
True.
on YouTube. Can we get some
Like, you don't
subs
care?
on
Do you even know? Do you even know that like Trump was accused
You guys,
of getting
the
a
Superman is
wait,
against
Menard? Do you
that
know,
vegan?
Menard? Do you know that Trump was accused of getting a $10 million payment from Egypt? And then when the DOJ was investigating it, he told Bill Barr to get rid of it, which Bill Barr agreed to. Do you know about that? Do you think that's corruption?
Well, Adventure thinks Russia lost the Ukrainian war. What a loser. Imagine thinking that. That's crazy. Go ahead,
Can
sorry.
you answer my question? Do you know that Trump was accused of getting a $10 million payment from Egypt to his campaign, and the DOJ was investigating it, but when Trump was elected, he got rid of the investigation? Are you aware of that? Is any of that corruption? Like,
Show me. I want to read into it. I want to see if it's anything close to this Joe Biden fucking crazy thing, because Joe Biden is wow, it's insanity. That situation is insane. I can't believe I've never seen a general pardon like this. I've never seen anything like this before. I want to see.
I literally I quoted the thing that you before. Nixon's pardon was a general pardon. I understand it was only 5 years and not 10 years, so what a big difference. But literally, I don't think there's anywhere you wouldn't move the goalpost. If it was a 10-year pardon, you would just say this is different because it's his son, or like this is different because of the crimes committed.
Why would he not do a 5-year pardon? Why would he do a 10-year pardon? What the fuck, man?
Because Republicans have been investigating Hunter Biden nonstop for years, and House Republicans are insane and will try to indict Hunter Biden and anything they can get their hands on because Marjorie Taylor Greene farms Facebook likes off of it.
Listen, keep talking. I'm gonna run upstairs to get some water. I'll be...
Right. Interesting. Why Egypt? I forget exactly. I don't know. I think it was I think the allegation is that there was a quid pro quo because Trump was relatively friendly to Egypt. I think he gave Egypt more military aid than Obama did or whatever. But Bill Barr, Trump, Egypt payment. The allegation is that like Egypt gave the Trump campaign $10 million. The DOJ was investigating it, and Trump told Bill Barr to get rid of it, and then he did. I forget what the exact allegation is for the quid pro quo, but
Okay, so listen, this is the deal now, Fawn. I want you to give away your allegiance to the Democratic Party right now.
give away. I mean, I'm not like super committed to the Democratic Party. I think the Democrats have like the better policies right now, so that's why I vote for them. But like, I don't really.
The gays?
There are plenty of the gays.
What policy are you talking about that's better than the fucking MAGA?
Basically
Isn't MAGA
everything. I think
populist movement right now? Shouldn't you be supporting them?
I mean, there are populists in the Democratic Party as well, but
Are you like
I'm not. What? Sorry.
Tomfoolery thinks the populists are actually bad.
Stupid. I agree. Yes, correct.
Oh my god, what the fuck? I swear y'all are all getting paid from the same people. Listen, why?
Most of the populist policy is just stupid. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I think
Bro, I've never seen anybody come up with this conclusion in my life. Like, I need to understand how you guys
what's a populist policy? Like, a wealth tax is a populist policy. I think that's relatively stupid. Tariffs are a populist policy. I think that's pretty stupid. Like, a lot of the populist policy is just not particularly good. I think it comes from just like a misunderstanding of like.
Slutsky's saying that it's only conspiracy once they agree to do something, not when they discuss doing it.
They did agree to doing it. Or, well, the lawyers did. Pence didn't. Pence didn't go through with it. If Pence went through with it, that would actually be committing the crime. But also, you have no clue what the legal definition for criminal conspiracy is. Don't pretend like you know that. Shut the fuck up, bitch.
Of course, no, I'm not a genius, but like you, but like, come on, man. I'll give you a Filet-O-Fish sandwich with half the cheese on it.
Wow, nice one.
Not fun. Give say I condemn you, the Democratic Party. I condemn you.
I mean, I think the Democratic Party is pretty good right now for the most part. I think there's some crazies in it, but.
Bro, how do you even know about? Okay. Let's get serious now. I really want to get away from this meta talk about bullshit like Jack Smith, and I want to get to the serious.
Yeah, the meta talk. Yeah.
Yeah, because really, this is bullshit talk. Like, this is not going to win you an election. Like, Jack Smith is not going to give you a fucking election, bro. Let's talk about how it's going to win you an election, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So you, as a Democrat, you want the gays to win, okay?
The gays to win, yes.
Let's write it down. Let's write it start a new notion.so and write gays, TW, and listen up here. I believe if you want to win the gays over again, what you want is you want a Democratic Party that's a
Malibu, I do think the Democrats do need to play in the populism more.
That's somebody that's...
We've had this conversation before. I do think the Democrats should... I'm not interested in talking about this again. I don't care.
What?
I'm not that interested in talking about... We're talking to you about what the Democratic strategy should be. We've already talked about this before.
You're just interested in them keeping losing, right? And talking about Jack Smith's bullshit investigation. That's what you're interested in.
I was more interested in talking about the Hunter Biden stuff, and we kind of ran through that. I'm not really interested in saying like, well, I think Democrats should play in a more populist rhetoric, but don't actually do populist like.
So you don't care about Democrats winning elections. You actually don't.
I do care. I care about Democrats winning elections.
By the way, he's making you cry.
Your heart. I mean, Malibu is dumb too, and also you guys aren't listening. I agree. Democrats should play in a more populist rhetoric. I just think a lot of actual populist policies are stupid.
No. You have to explain why you actually are anti-populism. This is insane. Because a lot of the populist policies are stupid. Like what do you want to go over? Like I think a lot of populism is just anti-establishment for the sake of being anti-establishment. I think it's very reductive to like reduce a lot of problems down to like a few things which populists try to do. Like the left does it with like class politics, saying like the rich are evil, and if we just tax the rich and regulate everything away, then we can to get rid of all our problems. I think the right does it to, with fucking Jews, depending on how far to the right you go. Some right-leaning people just do it to the government, but like I'm hungry. Give me a McChicken. Anyways, listen. What is this anti-establishment and only a few issues that's what they're running on? What if that's the only if that wins elections? Why the fuck are you not running on that shit, man? And obviously that wins elections. I don't understand.
I mean, again, I literally already said I do think Democrats do need to play into more populist rhetoric.
Into populism and suck the good parts out of it, like everything the Democratic Party's ever done, and then fuck everything else and fuck everybody when the actual the what do they say, the pedal hits the metal, or the iron hits the stove or whatever. So basically what I'm trying to say is act populist, and then don't actually enact any populist values.
I think you should play into populist rhetoric, but don't do like the actual dumb
Okay, what
policies.
populist rhetoric are you okay with playing into? Go ahead.
We've already been over this. Like, I think, like, again, it's a matter of like framing things. So like framing the YIMBYism thing. Like, you can frame the YIMBYism thing as like, you know, we need to get rid of government restrictions to build that restrict how private landowners can build homes, and we need to allow everyone to build affordable housing, things like that.
I just went through this with tomfoolery, and this is crazy to me because you guys are supposed to be the political analysts of the 8th degree. And I don't
think I claim to be that, but okay.
I don't see any political analysis happening. I don't see where's the analysis that why she lost. Where's the
What do you mean? Do you not think I've talked about that to people? I have talked about that with people. I don't know what you mean. Like,
with Sample?
I've talked about it with Sample. I've talked about it with Isaac. I've talked about it with a guy called the Process.
Let's take 15
We've
minutes.
already talked about it. We can do like 10 minutes
I've
on it.
actually talked to tomfoolery about it. I've never talked to you about it.
Yeah, that's great. You did talk to me about it.
Well, where did you give me the conclusion of the movement of the Democratic Party forward? How are you doing again?
I said we need to play into more populist rhetoric. I do think we need some like bold policy objectives. It's just that I think they have to be the right ones and not the dumb ones, and a lot of the dumb ones are the populist stuff. But
so, who do you think is the next presidential?
She would have done better if she saw her. I really don't know. It could be John Ossoff. It could be I don't know. It could be AOC. I kind of doubt it's AOC, but I think AOC could do decent.
It could be AOC. I believe you. But it's gonna take a while. I mean, you're gonna have to change all your rhetoric. Like, your rhetoric is disgusting. All your rhetoric right now is shameful, guilty-driven, like almost like social conditioning.
Oh, it could be Gavin Newsom too, but I don't think running anyone from California would be good. So.
Yeah, you're right. You need somebody from Arizona, like not from California. All right. Anyways, man, listen. Jack Smith is like Schlatsky said. I mean, unless you've proven that these guys agreed to commit conspiracy with one another, you haven't proven any conspiracy. Jack Smith's investigation came up with nothing. He actually did ended up with prejudice, so it's possible that it will come up with something.
It could come back, maybe.
Yeah, it could come back, but there's no evidence that he's actually gonna, get anything in fruition from this. And to be honest with you, it's time for you to bury the hatchet with Trump. I think you should move forward and forgive and forget. And, be thankful that you live in America around Manar Zaidlani, the king of the world, and, keep growing your YouTube channel. Worry about the Democrats. Yeah. I would worry about the Democrats.
Manar, I'm like 10 subscribers away from passing you. How do you feel about that?
Bro, I don't know what happened to me, bro. I really lost everything. After I lost my Twitch channel, I couldn't come back.
I guess. Damn. Well, that sucks.
Yeah, I couldn't come back. But we'll see. Maybe. But I've been debating a lot of big guys. Did you see my Speakeasy debate?
Not really. I clicked on it and you guys were like talking about like random like philosophy stuff that like I'm not that like interested in. So
I debated with Speakeasy about polygamy. That was fucking fire.
Yeah, I'm not interested in that. So
that was awesome. And then, but yeah, man, I'm not strictly politics. Hell no, I'm everything. Hey, I'll just tell you this. Don't be too happy about that because you never know what could happen, man. You never know when Manar might get his shot. Maybe I'll be debating Destiny tomorrow. You don't know. I'm in these...
Maybe, yeah.
I'm everywhere.
You should debate Destiny. Debate Destiny on Jack Smith. I want to see you squirm around debating him.
You did teach me a lot now.
Yeah?
You did teach me a lot. I'm ready.
Oh, I bet. He does Twitter Spaces. You could do. I don't know if he still does them. Before the election, he did them. You should show up to one of his Twitter Spaces and see.
Why don't we do a debate? You should do a big debate here soon, somewhere, like a big panel.
A big debate? I've been doing relatively big debates. I was in Hippy Dippy not that long ago.
What was that last one about?
The tariff one, the one on Admiral Gibbs' channel. I don't know. I built the, yeah. I was on the tariff debate thing with Gibbs. I think I built the Wick
What's the
bridge.
conclusion?
So hopefully Wick will probably be doing something with me soon. That'll be interesting. I need to figure out a way to build the Prime K's bridge, or Prime Kai's. I don't remember how to pronounce his name.
What was the conclusion of that debate?
What was the conclusion of it? What do you mean?
Like, did you like tariffs good or bad?
Well, I still think they're bad. They still think they're good. Although Tuple, one of the guys I debated, is a fucking pussy and has me muted half the time and is running from me. He's running scared. He cannot defend his positions.
Non-fun, be honest with me. I'll debate you with anything. What do you want to debate about, man?
I mean,
Because I don't understand
we
this,
already
man.
went over
Like,
we already went over the Hunter
what is
Biden thing. No.
No. This is not enough. There's something that's like keeping you hungry. Like what is what?
What
Like
do you
what
mean
is
keeping me
something
hungry?
that I can prove you wrong that you're done. So you're gonna leave the Democratic Party forever, and you're gonna never gonna look at them the same again.
What? Sorry.
Like if I prove to you Hillary Clinton murdered somebody, would you leave the Democratic Party? Like
I would not support Hillary Clinton. I wouldn't necessarily not support the Democratic Party because
I don't want to debate this bullshit like this single Jack Smith offense here or the Fannie Willis case there. I want to actually get to the meat and potato of this. Like I want to get to an actual way to get you to like surrender. The best way to save the country is by actually not having allegiance to a single party, by actually leaving this party.
I don't even know. I don't know what you mean by allegiance to a single party. Like I just think
it's
the Democrats are generally better right now.
The Democratic Party.
Well, insofar as I think the Democrats are preferable to Republicans, and yeah, I vote Democrat and I argue for a lot of Democratic policies.
Not because of policy, only because of ideology. And that's allegiance to a party.
It's mostly because of policy, but okay.
It's not really for policy.
Okay.
No, you don't actually like the Democrats
that.
because their policy.
How do you mean? I know they support abortion. I like to support LGBTQ rights for the most part. I like their economic policy better in terms of like a minimum wage, in terms of not having tariffs and everything, in terms of...
Yeah, but the Republicans are not taking away abortion. The Republicans do not actually remove the rights from LGBTQ. They allow them to exist in your country. This is a complete straw man. The idea that
I mean, there were a lot of Republicans who voted against the marriage equality.
These laws is ridiculous. I'll prove it to you with the case of Katie Cox. How is there abortion ban in America? Look at Katie Cox. She didn't even have any medical necessity. I don't
think most Republicans are in support of protecting these things at a federal level, whereas I typically am.
I'm getting mad at you. I'm so mad at you because you have no actual argument. Because
how many Republicans voted against the American Marriage Equality Act?
America is the lenient country in the world when it comes to these laws. Man, I want to see.
That doesn't change anything. That changes nothing.
Can I see Bashar al-Assad's picture again?
What picture? I don't know what you're talking about. What?
And he has a cute one. Anyways,
how many Republicans voted against the Marriage Equality Act? Do you know? It was like half the Republicans voted against it.
Okay, because it's like it's a big social change for they're conservative. Conservatives are always against change.
Well, I mean, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's like I'm generally like pro like this.
For random politicians to make the laws and not allow this conservative and for example, more moral traditional.
Well, we could have this argument or whatever, but you said I don't actually like vote on policy, and like now I'm laying out like this is a policy difference. And now you're just saying the policy's bad. You can say the policy's bad, but this is a...
Okay, now I understand. What was the policy difference that they voted what?
The Marriage Equality Act.
So that's why you're not a conservative, because you... See, this is why
that's not the only reason.
Literally, I told you that. I told you it's all because of the gays. But stop acting.
It's not all because a lot of it is like welfare expansion too. Like Republicans don't like a lot of welfare that I like.
Well, my understanding is Republicans are the ones that want to lower taxes. The Republicans are the ones that want to remove... the government from and deregulate and open up more businesses and more basically fruition for the market, like flourish.
I mean, you're not entirely wrong, except for the tariffs that Trump is proposing, which is an insane tax. But
Yeah, but the Democrats want to fucking sanction Russia and create an inflationary
Yeah, that's not a- maybe
calamity
that's
on
not
the US
nearly-
economy, and that's totally cool. But God forbid we fucking
yeah, because Russia started
negotiate with
because
using
Russia started a war in Ukraine,
because
and
Russia
Trump is
starts a war. The only way
Trump
to
is
deal with it
tariffing-
is by sanctioning our.
It's not the only way. It's not the only way. It's not the only way. That's not the only way. It's one of many things that we did. But also, it's just not nearly. It's just not nearly as bad as tariffing like literally everything coming into the country.
Do you
So like,
understand that you destroyed the German market, the economy? You destroyed the French economy. Do you understand that you destroyed Great Britain?
I don't think that was us. I think that was them. Their sanctions.
Those weren't the sanctions. Those weren't the higher prices of energy and oil.
Well, that was the sanctions that they did, right? That wasn't the sanctions that the US did. That was the sanctions that Germany did, which screwed Germany, and also Germany.
Yeah, and who
Like-
who actually implemented those sanctions and actually put them forward and forced them upon them?
Angela Merkel.
the
Yeah, I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, fucking Merkel in the US, the EU with pressure from the US, Anthony Blinken's government. Anthony Blinken
Right.
is the arbitrator of this Ukrainian war. We all know this, and because of the
Anthony
Ukrainian
Bl-
war,
was Anthony Blinken
police
even?
destroyed and destroyed our economies. So this is
I don't even. I think the U.S. economy is doing
if you really care
pretty
about
decent right
policy,
now,
you would
but
look at how democratic policy is detrimental to your U.S. economy and to the world's economy and to the world in general. I'm surprised that you don't link the democratic policies with the fucking destruction of economies and the world's.
right. I think the U.S. economy is doing pretty well right now. I don't know why I would link it to its destruction when it seems.
Gee, you're not a serious person, man. I got you all these viewers so you can lose them. Are you kidding me, man? Like, you gotta be populist, bro. You're so not populist, and like you're happy with the 1080 right now, bro. But be
The
careful.
1080.
Like,
What?
You're not. I like.
Oh,
I would be very careful because you are not attractive. You're not attractive, man. You're not attractive. You need to be attractive to your viewers, man. You need to
Right.
give them something that you need to prove to them that you might be fighting for them, man.
I mean, I think I am fighting for. Obviously, I think I am fighting for them. I just think I think we disagree on how to fight for them. Like, I want people's lives to be better. I want poor people to do well. I think the Democrats generally like have better policies on these things than
No,
Republicans do.
they don't. The Democrats have the policies of.
Well, I
destruction
understand. We
economy.
disagree. I understand we disagree on that. But to claim that I'm not voting on policy when I am like voting a lot on policy, it's just that we disagree on what the policy should be. It's different.
I don't know how to respond to that, man. I just don't understand why you're not a populist. You're a young guy. Unless
The populists say a lot. Populists like
with 3 businesses, you should be a populist.
they say a lot of dumb things, and I think their solutions are dumb. Like they'll say like 80% of Americans are
Bernie's
working
dumb.
paycheck to. Yeah, Bernie like the other day was saying like 80% of Americans are working paycheck to paycheck. That's not true. And then his solution is a wealth tax, which I think is a bad tax. So like, I'm not going to side with it. Like,
I think the stat is 60% of Americans cannot afford a $500 emergency fund or something like that.
no,
That's what he means.
you're quoting a Federal Reserve survey. I know more about this claim than you do. You're quoting a Federal Reserve survey. I think it's like 63% or it's 40 something percent of Americans can't afford a $400 emergency expense. They can't cover it with cash, but there were other options on that survey that don't even necessarily like show like financial hardship necessarily. Like some people just said that they'd have to put it on a credit card. Other people were in a bad situation and they said like they would have to like get a payday loan, which it does show they're in a bad situation. But even like for those people, I think Democrats have better policies than that because like they want to give like welfare to people and like Republicans don't tend to like that. So
All right, what's the worst policy you think Trump is gonna enact?
that I think he is actually going to enact. I don't know.
Yeah, something like Joe Biden fucking pardoning a complete general pardon for
Yeah.
Hunter Biden. Give me something like that.
The worst policy that I think is actually going to enact probably the mass deportations if they actually go through with the mass deportations.
You know Hillary Clinton was for them, right?
For deportations or for mass deportating
Mass
everyone
deportations-
already here.
Mass deportations of criminals, yes.
Oh, of criminals? Trump isn't in favor of deporting criminals, though. He's in favor of deporting anyone here, right, illegally. By criminals, I mean criminals on top of the other crimes they committed. Like,
I think he's going to open a path for citizenship and for these people and for them to pay taxes for the ones that are non-criminals. And I think he's going to kick out the criminals, which is exactly Hillary Clinton's stance on this, and basically every other Democrat stance. I mean, even Kamala was running on a stronger border and basically lowering immigration numbers. And
well, that's true, but she was never in favor of mass deportations, right?
She never said mass deportations, but she was in favor of deportations. And
yeah, but there's a big difference between these things. There's a big difference between like a president who's like okay with deporting, illegal immigrants that have been arrested, and a president that like wants to send ICE into different communities to find illegal immigrants and like round them up and like.
This is just a rhetoric.
It's not just a rhetoric; it's an actual policy difference. I don't know what you mean.
No, this is a rhetoric issue because they might have the same policy, and it seems like they have the same policy. Like, for example, when Hillary Clinton was talking about it, and when Bill Clinton was talking about it, remember when Bill Clinton was trying to be a surrogate for Kamala? He was talking about how these illegals are killing our Americans. We need to stop them from coming over the border.
I didn't follow what Bill Clinton said, but okay. Yeah, but none of them ever argued in favor of mass deportations.
Showed that they had the same stance as MAGA on the border.
No, they tightened up their rhetoric on the border because that was a losing issue for Democrats, but they never argued in favor of mass deportations. That's just not true.
Bro, mass deportation of criminals, it wasn't?
Mass deportations doesn't mean... When you say mass deportations of criminals, what does that mean?
Basically, my understanding was Kamala was actually running on, I will strengthen the border, I will deport the criminals that come here illegally, and I will make sure that they don't come.
Okay, so you understand, there's a difference.
Let me finish. They went so far that Joe Biden signed in June 2024 Proclamation 10773. Do you know about it? That strengthened the border?
Yeah, I know. The illegal executive order, I'm aware, yeah.
Yeah, and so they waited all this time till now, and that's because they actually wanted to show... They're effective.
Well, that's because Biden doesn't have the legal authority to do that, and the executive order is going to get overturned. But
I know. You're gonna make
but you understand, it's the difference between the policy difference is between deporting people who come up to the border. They come to the border, right? And you turn them around. So that's quote unquote deporting them, even if they are in the U.S. for like a little bit or whatever, versus like sending ICE into a bunch of different communities like Trump did during his first term, and like trying to find illegal immigrants and deport them all and get rid of like temporary protective status for like the Haitian immigrants that he doesn't like and trying to deport them all. Like these are very clearly like a difference in policy.
Bro, I'm getting mad at your YouTube because I've asked them 4 times to like your videos, and there's like at least 100 people that went through and not a single extra like. I'm getting mad.
So true. Why wouldn't they like?
Yeah, y'all better like the video. I'm done giving you content for free. This is crazy, guys. This is crazy. All right, now, Fawn, man. Listen, man. The Democratic Party is gonna end up with taking you to hell. They're gonna make you share your wife, and I'm so like worried about you.
Okay. Good to know.
Don't believe them when they tell you they want to have a taste.
Right.
And that it's okay. Non-fun, you can do better, man. God damn it, man. I hate you so much.
Uh-huh.
I hate you so much. God bless
Guys, see the new Destiny and Nick Fuentes. I did see that, chat.
Was that true?
I don't know if I don't think it's probably not Nick Fuentes, but I mean, there's a video of him sucking a dick.
Was he really sucking a dick? Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah.
That's crazy. I'm so happy I didn't see that video.
Oh, I bet.
That's
yeah.
Crazy. No, Fawn, please don't do it. No, Fawn, please.
Do what? Suck a dick? I'm not interested in sucking dicks, so.
Huh?
I'm not do what? Suck a dick?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not interested in sucking dicks, so
please
don't worry.
Please don't do it. Please don't do it. Stay Democrat, but don't do it, please.
Okay, great.
All right, now, Fawn, do you need anything from me? Anything last words? Anything?
Nope.
So you can see it, huh? I won again, another victory.
Not at all, but I'm sure we'll continue to talk in the future. Where you'll bring up that you defeated me here, so.
Man, Listen, man, I just don't understand how you act like you are like so worried about law and order, but all of the shady business is going right by you, and you're totally cool with it as long as it's the Democratic fucking Party doing it.
As long as their last
But
name is
then the
Biden, I'm
second
fine with it.
Trump-
Yeah, that's my position.
It's like that, I mean, honestly, because I never heard you getting like doing that much research and looking into as much Hunter Biden business as much as I've seen you do like Jared Kushner and freaking Trump and the Paul Manafort issue. Like that's crazy to me. You did so much more research on the Jack Smith issue than anything Joe Biden ever did ever in his life.
I haven't even done that much reading on the Jack Smith thing, but okay. Also, I've done research on
you've
some of
debated
Biden's
that
things,
a
but
couple of times now.
well, yeah, because it
on
comes up in panels and stuff. So
Yeah, on panels, yeah. Anyways, man, I just don't understand, man. Like, I really don't get it. Like, I'm trying to understand here. Like, if they're paying you money, I'll do. Like, how much money are they paying you? Maybe I want to do it too.
I wish, bro. I wish. One day
I
we'll get
want
there.
to do it too. Tell them to hit me up. I'm hungry. All right, hey, not fun. It's always a blast talking to you, man. Sorry, I kind of got a little bit spurred out. It was because I was losing. I
Listen,
didn't know
Minar,
anything about the Jack Smith
we all
issue,
we all
you have to
enjoy
agree-
spurging out sometimes. Okay,
but
I
you have
spurred
to
out too.
agree-
It's fun.
yeah. But you have to agree, Jack Smith. I mean, there's no conspiracy there. I mean, the true conspiracy is like that if you're acting like they were actually breaking the law. There was no breaking the law. The moment they realized they're gonna break the law, they stopped. Yeah, there
not
was some
true.
speaking about it. But
Well, I mean, the moment Pence realized it was going to break the law, he didn't go through with it. Yeah, but everyone else wanted to break the law
because
there.
his lawyer was telling him the legal theory about it, and it was going to be bad. Yeah, so he agreed with the lawyer. Yeah, it's not that Pence is a genius.
Pence or Trump?
No, well, Pence's lawyer is the one that told Pence to not do it, right? Because Pence's lawyer is the one
Pence's,
that really
yeah.
went against
Pence
the-
probably also understood himself why he didn't have the legal authority to do it, but
Yeah, and
Yeah.
then Trump. You have to understand, Trump is not a politician. Trump is the only one that's not a lawyer there, and so he could request and make a request, and then because John Eastman has some kind of allegiance to Trump, he could actually try to get favors or try to get an extension here or there. But that's not breaking the law. That's not into the level of you trying to push it that there's a criminal offense here.
right.
He broke the ECA. I don't even think he goes to jail for that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not even that big a deal.
Well, he's not going to jail now. He's president-elect. Case dismissed. Okay, so.
All right. Well, anyways, good luck to Jack Smith. I hope you guys see each other very soon, and hope you guys get to hang out. And yeah, and not fun. Yeah, but man, I'll see you around. All right.
See ya. Yep.
Say hi to Sample for me.
Oh, for sure. Yep. When will we get non-fun Jack Smith interview? That'd be awesome. That'd be awesome. What's the name of the guy who wrote the Gen 6 report and Destiny interviewed him? Whatever that guy. When is he gonna come on non-fun stream? When's it gonna happen? Ugh. Elbow nose is sample text. What? John Eastman could still go to jail. Probably the case was dismissed, right? So even it's possible, but unlikely because it was dismissed. What's the term? It was dismissed without whatever. So they can still, in theory, bring the case back later, but it doesn't. I don't think it's I don't think that's particularly likely, and yeah, I guess I mean, again, here's the reason why I think the Hunter Biden pardon is somewhat bad is because it's divisive for the benefit of like one person. Like aid to Ukraine is divisive, but like that's a like overwhelmingly good thing in my opinion. Versus like the Hunter Biden pardon, like it helps Hunter Biden, and like it's divisive for no reason. Half the country's upset about it, and the other half of the country is gonna have to argue with people who are upset about it. But again, I don't give a fuck when Trump abused his power of the pardon way more, and they don't take any accountability for that. And Jack Smith can't prosecute Trump for everything Donald Trump did about January 6th, and they don't take any accountability for that. So that's why I don't care. I'm not losing sleep over it. Yeah. The only issue is he said he wouldn't do it, and then he did. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to... oh, fuck, I just spilled. I'm a dumbass. I don't think he would have done it if he was still running. He at least probably would have waited until the end of his second term. But I don't know. ISE obviously lied about that, so not ideal. But also, no one takes accountability for any of Trump's lies about much more important thing, the 2020 election. He still lies to this day about the 2020 election. Like, which lie is more severe? Like the lie about like you're not going to pardon your son, or like the lie that the election was stolen from you? Like. Like one lie like tears at the very like fabric of like democratic society, where like no one believes the results of any elections anymore. One lie is like has had such more severe consequences than the other. So it's like, if you're not going to take any accountability for Trump doing that, then like we're not going to sit here and apologize for Biden doing 1/100th of that. Like, are you kidding me? I guess because Trump is bad, that neutralizes it. True. Ugh. I forget. We'll read more of these just security things. I know Trump tried to. I'm pretty sure Trump literally went on Fox and Friends and said that he wanted them to investigate Hillary Clinton, and also privately told people to investigate Hillary Clinton. But I'm not aware of the specifics of it. And there were other people as well who he tried to get prosecuted, but I don't remember. I was going to say I don't remember. I haven't even read into it that much before. Hillary Clinton should have went to jail. Why? She was investigated. They couldn't find any evidence of willful retention. I don't know what you mean. President seeks obsession, reverses recusal. President Trump publicly scolds Justice Department for not investigating Clinton. What's up?
Yeah, what was it? Is my game still insane?
It's not insane.
Usually it's like insane. I cannot hear myself. It's like super muffled.
I don't think it's insane, but...
Okay. No, I mean, what was the debate about? Just Hunter Biden?
Yeah, Hunter Biden, yeah.
God bless Hunter, okay? I would vote for a Biden-Smith ticket, okay, in 28, okay?
Hell yeah, let's go.
Isn't that like totally based? Like, yeah, I don't know.
That is based. No, we can have Biden and Harris again, okay? We can have Hunter Biden, Kamala Harris. It'd be so based.
Yeah. Bro, the memes are so funny. Meme. It's so funny to me. Oh my god. It's okay, Hunter. I had a sham child too. Fuck. It's so funny because it's like I know the original Trump meme. It's so funny. Yeah. Yeah, well, I don't know. I'm actually surprised Biden did it. I thought Biden would never.
I didn't think Biden would do it either.
Like a mindless fuck to do it, but he did it. What a brave guy. Yeah.
Listen, he's growing a little bit of his spine, okay? He's letting Ukraine... He's starting World War III, okay? With the Ukraine stuff. He's pardoning Hunter Biden.
The analogy is like, oh, if everyone brings a knife to a fist fight, then there's no virtue in like bringing a fist, right? But it's like if they're bringing a tank and we're just bringing a knife, you know, it's like it's still not symmetrical. It's still not like okay to talk about how bad Biden is for this. It's still not okay because they tried to fucking insurrect the government and half the people don't even know the basics. I mean, you just saw Minar not knowing the recording about like, oh, I could have declassified it. Like that's dead to rights.
Yeah, but they'll never. He'll almost certainly never get prosecuted, but they don't care about that. So
yeah, it's also they don't care, right? Like yeah. Also, it's so funny. It's like you don't care about the law or crimes when Democrats commit. Well, for one, the president needs like it would not be a pardon if you could only pardon innocent people. Like what? Use of a pardon otherwise, right? And second of all, it depends on what the crime is, right? If it's like lying on a fucking form and then like whatever the fuck and then and he's like it's actually unusual punishment. It should be like I don't know how this was not defended through like cruel and unusual punishment because
maybe
it's not, it's not the fuck. But even then, second thing, it's like who it like affected nobody. It broke no moral code or whatever. He just like did drugs and then like filed a gun thing. It's like who, what, like what? Nothing bad happened because of it. But like I mean, ideally, in a perfect world where Republicans are well behaved, I would not be happy about this. But we're not in that world at all. We're not in that world at all. Yeah, yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't know. You said you think. Did I ask you this? Like, what do you think is the worst policy he could commit that has the highest likelihood of
Yeah, we were talking
happening?
with a convoy about it the other day.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, that's right.
I it's hard to know. I don't.
I think the Fed. I honestly think the Fed. I mean, the person he wants to put in charge, she said like the Fed should target zero inflation. It's like,
Awesome.
yeah, that's horrible. That's horrible.
Yeah, I guess
But
I don't. If Matt Gaetz was still the Attorney General nominee, I'd be even more scared
Oh, yeah.
because Trump would literally Matt Gaetz would just be like, yeah, you can fire Powell, yeah, for sure, dude. Like that's totally within your legal authority
Right.
to do so. But if he has a
Right.
competent Attorney General, he might not. That might not happen.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I'm trying to think. I mean, the Patel guy for FBI director is insane.
I don't know
Um,
anything about him. I saw. He
I
was shows
know.
up,
I
but
know
don't
he's a conspiracy nut. He said like on day one, if I become FBI director, I'm going to turn the headquarters into a museum about like the deep state. Like the guy's a
Let's
conspiracy
go.
nut. Yeah.
I can't wait.
God, it's so fucking insane that like the Republicans can care very deeply about issues that don't exist, and therefore when they're in charge, because the issues don't exist, they get to pretend like the issues no longer affect
Oh
them.
yeah, yeah.
They never
Yep.
affected you. You're just schizophrenic. And it's selective schizophrenia. That's what annoys me. You know,
Yeah.
like yeah, I don't know. Imagine you could only like hallucinate when it's like beneficial to you. That's like a superpower. That's not a mental illness. Like yeah, I don't know. Oh my god, my god. But yeah, how would you reply to someone saying like, you know, the stock market is not a good indicator of the economy, and also like, GDP, like how it's just so annoying to talk to economically illiterate people, where it's like,
Yeah.
oh, you talk about average wages, you should adjust them for inflation and look at median. It's like I'm already doing that. It's like yeah, I don't know. Oh my god. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. A lot of things on my mind, a lot of things. But yeah. Yeah. I forget. Are you in college or like are you
Yeah,
getting a degree?
in.
Gonna get a degree?
I'm in college for my like associate's degree at a like community college. So
Right. Okay. Gotcha.
the economy is
Okay.
good because materialism. Yeah. The
Oh.
he doesn't. I hate
either a
localists. I
Marxist
hate
or like
localists
a
so
right
much.
winger.
No, it's localist. I hate localists
Okay.
so much because he will try.
Well,
because
localist knows he's lying. Again,
Yeah, I
he's
know.
like he knows he's lying. Again, that he said Keynes and Krugman wrote a chart together. It's like he knows he's lying. So I don't
Oh
really
yeah,
care.
he
about
trolls when his position is clearly indefensible. So
it. Yeah. What? You probably know more than me. What was the exact thing they got Hunter for?
he was convicted for the lying on a gun form. You fill out like an ATF form that's like, have you done any drugs recently? And he said no. When the answer was yes, because we have videos of him doing crack with hookers or whatever. And then there was like, there was tax fraud stuff, but I don't remember the specifics of it. It's like I think he got payments from like Burisma or some shit, and then didn't pay taxes on them. Although he did eventually, pay taxes back with interest.
So he was just late. He was just late.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but they still convicted him of it. So, but
Yeah,
people,
okay.
it's insane. Menard kept complaining about it being a general pardon, and like it's insane how he shifts the goalposts. He's like, "There's never been a general pardon before in history." And it's like you look it up, it's like, "Oh well, Nixon's pardon was a general pardon for anything for 5 years," and he's like, "Well, that's 5 years, not 10 years," and it's like, "Bro, kill me, dude! Like really." And then like Republicans have been investigating him like for 4 years nonstop. Like Obviously, Biden's going to give him a general pardon because House Republicans will try to find anything to get him on and charge him with it.
That's right.
It's wild. And they don't care. Yeah, they don't care. Menard didn't even know that Trump pardoned Jared Kushner's dad.
Yeah, no one
He
cares.
doesn't. He doesn't care.
I didn't know that. I feel bad about not knowing that. About not knowing that. But then, like, how would you talk to people who are like, yeah, that's bad that Trump did that, but well, it's also bad when Biden does that. How do you talk to people like that? It's like the false symmetry. It's crazy.
I know.
It's like I don't want to open YouTube tomorrow and see Piers like having on like a bajillion.
I can't wait for the Piers Morgan. Oh my God. I pray to God he invites Destiny on and not like some cucked.
Finkelstein thing. You should watch the Norman Finkelstein floor debate.
What are you going Pierce again for?
What? Oh, just debating some
Gaza is no more. Israel
Gaza is no more. I say that Gaza has been destroyed. I do a good Finkelstein impression, I think.
You do, yeah. Who is this other girl?
She's like a crazy, like, pro-settler, pro-Israel person.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah. Although she had better talking points in that debate, I feel. But yeah. God, I hate Norm. I hate Norm. You know what Norm I do like? The new Norm.
Oh, yeah, my favorite fucking Russia-funded show, bro. I love it.
Let's go. Let's go. That's right. Let's
go.
It's like, it's Russian-funded brain rot, like schizophrenia. It's crazy. It's so big.
It's beautiful. It's awesome.
It is. It's a piece of art. It's like I watch it and I don't know what's going on, but yeah. Which one's better, Talking Talk Tour or Talking Talk Tour?
I haven't watched much of the Talking Talk Tour. I've seen one reel of them, so I can't really.
They're pretty critical.
They're pretty critical of the Talking Talk Tour people.
Yeah. I don't know if I like that.
Have you even watched a single original episode of Talk Tour, or do you only watch the?
No, I don't fucking watch that shit. Why? Why would I do that to myself?
Bro, Mark Cuban was on it.
What? I'm gonna watch that now. That now. That's crazy. No way, Mark Cuban was on Talk Tour.
He was, crazy, bro. Dog. It's awesome. I hope they talk about the Democratic Party in it.
Yeah, that's based. Well, send me any Hunter Biden memes you find, but I gotta go now.
Hell yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That guy. This guy. Okay, we'll check this out. It's relatively short. It's like 47 minutes.
Wait. What do you think about this? Is it not, like, ultimately super disappointing? Check this out.
Oh, Convoy Biden. I mean, here's the... I feel like... I do think it's kind of dumb, but it's just not at all comparable to anything Trump does. So I'm not going to, like, sit here and apologize for it in front of people who... who don't take any accountability for things Trump did.
I'm just surprised Biden did it. I'm glad Democrats have a spine to do things like that. Because it's not. I would not want that in a good democracy. But I would not want that if both sides were playing equal, right? It's like one side literally tried to insurrect the government, and now they have immunity for it.
Yeah.
I don't care. I couldn't tell you how much I don't care about Biden doing that. It's like, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, That's about it.
Well, I'm sure
I
it'll
don't
be
know. So
a great. Do you watch the live and learn stuff?
No.
I'm sure they'll.
Too many podcasts, bro.
I'm sure they'll have a great debate about it. But
I might watch it if it's good content. I need to know if Pisco supports it. If he does,
Pisco, 100. I already saw his tweet. Pisco, yeah, obviously Pisco supports or doesn't support Biden and pardoning his son.
Doesn't support. Doesn't support.
It's Pisco, bro. He's neutral MAGA. Don't you know? He's.
Oh my god! What a fucking hack, bro. No. Sad to see. Sad to see the fall of Pisco. Very sad. Well, yeah, whatever.
I forget exactly what he said, but he was like, "Oh yeah, pardon's bad. Biden lied about it. I liked it because I'm evil."
You said something?
Yeah, he said, "Pardon is bad. Biden lied and failed in his mission to restore the soul of America by his negligence in the face of MAGA. That said, this act of corruption pales in comparison to even 0.001% of the blatant treason and corruption of Trump and dark MAGA. So I will not."
Yeah, then why even condemn it? Why be like, that's bad? I'm not going to be like that. I already said it in the convo, and I feel bad about saying that. Like, no, don't play ball. Don't play ball. These people don't care. I cannot tell you. Like, I don't care about Biden doing that. These people care even less, okay? It's like these people don't care. It's just a political game for them. It's just a political game. But, yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to go now.
The electorate doesn't realize the partner covers far more than a gun conviction, including tax fraud, taxes or theft, but constitutionals or whatever. Okay, I'm sure there'll be great Wick panels about it, some great live and learn content about it. None of which I care about because I'm going to be reading Ola Lord Keynes's blog post instead, and then have anti-gold standard debates is my plan. That's the non-fun future that we all want. Okay, haven't done Israel Palestine stuff in a bit. Okay, I gotta warm up my talking points. Okay, we'll see. Although Norman Finkelstein's insane, so I can just reject all of his opinions like a priori. You know.
Israel's war on Hezbollah is over for now. The ceasefire ends almost 14 months of fighting and 2 months of a direct and deadly assault by Israel inside Lebanon. President Biden and the US administration pushed to get the deal done before Thanksgiving, and no doubt this is the first good news from the Middle East in a long time. But 170 miles to the south, there's very little to feel grateful about. Israel's war on Hamas continues unabated, and the IDF's conduct is facing intensifying scrutiny. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and sacked Defense Minister Yoav Gallant face ICC arrest warrants for war crimes. Reports by the New York Times and others accuse the IDF of habitually using captured Gazans as human shields. President Trump has assembled a stridently pro-Israel cabinet with little patience for his critics. Many supporters of the...
Did they ever... Wait, what happened to those Palestinian... or the IDF people who raped that one Palestinian? Didn't... Israel said they were investigating them, right? And then there were riots over it, because apparently people in Israel are, actually fucking unhinged. Whatever happened to them? Did they actually get arrested?
Palestinian calls feel that
and charged.
Calls for optimism, and that the very concept of a two-state solution may now be dead. To debate this, I'm joined in the studio by two of the strongest voices on this conflict, both with very opposite positions. Fleur Hassan is the Israel Special Envoy for Trade and Innovation, as well as the former Deputy Mayor of Jerusalem. Norman Finkelstein is a political scientist and pro-Palestine activist. Also,
there was because I remember, they were charged or whatever, and then fucking people in Israel's cabinet. These are people protesting it. People in the Israel cabinets were like, yeah, it's fine. Everything's legitimate. We can do it. Whatever. Were they actually charged? Were they actually? I don't know. Because there's a difference between troops committing war crimes and actually having war crimes embedded in your fucking military structure and everything. Hamas intentionally commits war crimes. Israel may have individual troops commit war crime, but as a matter of policy, typically they don't commit war crimes, is my understanding, unless you're Norman Finkelstein, who I'm sure is about to explain why that's not true.
Gaza's grave diggers, an inquiry into corruption in high places. Well, welcome to both of you. I've never met either of you. I've interviewed you both several times, but it's great to meet you both in person, and I appreciate you prepared to do this. A lot of people in this war period have not wanted to debate with people, especially on the other side, so I appreciate that. Norman, you've got a new book out, and I'll come to that in more detail as we go on, but just talking about where we are right now. We've got this ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah. There is no ceasefire yet with Hamas. But where do you think this war now is?
Well, with all due respect, I have to disagree with your characterization of where it began and where it now is.
Oh, great start.
In my opinion, speaking on the basis of what Israeli leaders themselves said after October 7th, this isn't a war against Hamas. This is a war against Gaza. In fact, it's not a war at all. It's a genocide. And in the course of that genocide, we could say, as of now, the best estimates are there are about 42 million tons of rubble in Gaza. It would take about 10 to 15 years to clear out the rubble.
I have no confidence that these figures are accurate at all. Like there's that whole controversy over before people have been quoting like, oh, 70% of Gaza is destroyed or whatever, and they're using like satellite data that's there's satellite and radar data from like private companies or whatever that aren't as accurate as the UN satellite numbers, and they're using like whatever new methodology. I have a notion page on it. Whatever new methodology that like hasn't been tested before, and if you actually look at like the UN satellite data, which are much higher quality and are like under manual review and not just using like an algorithm, it was a much lower number. But I have no clue. It's impossible for me to know what he's citing. But since it's normal Finkelstein, I'm assuming he's citing the dumb numbers. There we go.
Even if the rubble were cleared out, there are no prospects for rebuilding Gaza because Israel will claim that any cement that enters Gaza will be used to build tunnels, and so they'll bar cement as they do.
Wow, that's crazy. I wonder, is there any truth to that, Finkelstein? Are there Hamas tunnels, or do we just deny those exist? Do we deny that Hamas does hire people to build tunnels with the dual use materials? Like, that's actually a big reason. Why it's probably better Hamas just be removed from power entirely, because like any ceasefire that leaves Hamas in power, well, like how the fuck are you going to rebuild Gaza if you still have Hamas in power and you don't trust them to actually use any equipment responsibly? So like, shouldn't you probably try to get rid of Hamas entirely then, like, or at least remove them from as much power in the Gaza Strip as you can, like
did after Operation Cast Lead in 2008-9.
Like you can. This is the evil argument. This is the evil argument that she's gonna make. Okay, the other panelist is gonna make, and I might even. I somewhat agree with it. I don't know where I land on it. Like clearly, the West Bank being occupied probably makes Israel feel safer, giving part of it is also the PA agrees to cooperate in security matters, but like having the West Bank be occupied, being able to establish like security checkpoints and stuff probably does make Israel feel safer, allowing the Palestinian Authority to have these dual use materials that could in theory be used to create weapons or create tunnels or whatever. You can make that same argument for Gaza. Like maybe like clearly the conditions of people in the West Bank are so much better than in Gaza, and clearly just having an occupation doesn't preclude the ability of like life being absolutely horrible. It's like maybe it's just let Israel occupy Gaza so they can actually have like supervision over how materials are being used in the Gaza Strip. There's an argument you can make for that.
Where we are now, I would say Gaza is no more. Gaza has been pulverized, it's been obliterated, and that was the Israeli goal from October 7th. As you recall for sure, the statements that immediately came out after October 7th spoke about Amalek, spoke about there not being any civilians in Gaza. The intention was to once and for all liquidate, solve the Gaza question. And in my opinion, they have succeeded in that regard. And the prospects for the people of Gaza, my guess is, and it's pure speculation here, by hook or by crook, they're going to find a way to leave because there is nothing that remains. The estimate is about 60 to 70% of Gaza's infrastructure has been destroyed. The hospitals were targeted, the universities were targeted.
I think he could be using the UN numbers now because like when I looked at this stuff, it was like a few months ago by now. But like, I think the number like 60% of residential homes have been destroyed is accurate. Although it's hard to, like residential homes can be lawful military targets. There are reasons to target residential homes, like if they have a military purpose or use because Hamas is operating out of them, or even if they militarily, their location makes it such that they are a lawful military target. Like let's say in a hypothetical that you would need to destroy a home in order to move a tank past it. That would make it a lawful military target. So arguably even like the homes Israel blows up because it's trying to build a extended buffer zone are like lawful military things. I think clearly Israel has a legitimate interest in trying to build a buffer zone with Gaza after the October 7th attacks. So like even the residential homes there that they blow up, even if they're not used by Hamas, could be lawful military targets. That's how international law works, at least.
Obviously, homes were targeted, so there is nothing left. And that was the intention. The Gaza Hamas aspect was pretty much a side
Coach
show.
Larry
So
here.
for
Welcome to the stream, Coach
example,
Larry.
you look at the statistics from the Israeli government, less than one Israeli soldier has been killed each day in Gaza.
Okay, but
That's not a war.
When you say it's a sideshow, I'm going to come to Fleur for a
I mean, like, this is how many U.S. soldiers died in Afghanistan? It had to be less than one day in total, right? Didn't we lose like 2,000 soldiers to Afghanistan in like 20 years while we were there? Like, for like a Western country, this is like fighting an insurgent group. This is relatively common, right? Are we debating about your title? We were earlier. We're watching this right now. I'm sure we'll get back to a little bit of it later on. But
response to that. Say a sideshow. You imply that Israel were going to do this anyway, but they hadn't done this. And everything that they have done, they would say, was a direct response to what was a monstrous act of terrorism. I mean, 1,200 people were killed, nearly 7,000 people were wounded. It's one of the worst attacks of modern times. You know, and as you know, we've debated this many times, but I have always supported Israel's right to defend itself. In fact, I've always believed they had a duty to, given the scale of what happened with 3,000 people coming over a border and just murdering anyone to get their hands on. It's, to me, always been a case of what is a proportionate response, what is acceptable. I personally feel it has gone way too far. And for the reasons that you state, and I'll come to you, Fleur, is that there's nothing left there now. I don't know what people expect to happen. Fleur,
oh, damn, she's got an actual
let me pick up on
notepad.
that point
Damn.
first, and you can get into the rest of what Norman said. But Gaza's just been flattened. I mean, it is, I know people who've been there who just say it is an utter devastation. What happens after this war?
I mean, I need to I haven't looked into it for like a few months or whatever. I need to read the proportionality ad bellum shit. Proportionality typically has to do with like a specific military attack, whether the direct and concrete military gains outweigh the expected damage to civilian and civilian objects. It's not typically applied to like a whole war. Like just because you kill like 40,000 people in response to Hamas killing 800 civilians a year doesn't mean that war is disproportionate or whatever. Like you would look at it like an individual level, like did this individual attack kill too many civilians and harm too many civilian objects in relation to the number of militants it killed and, you know, military infrastructure it got rid of. Another low moment for Biden. I just don't care that much about it. It's like I'm not going to apologize for it when Trump pardoned way worse people. So
I mean, assuming that it ends sooner rather than later, we've seen Israel now end the war with Hezbollah, certainly for the next 60 days. But what happens? Gaza's done, isn't it? But what happens to these people?
Well, no, I actually think they have an incredible opportunity because in 2005, when Israel left Gaza, in order to give the Palestinian leadership a chance to create maybe the pilot of a Palestinian state.
the Singapore, say it, Singapore, the Mediterranean.
They could have turned it into Dubai or Singapore, but instead.
There we go. We got it. The talking point. They all say it. I hate these pants. God damn it.
When Hamas got in a brutal coup in 2006, what happened is they turned Gaza essentially into a military base. They filled it out with tunnels, 800 kilometers of tunnels. They built under hospitals. They built those tunnels. They built booby traps. They didn't build tunnels under hospitals. They built hospitals on top of tunnels. There's like 30 hospitals in Gaza.
I don't know if that one is true. I don't know which came first, the tunnels to the hospitals, but
in the whole of Israel, there's
But
like 12.
that's 20 years ago, all right?
Well, no, they've spent 20
No, I
years
understand.
turning
Yeah.
the whole of Gaza into one booby trap for this Armageddon moment.
But that's not an answer to my question.
The answer is what happens now?
Wait,
If you ask
what
me,
happens to
I
1.9
think-
million people who've been sent to refugee?
if you don't care, why have it in your title? Because we were talking about it earlier. We spent like the first full hour of the stream talking about it. Like, also, both can be wrong, but like, if one is 1/100th as bad as the other one, then I'm not going to sit here and apologize for it when people on the right take no accountability for what their guy did. And I want to debate about it when it's brought up because I'm going over this right now. So like, I'm sure we would like talk about it after this. But like, I usually divide the stream into segments when like I upload it to YouTube, so it makes more sense to only be talking about one thing at a time and not go on tangents like this. So
Camps
that's
that have now been attacked as well. What happens to these people? A lot of their homes are just gone.
To be clear, the refugee camps, there are safe spaces where Hamas also infiltrate, and that's they.
True, they do operate out of them. Accurate.
As we know, it has been reported, and they put their people in homes.
Where is their safe?
What happens now?
Okay, but
If you ask me
hang
where
on.
the light is.
Yeah, on that one point you just
Yes.
said though, where are they supposed to go to be safe?
Well,
Right now, where do Gazans go?
Mr. Finkelstein.
It's safe zones require two sides to set up. I mean, first of all, she might mention this. There is the humanitarian area. Now, Israel does still strike inside that humanitarian area occasionally because Hamas operates out of the humanitarian area. Safe zones require two sides to set up. Hamas won't agree to a safe zone because they operate out of every safe zone that is set up. Like, they operate from hospitals. They operate out of refugee camps. Like,
and said that we're engaged in a genocide. If we were, why are we asking people to get out of
Let
the
me ask
way?
you again. Where can
Why
they
are we giving warning? Why are we damaging our own
Fleur, my
elements
question-
of
True,
surprise?
true.
Why are we doing
My
that?
question-
Voice cracking? I ain't it own, dude.
Where should the Gazan civilians go to be safe?
The Gazan civilians today have an opportunity after Hamas
No, that's not my
that has
question.
subjugated them
No, you can't-
to rebuild their
Fine,
society.
that wasn't my question. My question is, where can they currently go to be safe?
To the safe spaces that Israel has assigned,
Where?
where Israel is not attacking.
Where?
Well, it depends where.
It's
At one
misleading
point-
to say safe spaces. There are safer spaces. There's no actual dedicated safe zone. But Israel does have like the the map, the evacuations map. That like they tell people to evacuate certain areas where they're going to be launching attacks or whatever, and they tell them to go to other areas which they don't plan on striking. At least not in that exact moment. But again, there is no. People, a lot of times people say like, oh, Israel told them to go to the south, and Hunter Biden, pardon me, I signed up to simply say what you should stop doing. It's cringe. Do you support funding Ukraine? Absolutely, yes. Want to debate about the pardon? The title is bro. It's a relevant thing that happened in the news, so I titled it that. And we talked about it for like 2 hours, and we're going over a different thing. That's not that insane. Crazy. What? Wild. What was I saying? Oh, people will say like, oh, Israel told people to go south, but then they bombed in the south. Just because you tell people to evacuate one area doesn't automatically make every other area like a safe zone that you can't ever bomb. Again, a safe zone takes two sides to set up, and Hamas has a history of operating. Like, we know they operate out of schools and refugee camps. So like, update title then? I just don't pay much attention to. I don't know why you're so triggered by this. Like, I just.
Point, they moved them from Rafah. They said it couldn't be done. You can't move 1 million people. We did with absolutely almost zero casualties. And so it can be done. You can move a population out of the way. Hamas is actively putting them in the
I don't know what she means by absolutely almost zero casualties. There might not have been many casualties fighting. There might not have actually been many casualties in the evacuation itself, but I'm sure a lot of people did die when they bombed Rafah or whatever. It doesn't necessarily mean it's automatically bad or disproportionate. But like typically, it's very hard to get more than like 85 to 90% of people out of whatever area you choose to evacuate. Usually like 15% of people choose to stay, and it's very common in war.
way. That is what nobody talks about.
The other
Double
argument,
war crime
yeah, but the
of
other,
Hamas.
yes, but the other argument is that Israel is indiscriminately attacking everywhere and then saying, you know what, Hamas are there, and because no journalists are allowed in to verify this, because the
Oh my
idea
God.
is there is no independent way of verifying whether any of that is true.
If we were indiscriminately attacking, why are we asking people to get out of the way? Why are we creating safe zones?
Yeah.
All of what he's
I will
saying,
bring you in, Norman.
you have to understand where Norman Finkelstein is in his head, okay? First of all, he doesn't believe in the existence of the State of Israel. So it's very difficult.
True.
He doesn't believe it should exist at all. Secondly, as a Jew, he's got what I, as a Jew, let me finish my
Lost a potential follower. Damn, just because I had the title. I didn't choose the title in time. Like, what the, like, okay,
point,
damn.
and then you can
Fuck.
interrupt. As a Jew,
Rats.
as a Jew, Norman Finkelstein has got what I describe as the abused wife syndrome. The abused wife that stays with her abusive husband has to justify her staying in three ways. One is saying, it's not all that bad, which is what he says
How
about
long will this
anti-Semitism.
monologue go
The
on?
second is saying, well, they didn't mean it. Anti-Semitism, they didn't really mean to target Jews. And the third way, which is he's actively engaging, is to saying, it's our fault. It's my fault. The wife that says, I would have
All right, I'll
provoked
come
him.
to Norman.
I
I'll come to that.
provoked him.
Before I come to
This is the
True.
abusive-
Okay,
abusive
you've made your point and he will
mindset
respond.
that he is in.
Okay.
The Israeli Jew is the liberated Jew.
Okay.
That has led
He looks so done.
Before I go to
Thank you,
Norman to
Momo
respond to
Jeans,
that,
for the follow. I appreciate it.
The point that you were going to
Welcome
answer,
to the
and I may
stream.
for a different one,
What's
you
up?
raised it. But what happens at the end of this war?
You want to know what I
given-
think should happen?
No, what is going to happen?
Well, I believe.
What's the plan?
Norman
What have Israel
Finkel's
got as
is
plan?
Well, I believe that
Berg
with
is a
Trump coming into
Zionist?
power in the
True.
United States, and with a Saudi deal.
Welcome
on
to the
table,
stream,
which
by
is
the
on
way.
table, and this is one of the reasons
Derp on
that
your
they
face.
started the massacre on October 7th
Yeah, I
to
think
begin
that's
with. They understood where the Iranians understood where this was all going. They deployed Hamas, and they said, this is the moment now.
My pussy
So I
hurts.
believe
Nice
that there's
one.
a real opportunity for the Gazans, for the good Gazans who want a decent life for themselves and not living a life of
do what?
terrorism, to rebuild
How?
under the maybe civil administration of their own
Where
local
do they go to live
leaders.
when all their homes have been destroyed?
With their own local leaders, with Saudis.
She literally
with
said
Emiratis,
rebuild,
who know how to
brother.
build quickly, who have the resources to build quickly. If we really have a
Can I do TTS for free? I don't want to. No, the TTS thing is a donate thing.
like the Abraham Accord countries,
All right,
they
but
can
still
get
under-
together and rebuild.
but still
There
under-
is an
but still under
opportunity.
Israel control?
I don't think Israel should be controlling them.
So Israel would back off
we have
completely?
we have to retain security control so we don't
Right,
have another
so you would
massacre.
have control. Okay.
But not
All
administrative
right,
control.
but you just said you have
But
control.
eventually,
Right.
eventually we don't have to have any
You know what?
control.
Eventually, it'd be really nice
But
actually if
here's-
Israel had no
why did we
control.
leave?
kind of
Yes,
thing.
why did we leave in
Okay,
2005?
Let me bring
Why did we leave in
I'll come back to you, Fleur.
2005?
I'll come back to you. Norman, your chance to respond.
Okay. Number one, totally trivial point. If I need psychoanalysis, I wouldn't go to a representative of a lunatic state. I would go to a rational person. Number two, Israel never left Gaza. That's not my opinion. In 2005, Israel
Oh, quote the
relocated its
UN.
troops
Thank you.
from
Yes.
inside Gaza to the periphery of Gaza. Why
Are
go
you
into
Zionist?
Gaza?
It depends how you define it. I mean, like it. I mean, I believe Israel has a right to exist. Sure, if you want to. Are you Jewish? I'm not Jewish, no.
Who goes out of Gaza? Who goes into Gaza? Who goes out of Gaza?
Yep, the blockade.
airspace,
I wonder why they have the
everything is
blockade.
controlled by Israel. The
I wonder if
Guardian
it's
of the
because,
14th
during like the Second Intifada, they were getting weapons, like they were fucking scuba diving to get weapons shipped from like Turkey or Syria or whatever. What's your ethnicity? I'm like mostly French and German.
The convention is the International Committee of the Red Cross. The opinion of the Red Cross from 2006 to the present is that Israel remains the occupying power in Gaza. That's the opinion of the United Nations. It's the opinion of all human rights
I don't
organizations.
disagree with you about any of that, but let me ask you this normal,
So now-
straight question.
now let me-
Straight
It's
question.
factually
Hang
wrong.
on, let me.
Okay,
Hang on.
it's factually
I actually don't disagree with your assessment, right? I do think Israel has exercised a control over the people of Gaza ever since they said they ceded control to a government. But let me ask you one question before you finish your answer, which is this: Hamas. There can be no doubt that Hamas was given billions of dollars, a lot of it encouraged by Netanyahu, given billions of dollars, which they did in fact squander, which they did.
Would you rather have a drink with Hemrich Heiler or Netanyahu for sure?
To the
Yeah.
detriment of their people, which they did.
Like the Kanye West, Net and Yahoo. That was so. Remember when he did that? That was awesome, chat.
tunnels, right? And which they did in the end when they invaded Israel, October the 7th. They knew absolutely what would happen, and therefore, in that moment, they sentenced to death tens of thousands of their own people. Would you quibble with that?
And don't forget, their leaders are billionaires. Their leaders are billionaires.
Whoa.
I will actually, with all due respect, because I respect the facts, I'll quibble with everything you said. Number one, the money that went into Gaza, mostly from European countries and other international organizations, they monitored where the money went very carefully. They weren't about to endow Hamas. There's no evidence.
How does Hamas build all the tunnels?
It's
I'll
not
tell
true.
you.
How do they function?
They don't have one.
I mean, Hamas. I don't know if Hamas ever used like the whatever European aid money to build tunnels, but Hamas did. I mean, Hamas paid millions of dollars to build those tunnels. Like, this is like people in Gaza work to build these tunnels for money paid to them by Hamas.
Penny of
Claire, I'll come to you.
accountability. No, one
I'll
penny of
come to you to
accountability.
respond.
Okay, allow me.
I will challenge both of you, but don't shout over each other.
No one penny of
Okay,
accountability. He's living in an alternate
the
universe.
European governments and many of the international economic organizations, the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, UNCTAD, UN Conference for Trade and Development, they all put out on probably a quarterly basis very precise reports on Gaza. None, and I've read all the reports over 10 or 20 years now.
I stout starred,
7 years.
David.
None of the reports have claimed that the catastrophe, the economic catastrophe in Gaza, has been caused by Hamas. None. Now, if you claim that you have more expertise in the subject than the IMF and the World Bank and UNCTAD,
I have more expertise than IMF and World Bank. Thank you
well,
very
can
much.
believe
Correct.
that. I personally don't believe that.
Saying Hamas is a tunneling corporation that pays people wages to create tunnels. I mean, that is one part of what Hamas do. It does. Yeah, Hamas does, in fact, pay people to build tunnels.
The claim of
A lot of unemployed people in Gaza. Like,
these international respected organizations is the main source, the root cause of the catastrophe in Gaza prior to October 7th. The root cause has been the medieval blockade that Israel imposed on it, and which Human Rights Watch, just in November 2024, a month ago, Human Rights Watch described as, quote, a crime against humanity.
Okay, but how did
that's the
but
problem.
Norman,
The problem is
how did
okay,
Hamas afford
I will
to
give
build all these tunnels?
Piers, I never quarrel with facts.
I mean, there is like the reason like people oppose like, even giving Israel like defensive weapons or whatever is because there's a substitution effect. So like if we're giving Hamas money to like provide water to the people or whatever, like in theory there's a substitution effect to, not have they don't have to provide that, which means they have more money to build tunnels and use weapons or whatever. That's the justification usually. I don't know. I think it's usually pretty dumb, but
I'll give you an honest answer.
How do they afford it?
He's going to tell you there's no tunnels in it. Yes.
Well, I think the amount of tunnels has been vastly exaggerated, but I'll admit I can't prove that.
Right.
I've talked to civil engineers in Gaza about the possibility Israel claims 450 miles of tunnels. I find that totally incredible.
There are billions of dollars worth of tunnels. You accept that?
I don't know. I'm not a civil engineer.
He wants
I don't
to
know.
remain in
What I,
power.
Kill
what I
me.
do know, I'm perfectly willing to discuss. What I don't know, I'm not a civil engineer. I can't answer. What I can say is
why you can't. We have no indication as to how many tunnels there are in Gaza just because you're not a civil engineer. Is that really qualification that you have to be able to comment on how many tunnels are located in Gaza?
let's get back to the question of what's happened in Gaza. You said Israel is in a war with Hamas.
Yes.
So has the other guest in this room.
My name is
The guest-
Fleur.
What is your name?
Fleur.
Fleur. So has Fleur. Let me ask you a simple question, okay? If you're at war with Gaza, why are you shooting children in the skull and in the chest? The New York
Kill
Times
me.
published an article on that. Came under a lot of flack.
I don't remember. I didn't look super far into it. I'm pretty sure I was told if you reversed image search one of them that it would come up with it was from before the Israel shit, before the Gaza war broke out. It was found on a Reddit page in 2021. I don't know. I tried to reverse image search it and I could not find that, so I don't think that's true. But also I haven't. I'd have to read into the criticism more. New York Times. Gaza children. I don't know. I never heard a good response to why it just doesn't appear to be reasonable damage done to the skull or whatever from the type of gun that they're claiming that they used. But maybe there's a good response to that. I really don't know. Where shot. How many employees should a payroll with their HR like to do Dubai? What's the point of all this? Are you denying that Hamas pays people to build tunnels? Is it this? Yeah, this one.
Because they published that.
People claim that this picture was on Reddit in 2021, but I could not. I tried to do it myself and I could not see that, so I don't know. Probably not.
They said we can't refute the evidence. We have the x-rays in front of us. They're shooting children in the head, in the skull, and in the chest. If you're engaged in the war in Gaza, why are you killing journalists? Why are you killing medics? Why are you killing UN workers? If you're engaged in the war with Hamas,
I mean, there are killing is different than targeting. So one, you can lawfully kill journalists, that's collateral damage. Two, there are for example, there's one case of of journalists being killed in Gaza. The reason why is because they started flying a drone and they're in an active war zone where the airspace is being constantly monitored, and Israel saw that the drone was flying, and they were able to track down the location of the signal or whatever, and they just bombed the car that was flying the drone. It turned out to be an innocent drone and they were journalists, but if you're in an active war zone, you'll assume that a drone flying that's not approved by you is an enemy. Is an enemy drone. Obviously you assume that's a threat to you.
Why is it that Human Rights Watch just this past week put out a report? They tell people where to flee. They say go to the safe zones. Human Rights Watch says when the people are directed, they're being shot at the road.
But are you seriously saying no? But hang on.
When they get to the safe areas,
understand. I've already made that point.
Israel drops 2,000-pound bombs.
I've made that very point.
Does that sound like a war, or does that sound like a genocide?
It's interesting. Okay, let's get into that because it's an interesting part of the debate. It's horrendous that UN workers, journalists, children, women have all been killed. It's horrendous.
Targeted.
Well, okay.
Targeted.
Now he's saying targeted, but
the word targeted. They say it's collateral damage as they've gone after terrorists.
When you shoot a child,
here's my question, Norman. Here's my question.
That's not collateral damage.
Norman, can you tell me any war where innocent people have not been killed in large numbers?
I'm not talking about innocent people. This is not.
He's talking about Hamas terrorists.
This is not collateral damage. This is not even indiscriminate killing. This is very discriminate killing.
He's saying it's not even indiscriminate. It's very discriminatory towards civilians. The relative risk is it's 35 point something. It's not which is the relative risk usually is a measure of it's a measure of how discriminate your army is being towards civilians versus towards militants. Usually, if it's a genocide, the relative risk is under 4, which basically means that if you're a militant, you're only 4 times as more likely to die than a civilian. In Gaza, it's 35, meaning if you're a militant, you're 35 times more likely to die than a civilian. It's basically the per capita version of the civilian casualty ratio, because it's a better measure of how discriminate you're being. 35.6, although I don't know when these numbers were last updated, and also who knows what the real numbers are. This number is the median of the Israel-friendly numbers and the Hamas-friendly number. So
it's indiscriminate bombing of the entire infrastructure.
If they wanted genocide, though, why
discriminately indiscriminate?
Just kill everyone in Gaza.
There's a very simple answer.
Let me answer.
I'm going to come to it.
There's a very simple answer to that question, Piers, because I know you're not allowed to say it, but since I know the topic very well, take the case of the Nazis. The Nazis needed the cover of a war in order to carry out the final solution. Now, Hitler had plans earlier on, but it required a certain amount of cover, propaganda, and all sorts of other devices in order to carry it out. Gaza is in the news. It's very hard.
Do you believe Israel had a right to defend itself after October the 7th?
Actually, if you want to hear my full answer, I'm not giving you a yes or no.
What's the short answer?
My
Kill me. How many times has Finkelstein even asked this, and I hope we get to the Warsaw Ghetto. I hope that gets brought up now.
That's correct. I don't have short answers. I've said it to you before. In my opinion, Israel, here it's not my opinion, I'll quote Giora Eiland, Israel, the former head of Israel's National Security Council. Israel created, I'm quoting him now, in 2004, he said Gaza is, quote, a huge concentration camp. Israel created a huge concentration camp in Gaza. Israel imposed a medieval blockade on Gaza, which has been characterized as a crime against humanity. Israel periodically went into Gaza on its high-tech killing sprees, what it called operations.
Mowing the lawn.
I would
Yep.
say
Oh, operations.
Israel created,
Okay.
I think I'm quoting
We didn't
now,
get the mowing the lawn quote that people like to bring up.
economists call Gaza a toxic dump. Israel created a situation where you have children.
Yep.
I understand. How old are your children?
From 31 down to 12. 13.
Okay, fine. Imagine if your child, you're a father, your child was born into what Giora Eiland called a concentration camp. Your child was left to languish in that concentration
It sounds
camp.
like you're working for justification. October
allow
7th.
me-
He's completely justified October 7th. Maybe if you let him
True.
I could
Thank
explain
you.
where he's coming
Okay,
from.
allow me to finish.
I do need to bring her in.
Oh, don't you know?
Yes, you do.
The explanation is not justification. Okay, clearly they have no agency, and this is just the inevitable result of these concentration camp positions. But clearly, Israel has 100% agency, and we never give them an excuse for like bombing Gaza after Gaza has launched rockets into their territory for 20 years.
I love
She does need to
lunatics-
respond.
I love lunatics.
If there was
who pretend to
this
be
is one-on-one
psychoanalysts.
interview.
Well, she probably thinks you're a lunatic too.
Okay,
to be fair.
fine. And by October 7th, as you recall, Gaza had disappeared from the international stage.
Yeah.
All the talk was about the Abraham Accords, whether Saudi
Yes.
Arabia. So your child was destined to be born into, languish in, and die in a concentration camp. Israel created those conditions.
was it justified?
So
What
my view
happened?
is Israel forfeited its right of self-defense
Okay,
based
interesting.
on its criminal abuse of the population of Gaza.
Why
for
does he have
20
a
years.
crumpled up piece of paper in his hand?
So just to extrapolate that, it was just.
I'm very clear. There's no need for extrapolation. Israel forfeited
No,
its
I
right
was
to
about to
self-defense.
ask, does that mean then that what happened was justified?
I will stick by my formulation. Israel forfeited its right to self-defense.
Kill me, bro.
By having
You won't
a-
answer.
Justified by your logic.
Was Hamas justified? If your children were in that
If
situation,
you condemn Hamas, you must condemn Israel 100 times over.
I suspect, as a final resort, they might very well have done
Wow.
what happened.
So
You've
then,
got- okay.
by his logic, there's 100 children in tunnels and dungeons in Gaza right now, taken, innocent people, not soldiers, taken hostage. If it was your child, then it justifies everything by his very
Sure,
logic.
shooting children
By
in the
his
skull.
very
Yeah,
logic,
because there are 100
somebody takes
children.
away your
Yeah.
children
Let her
in the
respond
morning.
then.
We've heard
No,
enough.
let her
We've heard
respond.
enough
I gave you a
of
long-
this.
gave you a long
Okay.
time.
First of all, let's just come back from Gotham.
Well, hang on. Your response to what? Because Norman's gone as far as I've heard him do,
No, but
in
what-
effectively saying it
Finkelstein
was a
has said
justified
that it
attack,
was a
and Israel
justified
has
attack.
no right to defend
self-defense.
itself.
So of course he's going to say that because he doesn't believe Israel has a right to exist.
Can you-
He
True.
doesn't believe Israel
Can you
has
show
a
me the
right to
document where I
exist.
said
Could you
that?
let me answer my
I've written
question?
10 books.
He
Show me
doesn't
where I
believe
said that.
that Israel has
Show me
the
where I
right
Has he
to
ever
exist.
said that?
If
Show me
Israel-
where I
Well, has he ever said that?
My question is this.
Well, you just said he said that.
Yeah,
If
show me
Israel
where I
doesn't
said
have
Oh
that.
no,
the right-
I think he's too much of a coward to actually utter the words that Israel has no right to exist or whatever the fuck. But he blames Israel for literally everything. I'm pretty sure. I mean, he's very anti the Jews going there in the first place. Obviously, I don't think he believes the Jews had a right to go there in the first place to form their own country. Like obviously,
Show me
yeah.
where I said
Then
that.
it doesn't have the right to exist.
Fleur.
If
He's never
Israel
said that.
doesn't have
Morgan just
the
asked you
right
a
to
question.
self-defense, it doesn't have a right to exist.
But you said-
He believes the whole of the country is a settlement.
Right.
He doesn't
Where did I
believe
say
anywhere.
that?
You've said it, you've implied
Okay,
it,
where
and we've
did I
had
say
enough.
that?
If you let me answer the question.
Fleur, yes, I agree.
Let
I'm
me
letting
answer
you
the
answer the
question.
question.
Holy
Where did I
shit,
say Israel had
dude.
no right to exist? Show me.
Can I
I've
answer the
written 10
question?
books.
I think you should
to
answer it because you have said it as a fact.
If you believe that Israel doesn't have the right of self-defense, you are basically saying that Israel doesn't have the right to exist.
No, I never.
Yes, you do.
There's no
So
connection
then we can
between the two.
exist, but we can't defend ourselves
You can't
after
conde-
people attack
you
us.
can't
And let's just go back in history.
You can't defend yourself against
Sorry.
concentration camp
If he keeps
inmates.
interrupting me,
about
if he just had a 10-minute monologue.
What is he? I mean, I guess I guess he'll do the cope like clearly Hamas's goal is just liberation of the Gaza Strip or whatever. I'm assuming he probably does that cope. But like, what does he think? What does he think the implication of you're not allowed to defend yourself against Hamas is? Does he think the implication is that? Like what you you still get your country, you just can't do anything about the militants trying to destroy your country nonstop?
I agree.
He just had a
Let her
10-minute
respond.
monologue. Give me a 5-minute
Okay.
monologue, okay?
Okay.
since the beginning of the establishment of the State of Israel, which he believes that we were the terrible people displacing people. Okay, we were also displaced. Jews were also displaced from Arab lands. And that's just what happened post-war, post-colonization of the world. So let's look. In 47, there was a two-state solution proposed. The Jews said yes. The Arabs said no. It's not that they wanted a state. It's that they didn't want the Jews to have a state. So we declared a state in 48. What happens? All the countries around us come to attack, to create a genocide. It was a miracle that Israel wasn't eliminated in that moment. Move forward. 67. Those territories in which we were attacked, well, there was no Palestine, there was no Palestinians. It was Jordan and Egypt and Syria and Lebanon that attacked Israel. If they would never have attacked Israel in 67, that land would have remained Arab land. Okay, fast forward 73. Another war that we didn't start. Now, do we not have the right to defend ourselves from destruction?
67.
We didn't start 67. We didn't start 73. We didn't start.
Kill
Then
me.
we go and we say, we crumble onto hope. We hold onto hope. We say, let's do the Oslo Accords. We offered Arafat, and Clinton will say this himself.
Yes.
Every
Also,
single
I like how he points out 67, but to be clear, Finkelstein thinks they started all of the war. He doesn't accept that the Arabs started even like 73 or the War of Attrition. 60. Was that in 69? When was the War of Attrition? War of attrition, not definition. Israel. Was it 69? Fighting between Israel, 67 to 1970. Okay. I don't think he accepts any of this. Like,
They said they wanted 97% of.
or what's the Wait, what war? I thought it was the War of Attrition, but this is the. What's the war the female prime minister was in for between Israel and Egypt? What was that one? What the fuck? Was it not? Was it the war? Was it? I feel like it's the War of Attrition. I might just be. On March 8th, 1969, Nasser proclaimed the official launch of the War of Attrition. Okay, I am right. No, never mind.
The West Bank,
I remember.
half of Jerusalem, the lot. And they said no, and they started a bloody intifada in the streets of my city that killed many, many innocent civilians, Jewish and Arab alike. Then we thought, let's try something else. In 2005, let's do unilateral withdrawal. That's what Sharon did. He said, maybe if we actually just leave, they'll have an opportunity. There was never a blockade. The blockade started when Hamas went into power, and
I'm in there.
they were bringing in
Oh,
contraband.
okay. Clearly there's a
missiles
blockade,
which
but
to attack Israel. That's when a country has to say, we need to defend ourselves. Now, if there's a blockade, don't they have a border with Egypt? Why don't you say, what about Egypt? There's no blockade when it's three wars.
True.
What's the fourth wall? It's Egypt. What happened to Egypt? Didn't they have tunnels going in and out of Egypt? In fact, it was Egypt that had a much harsher border than Israel. We had 20,000 people coming
Okay,
into work.
let me ask you a question.
So what concentration
Let me
camp
ask you a
has, tell me something, what concentration
true. It has is it Gisha that has all the entrances and exits by Palestinians, like 40,000 a year or something? Like what concentration camp has fucking 40,000 people a year entering and leaving? Like, really?
No, I've got a
camp has a
different
country club? What concentration camp has a country club?
No, I've
Go
different
after your island.
Go on
You go to your
concentration.
island.
Yes, your island thinks we should keep northern Gaza.
and
That's what he thinks.
and Giora
So now
Island
you're
called-
quoting
why
him?
don't Giora Island called a huge concentration camp? Why? 2004.
I don't speak for him.
Hey, you could just Google
2004.
it.
I don't know why no one was in his place to quote game.
Yes.
We left in 2005.
Right. He called Gaza
In
in
2004.
2004 a
We
huge
left-
concentration
Let me
camp.
ask you, Fleur.
So we left in 2004.
Fleur, let me
You
ask
never
you.
left.
We
Fleur,
left in
Fleur.
2005.
Your imagination
Excuse
you
me,
left.
keep
In
your
your
distance, please.
imagination you
So you
left.
understand
According to the
that
International
this
Committee
man-
of the Red Cross, you didn't
Yes,
leave.
we know
According to-
how neutral
according
they
to
are.
Human Rights Watch, you didn't leave.
We know how neutral they
According
are.
to Amnesty International,
We know how
I know.
neutral.
Everybody's an anti-Semite.
No, but a lot of people- no.
For real.
Let me ask you a question.
I want you to answer
Let me
something.
let me get to the
Let me
timeout.
just
No, I
make-
want to ask you a question, which is this. There can be no doubt that even if Israel says we unilaterally pulled out in 2005...
Hello, my dude. Just go true. What country does XYZ? I don't know, man. Maybe it's maybe give it some logical thought and try to go beyond what's being said. I think logical thought would imply that if a place has 40,000 people entering and exiting a year, it's a lot of which just for work or just like 30,000 people in merchants or whatever. Or this is monthly. Sorry, the monthly. My bad. Not yearly. Monthly is like that. Doesn't seem very concentration camp. Like the fact that Gaza pre-October 7th seemed to have, basically, it depends on what data you use. I don't think we have very good data. Seem to have like semi-comparable living standards to like other Arab nations. Like doesn't seem very like concentration camp of it. Like
troops and so on to the border, whatever. There's no doubt that Israel continued to exercise a form of occupying control. And we saw that very clearly after October the 7th, when Israel was, at the flick of a switch, able to turn off the supplies of water, of electricity.
Why didn't they
of
develop
food.
their own water
No, but here's my
infrastructure?
question for you, Fleur.
Why didn't they use
Here's my
the money
question
to
for you.
develop their own
Here's my
electricity?
question
I'm
for you.
pretty sure on the water thing, from what I remember, most of the water in the Gaza Strip comes from Gaza internally. I think it's like 90%.
Why?
I don't remember electricity shit. I don't remember, man.
Wait, given that Israel had that power, you can dispute the word occupation, but they had a control over the people of Gaza, the Palestinians, which I don't think they should have had.
I don't think they.
What gives Israel the right to exercise that kind of power?
The fact that it's ruled by a jihadist organization that's fundamentally opposed to the existence of their country and constantly attacks Israel. So, like, you probably want to restrict their ability to build up their military capacity, because if you don't, you get things like October
Over the
7th.
people of Gaza.
It wasn't over the people of Gaza. It
Well,
was
it
a
was.
terrorist entity that has in its foundational charter the destruction of the
Okay,
whole
at
of
least
Israel.
we-
You gave them control.
At least
No,
we
we didn't give them
agree
control.
that-
We gave the Palestinian Authority control.
Are you saying all Gazans are Hamas?
No, we gave the Palestinian Authority control. And then the year later, they had elections pushed by the American government at the time. And then Hamas won that election and then took over in a brutal coup, which, by the way, do you know how many of the PA they
Your
killed?
defense is you're happy to see, defense is to happily say that a number seems too high. I guess it's good in your books. Just run with that. I mean, if we're defining constant, I don't think it's reasonable to say it's a concentration camp if we have a lot of good numbers coming from it. Like, yeah, it's at some point, you preclude it being a concentration camp if the numbers in it, like, let's say life expectancy was literally, let's say the human development index of it was literally the highest in the world, and people were allowed to enter and exit whenever they want. At some point, when the numbers get good enough, yeah, that does kind of preclude the ability of it to be a concentration camp. Like, obviously these numbers can give us like an indicator of like how concentration camp like Gaza is, and like what.
This is their own
Do you
civil war
think-
going
do you-
on.
listen, I think
That's
Hamas-
also Israel's
I think
fault.
Hamas are just-
Everything is
listen,
Israel's fault.
Blair-
You are basically practicing the bigotry of low expectation for the Gazans. And
True.
We
Okay.
say that the Palestinian leadership has no responsibility.
Hamas is a-
Zero responsibility.
okay, listen.
Hamas is a brutal terrorist organization.
Yes,
Okay,
it is.
So that explains why Israel prohibited chocolate from entering Gaza. That's why Israel prohibited.
Prior to 2010, they were like on the whitelist system, right? Like a big thing is like you don't know, like it's not like they want to like intentionally, or I'm sure some people did. A lot of them probably don't want to intentionally like punish their children in Gaza by not giving them chocolates. That they don't know. It's that they don't know. You know, if the suppliers are smuggling stuff in, like that's why, cookies were banned. Prior to 2010, they were on like a whitelist system, so like everything not on the whitelist was banned. Like that's why, like, you know, cookies were supposedly banned or whatever. Although like they still had internal production of cookies in Gaza, like they were still making cookies in Gaza. It's just that they couldn't be imported from certain suppliers, or they didn't have like any verified supplier cookies or whatever. But after the Gaza flotilla incident, they did loosen up on the blockade.
I
So
agree with that.
Gaza.
I agree with you.
That's why
He's twisting the reality.
Actually, that is the reality.
It's not.
Israel was doing that.
It's
Israel
not.
produced
Yes.
such
They
a
were
long-
restricting
such-
building materials that they knew they were
It
using.
wasn't all they were restricting. Let me ask you, listen, I want to bring things forward.
Here's we finally agree on more than we disagree. I'm glad about
Listen,
that.
you'd be surprised. Honestly, I have a lot of sympathy for the plight of the Palestinians, and I have sympathy
so
for
do I.
Israel to have not.
the implication is not that the 900K is unaffected. Like it's that like if we're defining something as a concentration camp, the ability of to be clear, it's not just upper class people, but the ability of people to leave is like kind of a important thing. Like most of the Jews couldn't leave the concentration camps. In fact, I'm not aware of any concentration camp where you know, 10% of the population had or not 10%, like 1% of the population had the ability to leave whenever. Like, or I shouldn't say whenever, because I do think you need a permit. Like, yeah.
I have a lot of sympathy
Okay,
for the Palestinians
let me-
because they've always had terrible leadership.
Fine. You know what I think? Palestinians should be entitled to the exact same human rights as you.
They should
and
be
me.
entitled to their
And they're
own
not.
self-determination.
Yeah,
But why didn't they do that? Why didn't they take one of the pieces?
I
that was
agree with-
offered? Why did they not
Blair,
self-determine?
I agree.
Do you know why?
I agree.
Do you know why?
Prisons don't allow prisoners to leave until they're done with their sentence. Like, what do you mean? Are they still inmates when they like not like what?
Here's-
May I answer
because-
I mean, like, you can get a permit to leave for like certain instances if you're a nonviolent criminal or whatever. It's my understanding, but like criminals aren't allowed to like just leave and like go work a job outside the prison usually. In fact, I'm not aware of any prison in America that does that regularly.
never
My view-
taken
Yeah, I answered that.
responsibility.
Yes, but
because the whole world,
talking from
the whole world has taken
Look,
all
my view
responsibility
is
away
this.
from the leadership.
My view is a bigger view, which is that right behind all this is Iran.
Absolutely.
That Iran's tentacles have
Absolutely.
been fueling Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis, and that
Absolutely.
is the core problem in the region.
In Norman Finkelstein's world, Islamism is not a problem. Political
Norm-
Islam is
let
not a
Norman
problem.
respond now.
In his world, that's not a problem.
It's a very simple answer. There are called 4 or 5 final.
Not aware of
status
any
questions
prisons that allow prisoners to do work for the state is different than allowed to leave the prison and work for like a private. I understand, like in prisons we have prisoners doing prison firefighting or whatever. That's not at all what is happening in Gaza when people exit Gaza to go work their daily job in Israel and then come back at the end of the day or whatever. Like, what?
Yeah.
Jerusalem, settlements, borders, refugees. Those are the main issues. Under international law, the settlements are illegal. Each and every one. I noticed yesterday when I was watching your latest program, you referred to the building of new settlements as being appalling. No.
Prisons aren't concentration camps. Like obviously prisoners aren't free. Prisons also aren't concentration camps. These are different things. I'm not disputing that people in Gaza lack freedom or lack a lot of freedoms. I'm not disputing that point. I just don't think it's fair to call it a concentration camp. Like,
under international law, confirmed in the July decision of the International Court of Justice, all the settlements are illegal. Under the plans,
that's probably
that,
true.
Ehud Barak offered in the year 2000, and then later under Ehud Olmert, Israel wanted to keep 80% of the settlements in place. It wanted to keep all the settlement blocks in place.
I mean, like most of the settlements are like very close to the pre-67 borders. So like it makes more practical sense to just absorb them and do land swaps, even if they are illegal or whatever. It's just like pragmatically, it makes a lot more sense to just grant them to Israel or whatever.
The
like
question of borders. Israel's position has been, excuse me, it will not return to the June 1967 border. That's in breach of international law. Israel says it will not.
I mean, the whole, when it says international law, usually people refer to as UN 242. UN 242 is probably not legally binding because it's a Chapter 7 resolution, or is it Chapter 6? It's either like Chapter 6 or Chapter 7, and only one of those is legally binding. It's the not legally binding one. 2, it very specifically says, it says territories occupied, not the territories occupied. They intentionally left out the word the, because they didn't want Israel to return to all. They didn't want Israel to cede all of the territories occupied after the 1967 war. That was an intentional decision by the drafters of UN Resolution 242. And then it also says Israel has to withdraw there has to be a just and lasting peace between Israel and the Arab nations, and the Arab nations must recognize Israel. Syria is kind of a shit show. I'm not aware of any factions in Syria that recognize Israel, but maybe they do. But Syria is a shit show, and only seeming like it's only going to be turning into more of a shit show. So
not leave East Jerusalem. East Jerusalem is occupied Palestinian territory. It belongs to the Palestinians.
I'm just taking your points. You have stated that because 40,000 people can move there, therefore cannot be something bad like it can still be bad and not be a concentration camp. Those don't preclude each other. But the ability of like 40,000 people to come and go a month in the way that they do in Gaza, I think does kind of preclude the ability of it being defined as a concentration camp. Yeah. But it's not just that number too. Like there are other, like the life expectancy or whatever pre-October 7th seem to be relatively aligned. The infant mortality seem to be relatively aligned with other Arab nations. Okay, so is it something bad in your opinion? Well, it's bad, but I think some of the things Israel, I think some of it is justified. But yeah, I mean, it's like some of it is bad. Sure, I don't have an issue with saying that. Like obviously, the conditions of people in Gaza, especially right now, are not good. But that doesn't change. That I do think Israel has the right to defend itself or whatever. Like
Palestinian people. Very simple.
I will say, like, some of the blockade is definitely overly strict in my opinion. Like, I do think a lot of the blockade is bad, but
I hope everybody will listen.
Who are we occupying Jerusalem?
Especially prior to the flotilla incident.
Jordanian before 67.
I'm not interested
No,
in
you're
your
talking
opinion.
about law.
So you agree it's bad? You define it. Yeah, Palestinians lack the basic right to self-determination. they lack the, like, people in the West Bank lack the freedom to go to like shit that's their own territory without going through an Israeli checkpoint. That seems pretty fucked up. People in Gaza, post 2005, don't they don't really have to go through Israeli checkpoints until after October 7th. But like the unemployment rate was like pretty high because they don't get investment because they're ruled by Hamas. The Hamas does not have elections. Like
He's wrong in law.
But you cannot dispute it on that. Hang on.
they lack access to materials based on the fact that Israel restricts what they can import. Like
There's never been Palestinian.
Do you dispute? Okay, on one point.
dispute
Look,
everything.
we can argue about the
Yes.
hang on. We can argue about the history of the settlements. Okay. What I don't think anyone can argue, Israeli or Palestinian, since the start of this war on October the 7th, 8th.
so, how bad would you define it to be? Not concentration camp level bad.
is that the aggressive expansion of settlements on the West Bank by Israelis since the start of this war, in my estimation, has not just been outrageous. I think it actually constitutes an indisputable war crime. What are they doing?
Do you know? Have you ever read Oslo?
I'm very aware of
Okay,
it.
so let me
I've
tell
actually
you.
interviewed-
So let me tell you what Oslo.
Why are you assuming things?
I don't think Oslo addressed settlements really. Like that was a big issue with Oslo, right? Is that it didn't actually say anything super specific on settlements. Like,
I'm asking you a question because when you talk about it, you don't understand what was actually.
I
involved.
literally- sorry.
I think he understands.
is it a crime against humanity? I don't know. I don't know what you mean by that. I don't know if I would go. Some of it, like, I don't think Israeli policy is intentionally designed to be a crime against humanity for the Gaza Strip, for the most part, would be my
Actually,
position.
specifically-
But certain parts of it, sure, I'm sure you could define it that way. Like,
I asked you about
I'm going to answer.
the
this is a
aggressive
new
expansion
Pierce
of
video.
settlements
It's 3 days old at this point, but
since October the 7th. It is indefensible, it is illegal, and in my estimation, it is a war crime. Now, we
is
know
no-
that's happening
there's no
because we can
war
see
crime,
it. We can
there's
see
no
it.
occupation.
What we can't see in Gaza
It
is
is
anything.
all-
Because the
no,
Germans
there's
don't allow
not.
it.
We're doing
no-
we're doing the no occupation line. Listen. You can do the occupations can be lawfully created in self-defense. There's actually. Ooh, you know what? Maybe you should read this today too. Dude, this one guy joined my server and then he left. Where is it? I don't know. Oh, fuck. Where did I save it? This one guy joined my server and I just like clicked on it. It clicked on his like thing to see, like, you know, who he was, if we had any mutual friends and mutual servers. And he had this, he has like a Substack where he's like, questioning the Israeli occupation narrative. I think what's fucking happening is best described as an occupation in the West Bank, and post October 7th, best described as an occupation in Gaza as well, or at least post their invasion, which was October 29th or whatever. But there are legal arguments challenging the characterization of Israel's occupying force. These arguments hinge on several points. One, the absence of a sovereign state before the 1967 Six-Day War. Neither the West Bank nor the Gaza Strip were recognized as sovereign territories. The West Bank has been annexed by Jordan, was annexed by Jordan, a move not widely recognized internationally, and Gaza was administered by Egypt without claim to sovereignty. Thus, the argument goes, since there was no sovereign state from which the territories were occupied, the strict legal definition of occupation might not apply. To the San Remo Resolution, the 1920 San Remo Conference entrusted Britain with the mandate for Palestine, recognizing the historical connection of the Jewish people to the region and supporting the establishment of a Jewish national home. Some legal scholars argue this gives Israel a legal basis for its claims. Yeah, there's a whatever, I forget the term for it. There's something called like the basic rule or whatever, which is like independent states are like are like guaranteed the borders from their like colonial mandate or whatever. And people argue that means like Israel's like the independent state and they're entitled to the territory from their British mandate, which included the West Bank and Gaza. I don't think it included Golan Heights though, but defensive war. The territories in question were acquired during a war, which many argue was defensive in nature for Israel. Given the 14 Geneva Conventions, provisions for focus on territories taking an aggressive stance, there's a contention that the West Bank and Gaza don't fall under this category. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty reasonable to say occupations can be lawfully created in self-defense. And in fact, I mean, international law states as much. Oslo Accords in 1990 saw Israel and the Palestinian Liberation Organization signing a series of agreements collectively known as Oslo Accords. These accords established a framework for Palestinian self-governance in certain territories and a path towards a final status agreement. Some argue this mutual recognition and ongoing negotiation process means that the territories are not occupied in the traditional sense of international law.
Yes, and if the journalists were allowed in and they got killed, you'd say Israel's killing journalists. So you can't win, can you?
What do you think of the aggressive expansion of
I wanna
settlements
just-
on the West Bank since the war started?
I reject the premise of that, and I'll tell you why.
You think it's fine?
Let me ask you a question.
Do you support
But
these
she said
expansions?
there's-
I've had Jewish
I've
guests
asked-
who have
she said
condemned
there's
them.
no
I've asked-
occupation.
There's no occupation.
She said there's no
Because at the
occupation.
beginning-
Do you think these expansions are fine?
I want to answer the
Are they
question.
justified?
I want to answer the
Well, yes
question.
or no?
Oh my God, can you answer the question,
Yes or
bitch,
no?
please,
Yes or no?
bro,
Just-
please, bro, it should be so easy. Just say no, just bite the bullet, who cares, just say no.
No, because
You define this as a war, right? Yeah, probably, yeah,
Oh,
why?
I'm asking you a simple question, Fleur.
You-
Has the expansion of settlements in the West Bank since the start of this war been justified, yes or no?
94%
Yes or no?
of Palestinians
Yes or no?
are living under their own
Yes or no,
authority
Fleur?
in
Can you answer that?
Judea
Yes or
and
no?
Samaria.
Is it justified?
Oh, Judea and Samaria. Let's go. Let's go.
Justified. We are building communities. There are communities.
Okay, there we go.
People out of their homes.
Finally.
Illegally.
Have you ever looked at Area C?
International law says you're breaking the law.
There's no homes. There's desert. It's the Judean desert where there's
It's very
settlements.
interesting because, okay, let me come back to Norman.
What are you
Let me
talking
come
about?
back
I mean, I think regardless of whether people have been kicked out of their homes, usually it's still illegal to do so.
You think people are getting kicked out of
You know what?
Important, a war, occupation, or genocide. I mean, you can have a war within occupied territories, but there's no right side of this
Here's my
shit.
thing for
Welcome,
you,
The
Michelle.
Onion,
You're
or
gonna feel
welcome
like me
back.
saying this, because I've had guests from the Israeli side.
So
When I've
real.
had that very point, that question, they have actually very quickly said, I think it's wrong, right? And I respect that completely. I've got to say, Fleur, your total refusal to accept anything in terms of the settlement since October 7th on the West Bank
Let
is
me
wrong.
ask you a question.
I just find it
Why
outrageous.
was there terrorism before 1967?
I'm not going back to
If all,
67.
no, I am.
I'm talking about the last year.
Because you're talking about territory that
These
was
settlement expansions in the
legitimately.
last 15
You're
months have
talking
been
about
totally wrong.
territory that was legitimately conquered after a war we didn't start
All right.
in '67.
All right.
So let me ask you a question. Do you think that when somebody aggressively starts a war, they should never pay a price for that?
No, but I think
Thank
we
you,
should be honest
Experimental
about what
Punch
the
21 for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream.
So what's the price they should
No,
pay?
that's the
for
question
having
I've been
attacked?
asking for the last year.
Jordan attacked
That's the question
Israel.
I've been.
Hunter, I have no issue with saying that like Israel has committed war crimes because like literally every country ever when they're at war has committed war crimes. Like the U.S. committed war crimes when it was in Iraq. It did the Abu Ghraib prison or whatever. Like we had the videos of the IDF raping Palestinians. It doesn't make it a genocide. That doesn't make the war unjustified. Like what? Sure, I think Israel's probably restricting aid too much when in October or whatever. Before October 15th, they didn't let aid into the northern parts of the Gaza Strip or whatever. And like Anthony Blinken got mad at them, and like they on October 16th had to start letting aid into the north again. Like what? Like
Been
The
asking for the last-
territory
Like-
was Jordanian. And let me tell you something.
all right.
After the
I'm not claiming Israel is an angel here. That's not a position I am held to. Like
keep them.
Fine, I'm going to Norman for a response. Here's the thing, Norman. We agree about more than you may realise, and I do with you as well in certain areas, and disagree in others, right? So I don't come at this from an ideological, I'm with one side or the other. But I do find anyone who attempts to defend the expansion of settlements in the way that we've seen, I just think that they're so far...
to what level though? I don't think Israel as a matter of policy is intentionally committing war crimes. I think there are probably some commanders that intentionally commit war crimes. I think there are more individuals who also intentionally commit war crimes. I don't think it's a matter of policy. It's Israeli dictated policy to like commit war crimes against Palestinians or whatever. That's my
They
position.
can't see the wood for the trees out there. My big issue with Gaza is not that your characterization is necessarily wrong. It's that we, as Western media, don't know because we're not allowed in there. And my big problem with the IDF, and I'll get a response from you on this, is the IDF's refusal to let independent Western journalists in to verify what they're doing and to report fairly and freely. I think is very telling and increasingly damning.
Okay, here's. I
don't fully disagree with that point.
When you had Katie Halper on
Yes.
and Alan Dershowitz
Yes.
and John Cornelius and Matt Kennard.
Yeah.
And that point you made yesterday, which you're reiterating today, I'd like to address it very directly.
Yeah.
You say the problem is that Israel is, or a problem is that Israel isn't admitting journalists.
Yeah.
And you correctly said it's fair for a fair-minded person to infer.
So you don't think
from
there are
that
any
fact-
operations where Daddy was
Absolutely.
targeted?
100%.
LOL, come on. I mean, that's not a position I'm held to. That literally there's not a single operation where they targeted civilians. I just don't think it's a matter of policy that's the case. I don't think when you say where Daddy was targeted, I don't know exactly what you mean by that. Like, are you talking about the whatever? What's the where is Daddy thing? The thing with the AI DSS system that people get
That's
mad
only half
about?
the picture. The other half of the picture, which I hope your listeners will pay attention to, the other half of the picture is this. Since Israel imposed the blockade on Gaza, it's
You know
been
about any
investigated.
operations about Daddy being just because you kill people as collateral damage also doesn't mean you're targeting them. The where's Daddy thing, right, was like that they're blowing up Hamas people in their private homes, right, and you kill them with their entire family. It's not necessarily illegal. That's not necessarily, unless it's disproportionate. That's not necessarily illegal. Like
in the economic basket case. And all these international organizations have had to come in. Save the Children, World Food Program, CARE, UNESCO, UNICEF.
Yeah.
They all have field operations there. They all know the lay of the land. They're all still there since October 7th. Now, when South Africa submitted its application to the International Court of Justice alleging that Israel was in breach of the Genocide Convention, who did it cite? It cited all of these organizations. It would be better if we had journalists there, but really at this point, journalistic coverage would be superfluous. We have all the respect.
well, wait, if you intentionally do it when they're home, knowing that there would be collateral damage, no, you have. If Hunter, if you think that, you have no understanding of international law. It is 100% okay to knowingly kill civilians under international law.
Superfluous.
Okay, I will say superfluous, meaning we have all of these international respected organizations, many of them headed by Americans, like Agency for International Development.
I get
When
your
they
point.
charge, when they all charge, Israel
Bro,
is
why is he still? What the fuck?
choosing starvation.
Oh, is it like? Oh, it's because he's sick. He keeps coughing into it. Is that what it is?
Israel
as in you favor not doing it in other circumstances. What?
Understand.
Using
I
starvation
hear you.
as a
Norman, we have
weapon.
about 8 minutes
I
left.
just want to answer
No,
that. The
Fleur,
Special Advisor for Prevention of
Quickly, please.
Genocide yesterday for the UN
Yep.
was sacked. Why? Because she said that what's happening in Gaza did not meet the definition of genocide.
Yeah.
This is the Special Advisor for Prevention of Genocide.
Yeah.
What he is talking about is a blood libel that Jews have suffered for thousands of years.
That's
And
a
what's
little
happening today,
harsh,
that
but
the
okay.
new blood libel that used to be, oh, Jews are killing Christian children for making the bread, and all of that today, as the collective country, the Jewish country, now today we face the same blood libels, but in big.
Okay.
That's exactly what's
Listen, we
happening.
have a few minutes.
Genocide
Okay,
is a
Fleur,
blood libel.
Fleur,
Apartheid is a blood libel.
okay.
Everything this man talks
Okay, you
about
made your
is
point.
a blood
You made your point. I
libel.
want to ask-
And he's
okay.
having his 5 minutes in this.
Listen, Big State might be the person who his criticism was like most okay, but like it's so great. Every criticism of Israel is blood libel. You're now relying on the one point. They had no choice but to do it when they were home. That's not true. You could have a case where they are able to target them when they're not home either, but it doesn't necessarily make it illegal to also target them while they're home. In fact, it could be like it could also be the case where 2 strikes would be legal and Israel chooses one because they think it actually has less collateral damage if they are home.
Son,
Okay.
Because today it's trendy
All right.
to hate Israel and hate Jews.
Okay.
But
It's not Jews, it's Israel. Jews are a nation. Jews are not a nation or a race. I mean, Jews are ethnicity. They are arguably a nation as well.
Trump. He's
Like
the new
what?
president of the United States. He's packed his cabinet with very pro-Israeli people. That's no great secret. He makes no
UNICEF
secret of
is
being
Hamas,
very pro-Israeli.
real.
What does that mean, do you think, for this war? I mean, on one level, it may bring an end to the war faster, which would be a good thing for everybody. But what does it mean going forward? I mean, my big argument with
It's
Israel... I've seen
religion.
no-
It's also an ethnicity, right? Like what? Like, do you think Israel's an ethno state? What ethnicity is Israel an ethno state for? Like what? Like
coherent plan for life after the war. And I've been very cynical about Netanyahu, that he's facing corruption charges the moment this is over. He's also, there's a big report out today from Israel, holding his government to account for the failures of allowing October the 7th to happen.
No,
There'll be
what?
accountability for that. There's no great incentive for him to end this, but Trump may want him to end it quickly, I suspect. But what happens then? I mean, just be
really. Does it? I mean, maybe, maybe, but also like, I don't know. All of Trump's rhetoric on it is just seems to be telling Israel to finish the job and to do it, get it done, get it over with. Like, I don't know. I don't know if he's going to be pushing for a ceasefire or anything like the Biden administration was. So
What is going to
I
happen?
don't know.
Well,
It's no state or race, it's religion, but it's also like an ethnicity, right? Like we have evidence of the Jewish ethnicity, like as a matter of like DNA, and also like you would say that Israel's not an ethno state, then, right? Can you just answer like, is Israel an ethno state, the Onion?
I hate to be a bearer of bad news, and I've been criticized on that score by people who normally I would count as my allies. But as I said, I think Gaza is no more.
Just gone. What will happen to the people?
I think by hook or by crook, they're going to have to figure out a way to leave.
Well, they go into neighboring Arab countries.
Oh, they won't accept it. Don't worry.
I don't know what's going
Nobody's
to happen. But
accepting.
as you know, Piers, in the modern world, right now there are 2.5 million Syrians in Turkey. There are about 1.5 million Syrians in Lebanon. There are large population movements. I don't want to go into that area, first of all.
What
because
makes you
it's
Jewish as a
speculative.
belief?
And second,
Nope. You
since
can be
we-
Jewish and not, and you can be a Jewish atheist. You can be a Jewish Christian, because Judaism is also an ethnicity as well as a religion, as well as arguably a nation as well. Jewish identity is a really hard thing to nail down, but it is like clearly an ethnicity as well.
It's a distraction from what we should be focusing on.
But also, can you answer? Do you think Israel's an ethno state?
And what we should be focusing on now is what happened, who is accountable for it, because that's one part of historical justice.
Before I go to Fleur for response, just very quickly, because we are literally in the last 5 minutes now. Should Hamas have any form of power in any government after this war?
Piers, I've answered that question to you before, but I'll answer it again. I will be succinct.
Kill me,
If
bro.
Hamas, by killing 1,200 people on October 7th, disqualified itself from participating in any future in the resolution of the conflict, then Israel, by a factor of
It's
maybe 20 times
disqualified
more,
20
has
times over.
disqualified itself. And we have to add, it's not
Kill
just
me.
the state of-
Me when intentions matter for the moral standing of the perpetrators.
It's the entire
when
population of Israel, which gets more and more enthusiastic and
No, there are many religions in Israel. Okay, I'm glad we agree. Israel's not an ethno state. Glad we.
more and more each time a massacre unfolds in Gaza.
But we also saw hang on
Mm-hmm.
that. We also saw scenes of widespread jubilation when the hostages were dragged through the streets in Gaza from a lot of Palestinians. The idea that it's just Hamas
Yes.
members who have a view of an anti-Jewish sentiment.
He
I saw it with our own
is
eyes.
assigning a cult of death to the wrong side. He is assigning a cult of death to Israel. Israel is a cult of life.
Let me ask you a question,
Israel
Fleur.
is.
Let me ask you, Fleur.
I have 4 children.
No way. Jewish is a race. I mean, it's like. I mean, Israel's a like Jewish nation, right? Like the argument is Israel. Jewish is arguably like a nationality as well. But like if you Jewish identity is probably like the single like hardest identity to like nail down. But like, yeah, Judaism's a religion. It's also an ethnicity. We have evidence of the Jewish ethnicity. You're just wrong at that point. Like you just look up DNA evidence. Although this is controlled by Jews, so you got to be careful. Jewish ethnicity. Ancient DNA provides new insight into Ashkenazi Jew. Genetic study of Jew is like we can just look at this, but like you can take a DNA test and it can tell you you're Ashkenazi Jewish, or but there's like again, it's like literally like the single hardest identity to nail down, like because it's all of these things like lumped together. American is Christian. Christian is a right, yeah, but when people say Israel's a Jewish nation, they typically don't mean just because the majority of people there are Jewish. I wouldn't call America. When people say America's a Christian nation, usually it's like right wing hacks like doing so because they think it's founded on like Judeo-Christian values or whatever the fuck.
Let me ask you.
I have 4 children, and they come home singing songs. One day we'll have peace. And you know what they teach in the Palestinians?
That encompasses elements in nationhood, ethnicity, religion, and culture. Like,
You know what else
Let
they're
me
saying?
finish.
They're saying
The
death
very
to the
rude. He's
Arabs.
not let me
They
answer
also
any
sing death to
question.
the Arabs.
That's not true.
Even when
You
they
do
go to
not live in
foreign
Israel.
countries,
You have
even
not
when
been
they
to
go
Israel,
Amsterdam,
and I don't know how long.
They sing death to the Arabs.
He's wrong.
Even in
Israel-
Amsterdam, they sing death to the Arabs. In fact, even in Amsterdam, they sang, you know why there are no
Again,
schools
the
in
abused
Gaza?
wife is
Because
justifying
there are
the
no more
pogrom.
children in
The
Gaza.
abused wife is
That's what they've
justifying
been
the
chanting.
pogrom.
I didn't look at any of the protests going on in Amsterdam or whatever. So, and he could be telling the truth. I really don't know.
Amsterdam.
He's justifying the pogrom, the
cult
abused
of
wife.
life.
Abused wife syndrome. Justifying the pogrom.
Israel have a cult.
Then Jewish that does not follow. Just because when people in America talk about us being a Christian nation, they mean it was founded on Judeo-Christian values. I don't see how it follows that Judaism is not a ethnicity. That does not follow at all. But
Life
okay.
For Jews.
That's not true.
L'chaim.
And the 20%
And
of
death to
Arabs
all the
who live, and 20%
And
of
death to
Arab
all the
citizens
Arabs.
that live in peace in Israel, that prosper in Israel.
Hold on.
That are in
Are you Jewish if you don't believe in God? You can be, yeah.
every single
Again, you
strata
can be
of
a Jewish
society. You know who
atheist.
the best educated people in Israel are? Christian Arab women. And that's Israel. We celebrate diversity. Everybody gets opportunities, including our Muslim,
No,
our
okay,
Jew,
nice
our
to
Christian
know.
population. He's living in a world that doesn't exist and is assigning everything that is wrong with Hamas to... Now, let me just finish with something. This is Israel Khania, who we killed, thankfully, a billionaire, the guy who obviously followed the accounting of Hamas, yes. The blood of women, children, and elderly, we're the ones that need this blood. So
Oh
it awakens
damn,
within
she's
us
got the quote.
revolutionary
She's got the
spirit. This is the guy who's
quotes.
so
And then
brilliant.
Finkelstein's gonna say, "Well, this is what Israeli defense minister, the one guy that says insane shit all the time, said." And
live like a king in Doha. Now, I think what both of
The
you
finance
is that
minister,
this
what's
is
his
not a
name?
Territorial conflict. This is an ideological conflict because Hamas don't want a two-state solution, and unfortunately, the PA have rejected every two-state solution proposed
what
to them
happens at the
from
end of this war?
1947.
So what happens at the end of the war?
There is no territorial solution because this is not a territorial
what will
conflict. I pray that the Abraham Accords and that the wider peace in the region will bring the Palestinians to the point that they understand that the only way forward is to negotiate with Israel. Not to go this way or that way, and not to kill Israelis, but to negotiate with Israel. Israel is a country that I'm so proud of my country. 1948, nobody gave us anything. We've been fighting wars incessantly. We built a technological superpower. We are curing cancer. We are curing climate issues.
bro,
We are doing-
they
we have
cured
all kinds of
COVID. You know
problems.
the conspiracy theory. They were working on a COVID vaccine before COVID even released. Okay, before the COVID patch dropped. Okay. Because they actually engineered it as a bioweapon, as we all know.
That anybody else, including Arab
You know what we
Israelis
need a cure
who
for?
prosper in
You know
this
what we need a
country.
cure for?
Killing Arab children.
We need a cure.
No.
No, we need a cure for a 75-year conflict.
We do.
And you know what? I'm
True,
reminded again.
for real.
I'm reminded again of a conflict in Northern Ireland
Yes.
between implacable enemies who killed each
Yes.
other for
Piers.
many decades, and they eventually got leaders who were able to barrel through all that and reach
Piers,
peace.
I was
And that's what we need.
I was deputy mayor of Jerusalem for 6 years. All I did was build bridges between the 40%
Okay.
Muslim population and the Jewish
I've got to leave
population,
it there.
and they have
Fleur,
prospered
I have to
for
leave it
it.
there. Fleur and Norm, thank you. Listen, I appreciate you coming together. I know it's passionate views on both sides, but I do appreciate you agreeing to do this debate. I always learn things when smart people debate these things, all right?
Okay,
So
just one last word, if you don't mind.
very quickly.
Okay. I was supposed to debate Benny Morris at Oxford. He said he won't debate
What
me.
the fuck?
I was then supposed to debate Ehud
Based?
Olmert at
Based?
Oxford this week. That's why I
Yeah.
came. He said he wouldn't debate me.
Based.
So I appreciate
Did he really have a debate scheduled with Ehud Olmert? Really?
the fact that Fleur.
That he was the prime minister, right? Yeah, former prime minister of Israel.
Hey, I don't think.
that would have been awesome, bro. Why'd he refuse? What the fuck? Awesome. Fire. Sick. Cool.
Very well.
Well, that's
All right.
but let me
You know
tell
what? No, I'm done.
Here's-
No.
Name the trait that makes you Jewish. Whatever I mean, it depends again because Judaism is ethnicity and also arguably a nation and also a religion. So if you're talking about religiously Jewish, you would have to believe in a certain a few things like, there's a single God. Jesus was not resurrected. He was just a regular prophet or whatever, a few things like that. If you're talking about Jewish ethnicity, you'd have to have some DNA that makes you the Jewish ethnicity. If you're talking about part of the Jewish nation, that's a lot more complicated. You probably have to have some set of cultural ideals that align closely with the Jewish culture common in Israel. You'd have to have some shared history with all the people either in Israel or in the diaspora. Diaspora is how you pronounce it, diaspora, whatever the fuck, that make you part of the Jewish nation. Yeah.
He refuses to debate Mossab Youssef Hassan.
You know what?
He refused to debate him tomorrow.
There was no Jewish nation. I mean, there was a while ago. there wasn't 3,000 years ago.
Why don't you invite Piers? Piers, can I ask you to
now-
invite
In Gaza,
Mossab
how
to
the
debate
Palestinians rebuild without Israel allowing it. Well, that's the big issue. Is that? Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably actually the best justification for trying to get rid of Hamas entirely, or at least not having them being the ruling authority in the Gaza Strip, because Israel's not going to be willing to give Hamas materials to rebuild because they've seen what Hamas does with materials, right? They dual use materials. They use them to build tunnels. So
We get people on and they do debate.
you probably need to get rid of Hamas as much as you possibly can to let them rebuild.
Piers,
I've got to leave it there,
invite
Fleur.
Mossab to debate him on
All
your
right.
show. He will refuse.
We will decide who we get on
I
our
know
show.
debates.
But I'm leaving it there, Norman.
Yeah, there you
Norman,
go.
I'm going to leave it.
Mossab.
Norman, if you want another
Now
plug
he's
for your
going to
book,
be a
we've got to leave it there. I want to leave with a
Debate
message.
Mossab. Debate Mossab.
Guys,
Debate
continue it out the back.
Very exception.
Mossab.
All
Thank
right,
you.
Norman Finkelstein, the author of Gaza's Gravediggers and Inquiry into Corruption in High Places. Thank you. Good to see you. Good to finally meet you. Fleur, Hassan, great to see you in person. I enjoyed the debate very much. Thank you.
Brianna, it really matters to trans people. Why the fuck did he upload this as a? Does he not know YouTube Shorts can only be a minute long? He uploaded this as a YouTube short. Nice one, Pierce.
Excited today to talk about how everyone here is wrong. David, I love your show. I consider you a friend.
So if we go back, then they are. So if we go back, then are they part of Egypt? If who goes back, what?
You and the Democrats are completely wrong about what trans people need. We don't need you advocating for trans vaginoplasties in prison. We need to retreat back to the basics of what we need, which is HRT and healthcare. And the problem is the Democrats have been captured.
Well, the argument is the whatever vaginoplasty is healthcare,
This
right?
fringe left, they've redefined what trans means to all this non-binary nonsense and all this stuff that has nothing to do with how we got our rights in the first place. Ben, you can appreciate this. I was the first trans person to ever transition at Ole Miss, our alma mater. That was very, very different. It was 20 years ago, toddy. And the thing is, the way I got equality and got people to respect me in Mississippi was not by screaming at them or lecturing them about my pronouns. It was getting them to see my humanity. This is something trans people have just completely lost. And the problem is the Democratic Party is unwilling to call out these bad actors. And because of this, we are having a conversation that does not serve trans people. Piers, I am begging you on this show, stop inviting these stupidest leftists on to make the argument for trans civil rights. Let some people.
Kill me, bro. Brian Tyler Cohen, the stupidest leftist.
You actually understand this stuff. And Dave is laughing because you understand integration as a gay man. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You've done the same playbook your whole career.
Well,
this works. This is how
First
you
off,
got
I'm only gay starting at 10 p.m. What time is it? We'll have to check on that.
Wow.
But actually, you're completely right. Brianna, you're completely right.
I don't think Dave Rubin likes when people mention he's gay. I think he tries to hide it from there. Don't think he enjoys that one. Okay. Oh, you know what? This is actually relevant. I already read this already. I don't think we're gonna read all of it on stream, but with this with the Jewish ethnicity and land conversation. United States, like all nations, was created through territorial conquest. Most of its current territory is occupied or frequented by human beings before the U.S. came. Like, this is the literally the best argument for giving land back to Native Americans. Okay, is that they're YIMBY. They're YIMBY. Okay, they are YIMBY. They love building. They don't have the same stupid zoning laws. Okay. Hilariously, Vancouver's NIMBYs is complaining, claiming that the developments are not in keeping line with Indigenous tradition, but Canada's First Nation seems to have little interest in hewing closely to other people's views of what their traditions are. Modern people do not want to live like pre-modern farmers. They are not mystical Tolkien elves. They would like to have shiny new apartment buildings and walkable neighborhoods. Based. So Jews came from Africa, so they should go back to Africa. No, but I think like the Jewish ethnicity probably first grew distinct, in the land of Palestine or whatever. And also that's just where they are. Realistically, for most of the modern Israel-Palestine stuff, I don't really care that much, because like the reality on the ground is like there's clearly like a group of Jewish people who live here who have like a national identity and deserve a right to self determination, and clearly the Palestinians are there now and have a relatively clear identity and a right to self-determination. So like who I hate playing the like stupid like ethnicity, like who was there at the first game. It's just not particularly relevant to like the situation. Well, what's right now. Like I don't really care. Oh shoot, wait, I forgot. I have to turn my socials back on. Where's the there we go. That way if I get clipped saying racial slurs, everyone knows it was me who said it. No one else can take credit. Your race, you're no race or people, your religion, and I mean I'm not Jewish. You realize that, right? I'm not I'm French and German. I'm just a like regular like white dude. I know the nose is big, but having a big nose is not a trait that makes you Jewish. So there you go. Incredible. Hey, that's racist. What I said was racist, or what they said was racist? I'm not racist. Any clip of me saying a racial slur is clearly and evidently a deep fake. I think you are. Only against who is it? Mostly British people. Only against British people. Only against British people. Don't worry. New Micah video alert. This is like a week old by now. I just didn't get to it.
Breaking news, folks. The guy who ran on making America affordable again has come out with his first big economic promise. What is that promise? A 25% tariff on all Canadian and Mexican goods. Here's the Truth Social post where he announced it. He says, as everyone is aware, thousands of people are pouring through Mexico and Canada, bringing crime and drugs at levels never seen before. Right now, a caravan coming from Mexico, composed of thousands of people, seems to be unstoppable in its quest to come through our currently open border. On January 20th.
Dude, I remember when Vivek on his fucking TikTok, literally, I say unironically, but it's hard to fucking know because it's Vivek. Yeah, I don't even know, dude. So that we should build a wall on the northern border as well, because clearly Canada. Clearly, too many illegal immigrants are coming in from Canada.
20th as one of my many first executive orders.
That justifies building the border of Canada is literally like the longest border in the world, right? Like we'd have to build, if you built it along the entire border, it'd be billions of dollars.
We'll sign all necessary documents to charge Mexico and Canada a 25% tariff on all products coming into the United States. So there's a lot of things to touch on here, but first let's correct some factual inaccuracies on this Truth Social post. For starters, thousands of people illegally entering the United States from Canada and it being their fault. What? Since when was this a thing? I didn't know this was a thing. Now it's interesting. You get to see how the right has unfortunately become a lot like a cult. because as soon as Trump said this, probably one of the first times he's ever accused Canada of flooding our country with illegal immigrants, already you see right-wingers lining up to try to provide justification for this.
True.
As they always come out, he says something crazy and they have to justify.
They gotta scramble. They scramble to find any video they can, okay?
But also he's mentioning a caravan coming through currently open borders. There's always a caravan, apparently. There's an infinite number of caravans. They never seem to get here. They're always just looming in the distance. Whenever they get here, insofar they actually exist, it's apparently not so concerning, which I find interesting. In regards to open borders, we don't have open borders in this country now. It's true for a period of time after Title 42 COVID-era restrictions on immigration expired. Those restrictions were in place under Trump, basically locked down the border, and they were in place under the first part of the Biden administration. When those provisions expired,
why are you even giving them this, Micah? Don't get it. They lie about immigration all the time. They don't know anything. They don't actually know anything about it. Don't fucking give them this, bro.
Overwhelming our asylum system. Now, those were people that weren't just walking over the border. Many of them were caught by border security agents and given.
Okay, he's not giving it as much as they thought. Okay.
Asylum system. But Biden tightened the restrictions on who gets let in through that asylum system a little while back, and that's actually why undocumented immigration levels have fallen precipitously back to levels that some say are equal to 2019. So not necessarily an open border, unless there was open borders under Trump. But let's talk a little bit about this tariff idea. 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico. Those are a tax on U.S. consumers. They mark up the cost of everything that comes to our country from these vital trade partners.
Pass-through rate is very high. The incidence is almost always, almost nearly entirely on the U.S. With China, the incidence is only 92% on the U.S. because China is somewhat willing to subsidize their exports, but China is the country literally most willing to subsidize their exports. These other countries are not going to bear that same cost.
We get a lot of our lumber from Canada. We get our avocados from Mexico. So many of our products.
And oil. We get oil from Canada, okay? You want the price of oil going up 25% for all the counties in the Midwest that rely on fucking Canadian oil? Here's the dialogue tree, okay? That you do with MAGA people. Do you think it's bad? Think it's bad that Biden canceled. You give them the cancel thing. You can have the pipeline debate at a later time. Canceled the Keystone Pipeline. And they'll say, yeah, obviously. They're like, okay. Then why do you want Trump to tariff Canadian oil at 25%? You want Trump tariffing Canadian oil at 25%? The Keystone Pipeline would have brought oil from Canada to the U.S. Clearly that's something you oppose if you want to tariff Canadian oil. Really?
Have parts that come from these areas. A 25% tariff basically is the same thing as those products just increasing their cost by 25%. And that's going to be directly passed on to consumers. Everything that uses those components is going to go up in price. Everything that's directly imported will go up in cost by 25%. Businesses are not going to swallow that cost. That's just not how economics works. And every economist can tell you that. So yeah, this is not going to make America affordable again. But I've seen some people try to justify this rash move on the basis that it's actually 4D chess. It's a greater strategic vision that people like me just can't seem to understand. Trump is trying to force Mexico and Canada to tighten up their immigration policy and to start treating the United States more fairly. I seriously don't know what Canada is supposed to do. In the case of Mexico, sure, they
got a bit of wall too.
Human trafficking problem, and they let a lot of asylum seekers that want to come to the United States into their country. But it's weird to think that it's their job to maintain our border security. I would like to see them be a bit stronger partners, but they're not going to secure our border. Only the United States can do that. And insofar they have a cartel problem and organized crime problem, that's a problem that they want to solve. They just haven't been able to solve. The Mexican war on drugs is one that lasted for a very long time, and the government continued to lose. So recent administrations under the left wing, I believe it's Moreno government, have given up on this policy of trying to fight with the cartels because they keep losing. Now, maybe they should fight with the cartels. Maybe we should help them fight with the cartels. But that's besides the point. Punishing American consumers for supposed ineptitude on behalf of the Mexicans and Canadians is just bad policy. You're holding a gun to America's head and making threats against our allies, and frankly, yeah, it will hurt them. It'll probably hurt us more. I think what's most interesting about this is not only is this not really good deal making, not only would this damage the economy and make things much more expensive, but it's actually in direct contradiction to something that Trump did in his first term. For those of you that don't remember, Trump campaigned in 2016 on ending NAFTA, the North American.
Oh, true. He's going to go down that route, but he should also. We've had some level of free trade with Mexico and Canada for so long, for years, for decades, since NAFTA. USMCA changed it a little bit, but because we've had free trade with these countries for so long, supply chains are incredibly integrated between the COM countries, to COM, Canada, US, United States, Mexico. Countries don't specialize in producing products. They specialize in producing parts for products. They specialize in producing parts for products. Tariffing everything from Mexico and Canada means you're tariffing so many intermediate goods. There's so many intermediate goods that you tariff, and that hurts everyone. Usually tariffs at least protect some producers. Tariffing intermediate goods doesn't actually protect producers, because producers are hurt by the tariffs on all the goods that they use to goods that they import to make their own shit. Like, it's so bad. I think there's a I forget what I searched to find it, but it's like 40% of like imports from Mexico or whatever are made partly by American goods as well. So like, you get rid of those imports, those, you know, people aren't buying American goods to make the product that you import now. Like, I think I can. It's like, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find it. One estimate finds that goods imported from Canada contain 25% U.S. inputs, and goods imported from Mexico contain 40% U.S. inputs. Yeah, so like, not a very good thing.
Agreement. And that was the agreement that allowed pretty much free trade between Canada, Mexico, and the United States. Free flow of goods, capital, standardization of property rights, allowed us to trade more.
Leveraging tariffs are just high-level extortion at this point. Are you asking me that? To be clear, I think Trump's stated goal on his website is to bring American manufacturing back. Trump also has tweeted and talked about how he just hates the trade deficit before. To some extent, I'm sure he is just using tariffs as a threat to get countries to do whatever what he wants. But I also think Trump just doesn't like the trade deficit. I think Trump has promised to bring manufacturing back, and I think he thinks it. I don't think he understands tariffs enough to understand why they probably aren't going to do that. Yeah.
With our close partners and have stronger relationships with them. Now, contrary to what Trump said, NAFTA was actually a really good deal for America. It is a deal that was tremendously economically beneficial and brought down costs for us, enhanced economic growth. But some people in some industries which didn't like the new competition from Mexico and Canada, they were losers in that economic shift. And so that created some dissatisfaction that Trump was able to tap into and say that he wanted to scrap the deal and get a better one. And his people negotiated a bipartisanly approved new trade deal called the USMCA, which is very similar actually to NAFTA, but slightly more restrictive. And this was, marketed as one of his examples of strategic genius, the art of the deal, Mr. Dealmaker, coming in and giving us a better, fairer deal for America in the place of NAFTA. But if Trump was to really impose 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico on his first day in office, that would just completely be violating his own plan, basically catching it on fire, because the whole point of a trade agreement is you are mutually agreeing that you're not going to impose tariffs and trade restrictions on one another. That's the entire point of the deal. So he's destroying his own deal on day one to solve a problem that he didn't seem to think was much of a problem back then. And I think maybe the broader lesson to learn from this most recent...
Maybe the people didn't like... That's why they voted for Trump. Didn't like what? Maybe the people didn't like... That's why. I mean, people didn't like a lot of things, and they voted for Trump because of that.
Behavior is that he's really not a strategic genius. There are some smart people who support Trump which try to convince themselves that he's actually playing some bigger game that we just don't understand, and that there's a method behind the madness. There is no method. It's just madness. The man is a loose cannon who doesn't think very strategically and doesn't consult with serious economists about his economic decision making, and ultimately we will pay the price. And this won't be the first time we will. Over the next 4 years, he will make repeatedly many decisions like this, many bad tariffs, and I think many Americans will come to understand very well that it is not foreign countries that pay the tariffs, it's us. So make sure to stock up on avocados and any other... Which by the... How old are you? I'm 19. Which, by the way, Trump does not fucking know what a tariff is, or he's lying about them. More likely, he's lying about them. But if I'm assuming good faith, and I'm assuming Trump is not malicious, but just dumb, he does not know what a tariff is. He never describes them accurately. He always describes them as being paid by other companies, other countries, and he always says... He has literally explicitly said these taxes are not paid by U.S. consumers, which is just not true. They are almost always paid by U.S. producers and consumers. Maybe older people have seen more than you. I didn't consider that one. Never heard that one before. It's almost like they want to crash the economy so Trump and his rich billionaire friends can buy up. I don't think they're doing it maliciously or anything. I don't know if how much talking about that. Can buy up all the remaining land and resources, and the American can work for the slave wages we pay the immigrants and we kick out, or they just starve like the Gilded Age Trump wants us back to. That's a little listen. That's a little harsh. I think Trump is just a retard and doesn't understand what tariffs are and what they, at least not fully. Goods that come from those countries. It's going to be a bumpy ride, but I'll be here to share in your suffering over the next 4 years. Thanks, guys. Hell yeah, brother. Common Micah W. Has America been getting better or worse? Since when? I feel like generally we've been on the right track. Yeah, better, generally better. But you gotta define since when.
Since you were born? Since I was born, yeah, for sure, yes. I was born in 2005. I think things are way better now than 2005. Everyone knew in 2005, no one had a smartphone. Now everyone has a nice, fancy smartphone in their pocket. There's probably less people in poverty than 2005. As a percentage, I don't know for sure, because we could have had a really low poverty rate before 2008, and then had the 2008 thing, and then poverty went up, and it's probably slowly come back down over time. Since 2005, looks like it's been relatively stable, but it's gone down a little bit. Think real wages have gone up generally since then. Did you buy a smartphone with credit or cash? I mean, I ended up buying my smartphone. I got it like 2 years ago as a gift from my parents on my birthday, I think. But that's not particularly relevant. To the extent that Americans are using more credit, I think that's a mutually beneficial relationship between the consumer who wants credit and the company willing to provide them with credit. I think that's fine. I think that represents society getting better. I don't think that really makes it worse. But they probably bought it with cash. But even if they bought it with credit, like, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I don't think either of them is necessarily bad. I think either of them are probably mutually beneficial. Have you bought a house? No, but it's not relevant. That's not whether or not I bought a house is not relevant to, like, it's not relevant to the claim of has America been getting better or worse. That's anecdotal. I'm not talking about anecdotes here. Like, I think by most objective metrics. Do you want to buy a house? I mean, like, yeah, it's not. That's gonna, yeah, exactly. And as a result, like that, like, I'm not worried about my plans for buying a house right now. Like, one day I'm sure I would love to buy a house, but like, that's just not something that, like, I think about very often. To be clear, I do think homeownership has gotten, you should. I do think homeownership has probably been an area where we have gotten worse, but, like, doesn't mean that overall we're doing worse. And I think the U.S. relatively is actually doing okay at homeownership. My understanding, the last numbers I saw is that, like, Gen Z and millennials own only slightly less homes than boomers at the same age. So I don't think it's like a huge problem relative to other countries. You seem to be doing pretty well. Thank you, Birdman, for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome. Wages versus the cost of living over time. That I pulled up this chart for a reason. The real wages now are higher than they ever have been, and have been growing pretty continuously since 2005, ignoring 2008, where they, well, technically, I mean, 2008, you see real wages jump a lot because there's composition effects, but in reality, they didn't really change. They went down. But, like, generally, I feel like real wages have been going up. Since 2005, at least, really since, you know, the 1990s or whatever. But again, relative to other countries, even the U.S. homeownership is doing, like, fine. Like, the cost to income ratio, U.S. cost to income ratio, or U.S. versus G7 cost income ratio homes. I think we're the lowest out of the G7 countries. Yeah, here we go. Look, the United States is this one. Wait, are we? Oh, I can't tell. These colors are too similar. We're the lighter blue one. Okay, so we're not the best out of the G7, but we're not as bad as France or Canada. Here we are. We're above Ireland and Germany. This is real house prices, but yeah. Here's a trick in life: whatever you earn, save 20%, and that is only for equity, not for the holidays or what you want. Buying is a huge decision, including your job and longevity. Whether you can expect equity to go up in 10 years, a lot takes a lot. It takes time and money in certain job type. I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm not super concerned about whether or not I'm going to buy a home soon. It's not going to happen in the next 5 years unless stream really takes off. Unless we get some, super chat, some donos, some bits. Maybe get a few more bits, and we'll consider buying a home. How about that one? The mortgage industry is in a huge crisis due to interest rates. Yeah, but I mean, it's not going to affect me unless it stays that way for 5 years. Yeah, but I don't know. Interest rates are coming down, although mortgage rates have not actually been going down with interest rates, right? So that's a bit of an issue. Presumably they will eventually, but right now that is maybe a bit of an issue. Everybody's money from when you want to do something, e.g. start a bit. I'll have you know, I have started my own business right now. I'm doing it right now. Okay, this is my business. Okay, technically, okay. If you make like over $200 a year or whatever, which I do with this, not much more than that, but technically I do make over like $2 million or $200 to $200 a year. You can like make an LLC. And you can exempt all your expenses as like a business expense. So this nice fancy $400 microphone exempted, business expense. And I think you can like deduct your losses from your personal income. So like, from this business, I have lost a lot of money. This microphone was like, I bought it used. It was like $200 used. Stand was like $100, so like just like what you see on screen here, and the lights were $100. Just everything you see like on screen here is like probably double the money I've ever made from Twitch and YouTube, especially because all the Twitch advertisers are gone. Okay, thanks, Hassan. Jesus. Eventually they'll come back, right guys? We saved $40. Didn't do it very well. What? Oh. House is one of the worst investments you can make. Not for a lot of people. I don't think I would say that. 4 years ago, I bought a 3.2%. I sold my house. They had a 5.9%. Well, yeah. I mean, obviously, if you enter the market when interest rates are high, like that can be, like, that can be bad for you. But like, I think for like 54 or something percent of middle class Americans, like the majority of their wealth is stored in home ownership. So I think clearly it's a benefit for them for the most part. Okay, if you take an average mortgage 30 years, interest, taxes, repairs. I don't know. I still think home ownership is still, it's like the sort of like easiest appreciating asset to buy, because like you can get a like, you can get a line of credit for it pretty easily, right? It's harder to do that with like the stock market, right? Don't understand it. What am I not understanding right now? Oh, you're replying to him. Sorry. I don't know. Yeah. Perhaps no single chart has been as influential in the American discourse over the past decade as productivity versus pay graph. There are many versions of the graph floating around, but I'm going to use a version published by the Economic Policy Institute. It's probably the most famous version of the chart, the version that most of us used when we debated the issue back in the late 2010s. You can get cheap money. Well, not right now, because mortgage rates aren't mortgage rates still going up despite the even more recent rate cuts? Like, mortgage rates up. Despite mortgage rates increase, I think they're still going upwards because of what's the mechanism? It's like they increase confidence or whatever, and people buy more 10-year bonds, which increase the mortgage rates or whatever. Fed's benchmark short-term lending rate is not directly tied to the mortgage interest rates, which is more closely tied to the 10-year Treasury, which did post an increase last week. Okay. I got lucky in that I bought my house at the start of local population boom of incoming workers. My home value doubled at a time, only because of the local conditions. I'm looking to sell now because I want to take advantage of that profit and invest in a new business based. See, clearly can be a good investment in principle. It would generally get 2x to house value, then a loan. My taxes are $14K a year, 30x home repairs. Looking at paying 3 to 4. I don't know. Why haven't you dyed your hair black? I'll do it eventually, TrippyCast. Welcome back, by the way. What's the mortgage rate compared to personal loan or car loan? I don't know. I would assume mortgage rates are still higher right now. Take the same money, rent half and invest it. In fact, there was a major problem with the way the chart was made, which EPI has since corrected. Although it's not been made explicit in the chart, the two series are calculated using different inflation measures. Productivity is calculated using the GDP deflator, while wages are calculated using the consumer price index. The former has gone up a lot, less than the latter. If you want to compare apples to oranges, you need to publish the same measure. You need to use the same measure of inflation. So in recent years, EPI started publishing new versions of the chart with both lines use CPI inflation. There's much less dramatic divergence, but it's still significant. Now this data. Again, this data is just from the BLS. This is the best data we've got. No complaints there. And after the EPI put the inflation adjustment, there's nothing to say. Nothing really misleading about the chart. There was some earlier versions of the chart by other think tanks which had other problems, but EPI avoided these. But what about the narrative attached to this chart? Here are things that are dicey. A lot of people look at this chart and think, workers aren't getting paid enough. They deserve to be paid more. And maybe that's true. But why does the comparison with productivity demonstrate that fact? The reason comes from economic theory. This is a very simple theory of wages that say workers' compensation should equal the marginal product of labor. If you apply this simple theory to the chart, then you assume the average productivity is close to marginal productivity. Then this chart seems to suggest that workers aren't getting paid what they're worth, which in turn suggests that corporations are managing to keep a larger and larger share of the economic pie for themselves. Elizabeth Warren, for example, uses the EPI chart to tell exactly the story. Over the past 2 decades, fundamental changes in our economy have left millions of working families hanging by their fingernails. Wages have largely stagnated, even as corporate profits have soared and worker productivity has risen steadily. The share of national income that goes to labor has declined to its near to its lowest point in almost 70 years. These trends reflect trillions of dollars, a shift of trillions of dollars away from the pockets of working American families, and they're all being driven by a single underlying problem: American workers don't have enough power. Now, it's true that the labor share of national income has fallen since the early 1970s, but it's also true the drop is much too small to explain the divergence between pay and productivity in EPI's chart. Take another look at API's chart. Note the title says a typical workers' compensation. And if you read the fine print, you'll see their compensation on the graph is for production/non-supervisory workers. In other words, EPI chart leaves out compensation for managers, many professional workers, and so on. It also doesn't include self-employed workers who presumably have put in some labor as well. In other words, the chart shows productivity for the whole economy, but only shows pay for one subset of workers. The simple Econ 101 theory of wages assumes that there's only one type of worker, but if you modify to include two different types of workers with 2 different productivity levels, you'll end up with 2 different wage levels. And if you try to match the wages of one worker with productivity of both types of workers combined, then you see a difference there. And this difference can increase over time if the productivities of the 2 workers diverge over time. What if you include all workers in a pay share? The line gets a lot closer together. John Van Renan has a good post showing how the graph changes if you look at a median compensation, which is pretty close to production/non-supervisory number on the API chart, versus average compensation, which includes all workers. Inequality, the difference between median and mean compensation, is more than twice as important as the fall in labor share. In fact, EPI also has their own breakdown showing how much of the productivity pay divergence in the chart is simply due to inequality versus the fall in labor share. In this chart, the rise of wage inequality between workers is about 3 times as important as the fall in labor share. In other words, the EPI chart is mostly not a chart about corporations keeping money from workers. It's mostly a chart of some workers getting paid a lot more than others. It's a chart of wage inequality. Why have some workers seen their pay raise a lot, while others have seen their pay raise only a little? We don't actually know. Maybe managers and professional workers have more negotiating power within corporations than lower level workers do. Maybe top level workers have gotten a lot more productive thanks to the rise of information technology and knowledge industries, while the typical worker has gotten less productive due to the decline in manufacturing. But whatever the reason, the story here is not a story about capital versus labor. It's a story about high paid versus low paid labor. Now, it's also true the labor share income has been decreasing, and that is a modest part of the divergence in this graph. But by combining the rise in wage inequality and the labor share declining into one single productivity versus pay divergence, EPI has combined these two narratives into one single number, and it doesn't seem like they ought to be combined. Maybe they're related in some way, but maybe not. Literally have to switch jobs every 2 years or threaten with offer letters. For why? Just deciphering the fall and rise in net capital share. So there's nothing wrong with EPI data. Productivity and non-supervisory workers are paid indeed as diverge, and I don't think it's a very illuminating way of presenting the facts. Instead, I think it would make more sense to simply show two different charts. One, a chart showing rising wage inequality, and two, a chart showing the falling labor share. Showing these two charts would mean that we have less concern for the average worker, but it shows there are probably several different things hurting the average worker instead of just one thing. The lesson is that our interpretation of the chart depends heavily on theory, so you have to look very closely at a chart in order to tell what theory we should be applying to understand it. Anyway, best raise you're going to get without promotion is 5%. That's and that's rare. If you switch or get offer letters, you get 20%. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's a big issue with because we have like the aggregate statistics that like I cite a lot of times. I'm like, oh, you can see like the average pay of workers has gone up like X% or whatever. And people will be like, who's getting a 4% raise every month? You really think real wages are going to get 4%? Motherfucker, people switch jobs. Motherfucker, you get a way bigger raise if you switch jobs. People who don't switch jobs don't get that high raise. People who switch jobs get high wages, okay? So you average it out to people who switch jobs and get like 20%, get you know, versus people who don't switch jobs and get like either no raise or very low percentage raise. You average it out, and the average is like 4%. Okay, motherfucker, it's not that hard to understand, man. Oh, I saw this sample, yeah. I don't think it's something worth getting mad over. Father should look after his son. Joe has been so mistreated by the Democratic Party. Disrespected. This is the only thing he's actually always cared about. I left my original biomedical job 4 years ago. I left, switched for jobs, and they asked me back. I was making $40K more. And they said, that's fine. Damn. Oh, no. Look at this guy. I love this guy. Work-life balance is a thing. Not if you're an epic streamer like me. Whose work is very, very serious, okay? Harder than your 9 to 5. Especially when I don't even stream for 8 hours a day or anything. As I do, on some days I work for 8 hours probably, because I stream for like 5, then edit for like 3 at least, and then, yeah. Kill me. average worker doesn't have the ability to switch jobs. It depends on how tight the labor market is during COVID. During COVID, you fucking could, man. Labor market's still relatively tight, isn't it? Isn't it like whatever Howell says is right. I didn't watch the last press conference. Average worker is scarred. From what? From what? Inflation? I mean, I would agree with that. Like, that's a big reason why Kamala lost, right?
I don't know. I really.
What the fuck is happening, man? Okay. Kamala lost because she said nothing. I think the single biggest reason was because real median disposable income is below trend. I think that is the single biggest reason. I think every other reason people ascribe to it pales in comparison to that. I think that's the like. I don't think many Americans put more thought into it than that. Yeah, Trump barely says anything. Like Trump goes on unhinged rants. He does the weave. Yeah, Kamala doesn't say anything, but Trump has the weave. Isn't true at all. Like Kamala's platform was more comprehensive than Trump's. I don't know what to tell you. Like, go to Trump's website, go to Kamala's website. Like Kamala had a more comprehensive policy than Trump did. Like Trump had his 13 points. They were all just like, make America affordable again, bring manufacturing. They didn't make sense. Point 5 is bring American manufacturing back. Point 13 is make America the world, keep America as the world reserve currency. Like, not understand. Like, those are probably mutually exclusive. Like, that you can't have America be the world reserve currency and also be the manufacturing powers of the world because of how currency appreciation works. But he doesn't elaborate them at all. Like, and Kamala Harris has a full 82-page report on just her economic policies. I don't know what to tell you, man. I think most Americans just saw inflation and they really fucking hated that shit, which is fair for them to hate inflation. I get it, whatever. Telling the people you want to vote for you they're trash doesn't help either. What when Biden said Trump supporters are trash or whatever, which arguably is not even what he said. I mean, he maintains he doesn't say that, but I mean, he could just be lying to cover his ass there. Like, really? Are you fucking kidding me? Like, compared to what Trump does? Really? That's the thing. Trump calls Harris a Kamala, a fascist, Marxist, socialist, communist, nonstop, constantly says her dad's a Marxist or whatever the fuck. Really? And Biden says one thing, and this is what made voters not vote for Kamala Harris? No, it's inflation. There's one model that predicted the election exactly right. There was a model from economists that combined unemployment data and inflation data from all the states and correctly predicted how every single state would vote. Like, it was inflation. That was probably the biggest reason. People said it was depending on the exit poll, it was either the biggest or the third biggest reason. Dems are still corrupt. Biden pardoned his son. That pales into any of the corruption Trump did. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, Trump pardoned 5 different people accused of obstructing justice on his obstructing the Mueller investigation into him. Biden pardoned his son, who was charged of fucking lying on a gun form and tax evasion, for which he already paid the penalty for by paying the back taxes plus interest or whatever. After Republicans investigated him for years, Biden said he would not. Yeah, Trump lies all the time. Like, Trump to this day lies about the 2020 election. No, voters clearly don't care about that. Like I don't know what you mean. Yeah, and one of these lies is way infinitely more consequential. Are you kidding me? The biggest one for sure is fake outrage. A fucking liar. Trump says nothing. True. Trump, dude. Trump was asked about like how he's gonna bring manufacturing back, and like he rambled on about how he was given man of the year by some city. He was asked about childcare, and he rambled on about how Ivanka Trump, his daughter, had something, and tariffs make America great again. He can't answer questions any better than Kamala Harris again. No, that's not true at all. It was the economy. It's the economy. It's the economy, stupid. I don't know what to tell you. Like that was probably the single biggest individual reason. I mean, obviously other things played in. I'm not saying these things had literally no impact. I think the single biggest reason was inflation, was real median disposable income is below trend. Okay. And that's especially true for a lot of the like middle class. A lot of the poor people actually saw quite a bit of wage gains. There was a lot of wage compression because poor people saw their income grow the fastest. They saw their income grow fast. Well, a lot of people in the middle class saw their incomes stagnate, real income stagnate. So a lot of middle class voters probably voted for Trump. You're young, I forgive you. What did I say that was wrong? I don't like. What am I saying that's wrong? I don't get it. I pardon Hunter's fat wing censor bar for keeping the truth for the American people. Based everything. I guess I'm just wrong on everything. What's up, Isaac?
How's it going?
It's going good.
I failed at sleeping, but I made a TikTok. But every time I hear Menarga conversation, you were like having like the like level 1 questions, and I was like, oh boy, this has gotta suck. When you were like, when Eastman said, he's like, I don't, and you're like, do you know who that is? And he's like, no, and you're like, oh.
Yeah, I know. It's like insane. Yeah, he has strong opinions on the case, and he doesn't even know who he thinks is all fake and all made up, but he doesn't know who John Eastman is. And it's like these people wrote down that they're going to break the law, and like Jack Smith can't prosecute them now. So like, do I really give a fuck that Hunter Biden can't be prosecuted? No, like. No one calling people names no one is calling people names. Things are good. Oh, I understand what you're trying to say now. Okay, it's insane. Biden has his fingers crossed. Based true. Listen, we don't know. Where's the video? Can we see his fingers in a video? Videos of him saying he's not gonna pardon Hunter Biden? $50% of adults have cash savings that can pay for 3 months of expenses. The median American household owns 8K in transaction accounts. The median American household net worth $196K. This is what I mean when Minar says populism is stupid, or when I say tell Minar populism is stupid. Like they like repeat lies to justify bad policies. It's like I'm gonna repeat a lie about what percent of Americans are working paycheck to paycheck to like justify like a bad policy of like wealth taxes or whatever. Did Biden ever say no takesy backsies? The only person who got in trouble was ironically Trump. What do you mean? What? I don't even invite in trouble. Guys, to recognize coming old gentle pay. Heard this shit from both sides forever. Nancy Pelosi needs to be prosecuted for insider trading. Her husband is just a really good stock trader. Actually, has she been investigated before? It wouldn't surprise me if they've investigated it before, but Buffalo just sees the future. Yeah, exactly. There's no connection to anyone in Congress. They swear they don't talk. Exactly. Can you prove beyond a reasonable doubt that they talk? Okay. I don't think you can. I don't think you can. Okay. That's clearly the standard that we should be held to, you know. Actually, how could January 6th be an insurrection if no one was charged with insurrection? Okay. Therefore, Nancy Pelosi hasn't been charged with insider trading. How can you say she does insider trading if she wasn't even charged with it? How can you say Biden did anything wrong if he wasn't charged with it? Clearly. Tempted to go on anti-corruption because otherwise to be swat. I like. It's insane to me, dude. House Republicans won't even release the report, the Matt Gaetz report. They won't even release that report. As soon as Bob Mendez was found to be fucking stealing gold bars and whatever, accepting gold bars as bribes and hiding them in his hotel rooms, the Democrats fucking expelled him. Are you kidding me? This is insane. Like, as soon as Democrats found a corrupt person, they got rid of him. Like, House Republicans won't even give the Senate Judiciary Committee, although he withdrew his name, Matt Gaetz's report about the like sexual misconduct. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, no, stop, no, it's insane. We really watch all politicians on our externet, but they are working for us. True, real. You gotta get loud about it. It's insane. It's insane. Insane. We live in an insane clown world. Okay. You know what? You can brand being anti-tariff as an anti-corruption thing, because tariffs do actually lead to quite a bit of corruption. Because, like, you know, companies that would find a tariff preferential, you know, lobby to keep that tariff in place. Like this happens with U.S. sugar, because, like, the benefits are very concentrated. Like, a few specific U.S. sugar companies all greatly benefit from the tariff, so it makes sense for them to spend effort lobbying to keep it in place. But the negatives are very diffused. Every individual American is only paying an extra $10 a year for sugar. So, like, you give one small group of people very large benefits and everyone else very diffuse negative. The end result in a democracy is oftentimes that policy, even if it's a bad policy that hurts everyone, on net will stay in place just because the voters have some level of rational ignorance, because it doesn't make sense for them to, like, spend time researching these topics, because the benefit is so low to them at an individual level. And their one vote is unlikely to change the outcome of any of these things. So that's why part of the reason why tariffs can, like, lead to a corruption. And then the second part is that you can get exemptions to tariffs. So when Trump put his steel tariffs up, a bunch of, like, 100,000 something companies applied for an exemption to the tariff. And you can lobby to get your own company exempted, so you can be placed at an advantage relative to other companies, especially if that other company is a smaller company and can't fucking hire lobbyists. So, like, you know, you get the giant corporations that are able to lobby effectively to get exempted, and the mom and pop business that is not able to lobby effectively to get exempted. And also with Trump's steel tariffs specifically, we have data on this, that if you donated to Republicans, you're statistically more likely to get exempted, versus if you donated to Democrats or whatever, your company was statistically less likely to get exempted. So, like, clear, like, yeah, I like lobbying. What the fuck? Lobbying. A large part of lobbying originated from tariffs. Can you tell Nancy? Lobbying into making a U.S. tariff policy. Like, yeah. Lobbyist is legal bribery. I think it's a little more complicated than that, but sure. But, like, you know, why would you create this opportunity for corruption if the, like, what's the benefit even? Like, what, like, you're not helping jobs, like, you're helping some jobs over other jobs. You're not really helping jobs on net. You're hurting productivity. You're hurting everyone through higher prices. You're hurting all these things. But anyway, free my man, Hunter Biden. Free him, free him, free him. He did nothing wrong. Innocent, innocent on all accounts. Free him. Let him go. Let him go. Did nothing wrong. It was based that Biden pardoned him. It was based that he lied. Okay. Everything, if you have the last name Biden, you can do no wrong. Okay. So that's the justification. Okay. But thanks for watching. I love streaming. Love that you guys watch me stream. Had a few new people today. That was nice. I will stream again tomorrow. Or maybe not tomorrow. I will stream again either tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. I can't promise tomorrow because I have college work to do. But I was hopefully streaming again tomorrow, if not the day after. So follow for that. Subscribe to the YouTube channel as well. Non-fun on YouTube. Go watch all the... Thank you for the follow, The Onion. I appreciate it. Yeah, go sub it to the YouTube. Go follow on Kick and Rumble and all those nice platforms. Go follow on Twitter and Blue Sky. Young, dumb, full of cum. True. I guess head over to Kid Not Kin. Yeah, love streaming. Love you guys watch the stream. We'll see you all guys a little bit later.